waiting for someone to say something to me in general. Oh, I'm back on the screen, so we must be going good. All right. Hello. Welcome back. A long time no see. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to our first and hopefully excitingest charity stream for Gamers for Groceries. This stream is going to be featuring a lot of developers from Edmonton, Alberta. We're going to talk about video games. We're going to talk about the process that makes video games. We're going to show off some amazing art that you at home can get if you donate and use the links that we provide and get a character sketch for a D&D character or anything you could basically describe in a reasonable amount of text. um, I'm super excited to be hosting a fair bit of these segments, but we've got so many people on the list. um, they're all here, they're all doing it the first time, we're all kind of nervous, so we do appreciate you giving us technical issues happen, stuff like that. There will be giveaways, there will be a t-shirt for sale soon once we get that sorted out. But I am super excited here to welcome you, and we're going to make this the best of it. Our schedule is posted up if you want to look at it. We have some more introductions by the ESIO, which is another group that's been great at helping on this. And then we're going to move into origin stories, where we talk about how people got into the game industry and how the game industry is changing around them. Yeah, so camera, if you would move over to ESIO, we're good to go.
Amazing. Yeah, I know it's a bit of a long acronym there. So we are the Edmonton Screen Industries Office. So if you've never heard of us, I'm not surprised. We are relatively new. We only started back in 2017, but we are a nonprofit right here in Edmonton. And we act as a catalyst, a cultivator, and a stimulator for Edmonton's screen media sector. So that includes obviously video games. We are super, super happy to be able to sponsor this first event because it's absolutely amazing to see our dev community come together for something that is so much larger than them and something that we can all help out with during such an insane period with COVID. So we wanted to make sure that we would be here to support you guys. We're always here to talk about anything that you want to talk about. So if you want to reach out to ESIO, we're at Edmonton Screen. We can always talk about funding opportunities. I know there's a couple devs who will be on the stream today who have received some support from us, as well as some of the bigger ones. You know, we've had fun with Trent at Beamdog in the past. So don't ever hesitate to reach out to us if you're looking for funding. If you're looking for PD, we do a lot of cool workshops as well, and they all have moved online, obviously, just like this fun event. So we're always around. We're always here to support you. If there's something cool you want to do, just reach out to us. We're here to talk and we're here to help. So thank you, everybody. We sponsored some prizes today. So have a fantastic stream and a fantastic day. Thanks, guys.
Oh, hello again. Long time no see. My name's John Renish, and I'm joined today by some wonderful people, and we'll be talking about how they got into the game industry and how the game industry is changing around them. Why don't we go around the room and introduce people alphabetically? So I guess that would be Eve first.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Eve Colvin. I'm a senior technical artist at Bioware Austin, doing tech art since 2004. And my focus has mainly been on art workflows, tools, and pipelines. But I've also worked in shader development and performance maintenance. Um, and just basically, as a tech artist, just working in art workflows and streamlining that process.
Great. Thank you so much. Megan.
Hello. As you said, my name is Megan. I used to work at BioWare, but I'm currently working at Improbable right now as a tools programmer. So that mainly means that I work on things that are not the game, which has been really fun. So right now I've mostly been working on things that are like for automation and helping make the game more efficient and like people's development quicker. I used to work at BioWare as a technical designer, so it's been a switch up for me. I've been in the industry about like 3 years now. So yeah, that's my introduction right there.
Great. A pleasure to see you again after a few years.
Yeah,
And
it's
of
been a while.
course, we have Nick. Nick, please tell us about yourself a little bit.
Hello, I'm Nick Close. I'm a game programmer and I specialize in UI UX, so user interfaces and user experience. I worked on Anthem for 2 years and I built a lot of the social features like the friends list and some game flows like how you get into the game and how you start a mission and stuff like that. And
Great.
right now I'm working at Improbable.
Great. Thank you. A message to Baldwin, who I know is listening. If there's any questions in chat, please put them in our shared document so I can find them. But I'm going to start off with the first and easy one. We'll start with Nick this time. What do you do on a day-to-day basis, and what kind of decisions do you make in your role?
Sure. So I've done a little bit of pure design, but I mostly make decisions about like systems architecture. So I'm tasked with converting designs into working systems. So it starts with requirements gathering, which involves just talking to a lot of people, asking a lot of questions, and figuring out how a system is supposed to work. And then I investigate how we can leverage existing tech that we've already built and what new tech we'll need to build, make estimates for how long that's going to take. And then I evaluate various approaches to solve the problem. And often, or almost always, there's lots of different ways to solve a problem. And then I decide on which approach is best and spend some time implementing it. And I'm on the hook to maintain that system and fix bugs and extend it as we need it, as new requirements come in from design.
Gotcha. Is there something you could say is the most exciting part about making those decisions?
It's just fun jumping into a problem and not knowing exactly how you're going to solve it, and then going through that discovery process with your peers, and figuring out all the different approaches, and then finally deciding on which one's best.
Great, thank you. Hey, Megan,
Hello.
do you want to tell us about your day to day and the decisions you make?
Yeah, sure. So I would say my day to day is mostly like in the programming, not in C++ code, but more I'm doing like C sharp kind of things nowadays, which has been very fun. I'm learning a lot about new programming languages I've never used before. But my day to day, it's nice because it's a smaller company. So Improbable only has about 50, 60 people in it. So I own a lot more systems than I did at BioWare. So I have a lot of responsibility in that sense. So I do get to make decisions on what I work on pretty often. So if I don't like something, I'm allowed to change it. I'm allowed to be the deciding factor of like, oh no, I want to do it this way. So a lot of my systems, I worked on something called Preflight, which helps people like check in and not break everything in the build. So I got to like design all of that and decide what looks good and what doesn't look good. I got to design the front end, even though I don't know anything about art. Got to design that as well. So it's been nice on a day-to-day basis being able to just make something that I enjoy from start to finish. So yeah,
Yeah, that's great. It's always a shame that we can't share the cool tools we make because it always stays behind the curtain, and the fans they focus on the game. We're like, oh, our tools are so cool. Eve, would you answer that same question?
Yeah. As a tech artist, I mentioned we've kind of have different. At Bioware, at least, we have different concentrations. Mine is in particular is art workflows and tools. So I'm often working with artists on designing and implementing tools that will basically improve their life as an artist. So it often starts with talking to an artist, identifying a problem area in the workflow, and then kind of iterating over with them their process, what they do, and what I can do to make their lives simpler. I mean, make their lives easier and the steps simpler. Sometimes it could just the whole thing could be done in the tool itself. Sometimes it has to be broken up into different steps. And then I finally will implement these solutions in code, most often in Python, sometimes in C Sharp and C++. It's in a variety of different forms. Like sometimes it'll be using Maya, which is at BioWare the main 3D, software that the artists use. And then sometimes they'll be writing tools within our Frostbite engine and working on that process. So like to give an example on Anthem, we needed like a proper pipeline to help streamline the development of trees. We were adding trees that were rigged, so trees that were moving, and that pipeline hadn't been developed yet. So I was working on tools in Maya to help export out the trees that were being built by the artists. So making sure that the bones were named properly, the structures were named, like safeguarding issues that might happen once it enters into the game. And then making sure that the files are getting exported to the right folders and getting into version control and doing verification checks on that. And then once it was in Frostbite, I had a tool that handled the tree assembly, helped develop the billboards, which is usually the version you see of the tree when you're pulled back far away, and all you see are like cardboard cutouts of kind of like what the tree looks like. So those were developed within the engine itself. So I worked on a tool that helped grab screenshots of the images and assembled them, atlas the textures and assembled them within the engine. So that kind of gives you an idea of like an example of what that process is. And working back and forth with the artists. It's nonstop talking to them, getting feedback from them, showing them what I have, like the tool I have so far, if it's something that they would use, and then making sure that it's hitting, like testing it afterwards in the end.
Gotcha. That's, there's two things I want to touch on there. First off, people may not know this, but trees have bones in them. That's true. And secondly, you mentioned communication, which is one of the biggest things that we use in game dev. Whether your team is two people, even one person, you need to communicate with yourself because you always have to solve the problems you wrote the week before, but also larger teams. One question we had from chat was, how has working from home with COVID impacted our flow? And for a lot of us, that's communication. But would anybody like to jump in and talk a little about how things have changed in the last few months?
I can.
Okay, thank you, Nick.
Yeah, day-to-day work honestly hasn't really changed that much. But yeah, as you mentioned, the one thing that's really changed a lot is just it's harder to keep in touch with people. Um, we don't see the people that we don't work with directly as often because, like, you used to run into people in the hallways of the office and you just don't anymore. Um, so we've been working on more like informal virtual hangouts outside of work that aren't specifically related to work. Megan set up this amazing games club, which is sort of like a book club for games. And that's been a lot of fun. So we just play a different game every month.
Awesome.
And there's been a couple other things organized that have been really good.
Gotcha.
I
Anybody else want to add to that?
Yeah, well, I'll first off say I stole that Games Club idea from John here, so thank you for that. That was a great time. But also, yeah, I kind of agree. It's not changed too much, except for it's harder to know when to stop working and when to take breaks when you're working from home. I've had a hard time like disconnecting because I also game after work, so when I stop working, I still have like Slack open, some tools that we use, but I'm playing a game, and then if I see a message on the Slack, it's like I can still answer this because I'm here. I'm like not working, but I'm kind of working. So it's been harder to disconnect.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
I've also
Yeah,
kind of gotten a coffee addiction because I can drink as much coffee as I want now. So got to turn that down a little bit. But yeah,
yeah. For me, it's kind of obvious. I have 3 kids, and it's been tough. They're three young kids, and 2 of them, I have twins that are 6, and they've not been able to go to school. And then I have this youngest one that I usually send to my mom's, but um, my husband's actually on another call, so it's been a lot of juggling back and forth. Taking care of the kids and also trying to get work done. So it's a lot of late night working when kids are asleep. But since most of my team is in Edmonton, like the team I'm working with now, it's not a huge difference, I think, for me communication wise, regarding like tasks and stuff. But like regarding just collaborative, like I want to say I want a second opinion about some like a solution I'm trying to code, like, and usually I might just turn to the tech artist next to me and be like, hey, what do you think about this, like that that level has been kind of more absent for sure, during COVID, because it's not as easy to just turn around and just ask for advice or suggestions and just collaborate in that way. But to but like meeting wise and working on like getting specific information that that I know I need for the game is different.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. One of the most common questions that we get when we do these times talks is, how do people get into the game industry? And that varies a lot because every role is a different thing, and time also matters. My answer for myself when I started, I don't know, 18 years ago, doesn't apply anymore because the world is very different. But why don't we start off with a little simpler one to that, and you can of course expand into it. Is, what did you wish you knew when you started that you know today? Like, what's the secret that you're kicking yourself for not knowing? If anybody wants to grab that one and start.
I can just say like a small thing. I think that games are way harder than what I thought they would be when I started out in the industry. So yeah, that was a big shock when I got my first AAA job, and it's like, wow, like this minor thing that really doesn't matter. Like I didn't think it would be hard to do. It's just like so many people have to focus on it, and that's kind of crazy. And with that, it's also insane how many like different types of jobs there are in the game industry that somebody could do. So like it's not just programming, art, design. There's like technical art, technical animation, technical design. There's like a lot of different fields just within game design, and it's kind of
Oh, for
crazy.
sure. Anybody else like to add to that?
Sure. Yeah, obviously, like, the usual things like persistence and hard work are really important, and that's rewarding in the long term. But there is also that luck factor. Um, you just kind of have to keep trying until you finally get what you're looking for. Balance is definitely critical. So, like, once you find your passion, it's easy for it to turn into kind of an unhealthy obsession. So it's good to force yourself to take breaks, keep your mental and physical health in check, and don't let your like hobbies and relationships slip due to work. And yeah, basically, just this kind of job is impossible to do without some kind of support network. So it's important to learn how to build relationships. Everyone you work with in your career knows things that you don't. Everyone has gone through their own experiences that you can't necessarily relate to. So if you're just open and humble and willing to listen and learn, then the people around you will propel you forward, and you can do the same thing for them. Um, like I feel like now I have pretty much my dream job, but I really can't take the credit for it because that goes to all the amazing people in my life who went out of their way to help me to get where I am today.
Yeah, that's a great point, Nick. I mean, that's one thing I try to tell people also is that this job is learning more than knowing. You are always learning something new. You're always developing a new piece of technology or new piece, new technique. And our players are evolving like we do. Like they expect different things year over year. They want to see something new and fresh that still feels old. So we have to, or relatable, not old. That's not exactly what I want to say. But we're always learning and trying new stuff. And for new people getting into this, it's okay not to know stuff. If you are filling out a test or doing an interview, tell us you don't know. That's the right answer when you don't know. It really, really is. And people are intimidated to say that, but it really is. Tell us you don't know, and we'll be much prouder with you than to try to fake it or something else. Eve, was there anything you'd like to add on that topic?
Uh, I think, yeah, like I agree with what everybody says. The industry is just always evolving. I think even when I started in the game industry in 2004, like the tech art role was like a very new role. I think it just came out as a position, um, maybe that year or so, something. So and I happened to I guess the way I kind of entered into this field was because like I didn't know the tech art role existed, but I grew up doing art. I knew that was something I was good at, and I also was excelled at math and science and all those other things. And I wanted to figure out a way that I can merge the two together. I didn't know how yet. I didn't know what jobs could do it, but I thought maybe like the visual effects industry was or something related to graphics industry and stuff would fit that mold. And so I was, after my senior year of college, I'd studied computer science, math, and art, but like all as separate kind of disciplines. Like my computer science degree was focused on graphics programming more, but it wasn't like a degree that was focused on games. You know what I mean? It was like everything was its individual um item. And so like when I stumbled across, when I was looking for jobs that would interest me and that I would want to do, like I remember seeing that tech art position, like, oh, this is kind of exactly like a perfect field for me because it the importance of both, knowing art and knowing programming and everything was like the perfect combination. So, and again, I didn't know that type of role existed, but or like there was such a name, but so it just shows again like how the industry has changed, seen positions that need to be filled and have developed them, for that purpose. And just even as a tech artist, that role has kind of changed. Like I mentioned earlier, I did all multiple things. Like tech artists were often like Renaissance men or women, they had to do everything, right? They had to
Yeah.
play all those roles. But now it's become definitely more a specialized role. And since I have the computer science background, that has been the more of my focus here at Bioware has been on programming related tasks. Um, but yeah, I
Cool.
agree with
Thank you
what
so
people are
much.
saying. Hmm.
I want to answer one question that came in is what's the difference between the two donation links? There is a mistake, and we had two donation sites. We're really sorry. Don't worry, the money will all go to the right place. We just flubbed it. Sorry. I do want to link back to something that you said earlier, Megan, that you said games were harder to make than we thought they were. And boy, howdy, are you right. Games are hard to make. Because games are hard to make, what keeps you coming in? Because there are easier jobs out there. Why are you sticking with it? Why do you want to keep making games despite how hard they are?
I have a really good answer for this question. I thought about it a lot actually, but to me, I think it's really cool because games are on that like they're on the forefront of that technology. Like we're making things that have never been made before. Like there's so much research going into games that are going to help change the world for the better. And I think that's a really cool field to be in for that reason, because there's just so many things like graphics wise that nobody else is doing. Like there's things we can do with simulations. There's so many things, different technologies that we make with games, and we improve computers, we improve monitors, we improve graphics cards. Like it's just crazy that video games are really at the forefront of human technology advancements, and that's why I keep staying in it, because I love to be in this like field that will ever change and ever become bigger and more amazing over time. So yeah, I
Yeah,
think it's
yeah,
good
for
for
sure.
that.
Nick, Eve, either one you like to expand on that?
Sure. Yeah, I want to stay in games because I'm like a naturally curious person. I love the feeling of solving problems that seemed impossible at first. I love not being able to anticipate like what my day is going to consist of when I wake up. I love being able to learn new things and hear new perspectives that make me look at the world in new ways. It's really cool because in games there's so many different people in different disciplines, and there's lots of people that you'll work with, especially at big companies, who have a completely different skill set from yours, and like their entire experience is completely different. Their day-to-day job is completely different. So talking to those people can be really valuable. And the industry itself is constantly changing, as we've already mentioned, which means we're never going to run out of things to learn. And so, yeah, that's why I want to keep working on games and tech, developing my skills as long as possible.
Great, amazing. Um, Eve, do you want to add? I have another question if you're.
Uh, yeah, I echo the same sentiment. Just this constant um, uh, growing in tech, and I've worked in like film also for a few years, and I think the different for me, like especially because my role is this mix of art and programming, that like I kind of my options are very limited to certain things. So but I think for games, like there's definitely more hats that I play, and that's what I enjoy, being always being challenged in different ways. When I was in film, it was much more specific, like very specific to each department. They had TDs very specific to, let's say, animation, lighting, sort of like. But like as a tech artist, we do like I guess there's specifics on being a tech animator versus a tech artist. But even then, I've done tech animation while at BioWare. Like so
Gotcha.
it's a much more free flowing back and forth, which I like that. I like that having that freedom to be able to kind of switch gears.
Gotcha. We have a great question from chat here about tree bones, so I'll toss it right back to you, Eve, once I finish the question. They're asking about when you develop something like that, and do you recognize it in other games? And I'll summarize this question as: how has making games impacted your ability to enjoy games? Does it change how you interact with the medium because you know how it works behind the scenes?
I think yes, for sure. I think like often when I see other games, it's more for like inspiration, So it's like, oh, I see that they're handling, let's say, for example, with like the tree bone situation. In some games, they've been bones is a heavy. They're performance heavy. They take up a lot, and so looking into other alternatives and seeing how other studios have handled it. Handled that issue of performance with, say, hundreds of trees, especially in Anthem, we had so many trees and they're all moving and swaying, or especially within like a middle of a storm, or like if a person is the player's like trudging through, grass, high grass, and bushes. Like how does that movement happen? So I look at other games for inspiration, for other ideas, and uh, yeah, for those things. And then going to conferences, and also like people switch jobs, so like we have worked with different tech artists that have been, say, at like Naughty Dog and stuff, and just talking with them like how their solutions were done on their games and stuff. So yeah, that's a helpful area.
Gotcha. Yeah, the industry does share quite a lot when we get to conferences and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Megan or Nick, any thoughts on how playing games has changed after making games?
Yeah, definitely. Like, that's kind of why I've started this games club as well, is because it's kind of nice to see what other games have done, and if they're not really related to what you're working on, but they still can be. And it's like kind of cool just to hyper focus on something. So like on Anthem, I worked on the quest system a lot, and so I still look out for like what did they do for their quest system in this game. So a lot of the games we play, I'm always looking and being like, okay, so they did it this way. Like everything here is client side. This is all on the server. Like, okay, this is good to know just in case I need to do something similar to this in the future. Like, I would love to just keep up and with any aspect of a game, just try and like break it in a way, break it
Mhm.
down, and see like where do they have issues and where can we like improve on what they do. So that's why Games Club has been good for me. Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing tree bone related, but yes, quest.
Well, not all of us have the joy of working on tree bones. Yeah, we look for inspiration everywhere. It's not just games, books, movies, sports, everything. We get inspiration. Has working on games impacted your playing of games at all, Nick?
I'm definitely more picky when I play games about certain things, but I'm also more like open and like willing to accept issues in games. So like the mystique, I guess, is lost a little bit, but I like understanding how they work. I like being able to guess like why certain bugs appear. When you see something really weird happen, I'd always just like wonder, like people are like, oh, that was weird, and I can't explain that. But when you start to work in games, you kind of understand like, oh, I think maybe it might have been this system, and like maybe this is how you would fix it. I like seeing all the really widely varied approaches to UX because it makes me consider my own biases about UX design. And multiplayer games in particular have been an amazing way to stay in touch during this pandemic. We play games like, multiple nights a week with friends. A lot of them don't even live in the city, so it's just a good way to keep in touch with people and almost feel like you're in the same room doing the same thing.
For
Um,
sure. Yeah.
yeah, but overall, like games are absolutely art, and I've played lots of games that made me feel emotional. So yeah, I don't think working in games has dulled how much I love them.
Mhm. Yeah, I do wanna also touch on this and say that playing games is not a requirement. We have a lot of people that I know, that work professionally in games who don't play games as a hobby. They just go home and they do something completely different, and that's okay. There are plenty of ways to get that inspiration that isn't just playing other games. So if you're out there thinking you want a game dev job, you don't have to be a massive game player. You can just like the technology, and that's fine too. We've got time for one more question that I love from the chat here. I had this on my paperwork, but if I can give it credit to chat, I will. You've been all in the industry for quite a few years now. What do you see the next 5 years? Like, what is that future thing that's exciting you about the industry coming next? Would you like to start, Megan?
Ooh, oh yeah, sure. I'm gonna kind of ramble because I need to figure this out too. But yeah, there's a lot coming in the future of games that I think we should really be looking forward to. Like in particular, I think VR is a new technology that is not really utilized, and it's starting to get bigger and bigger over the years. Like I don't have a VR headset yet, but there's some games out there now that like they look really great, and the like hand technology with VR that looks like it's going to be revolutionary in the future. So like things like that are going to look good to look out for because they will be the future of video games, I think. And yeah, I won't ramble
Yeah,
anymore.
amazing. In fact, EA just released a great VR game, Star Wars Squadron, if you haven't picked that up yet.
Ooh,
Sorry, no
yeah.
shilling, sorry. Nick or Eve, either one of you like to talk about the future that you see?
Sure. I'm mostly excited for AI and automation that's coming in.
Oh,
Yeah, the growth of AI has been crazy in the last few years. It just keeps accelerating, and we're seeing it seep into games more and more. There's like, with the neural nets, GPT-2, which just predicts text and can write text that sounds like it was written by a human. And then now we have GPT-3, which is coming out, and it's absolutely crazy. Like the fact that you can just type in plain English what you want an app to do, and the AI algorithm will just generate that app, and it'll just work. So I'm really excited for that to be publicly available. But we're just going to keep seeing more advancements like that in the future. It's going to be really cool.
so now I'm worried that my job's gonna be replaced by an AI, so thank you for that. I'll sleep less well tonight. Eve, any thoughts on the future?
Uh, I think it's pretty so like I went to the SIGGRAPH conference last year, and um, SIGGRAPH tends to be more focused on the visual effects and film industry. But it's interesting. A lot of the talks there were talking about using Unreal and just using real time graphics to help develop their visual effects. And I think it's pretty. I think the tech how it's kind of converging a bit is interesting, and definitely like seems like the next new thing that's going to be going on, like how to develop graphics. where they're both film and games are kind of doing the same. But
Gotcha. Thank you so much. As we wrap up here, our next thing is going to be the art stream kickoff. But why don't each of you give us a round, starting with, let's go with Nick and go reverse alphabetical. If people wanted to learn more about your career or to reach out to you on like a social media thing, how would they do that?
Best way to get in touch with me is probably Twitter. So my handle is in the bottom right corner there.
Somewhere. I don't
And
know how to point on the stream.
yeah, also I stream
Megan.
on Twitch. But
Yes, yes.
Do they show up in the bottom? Then I will. Yeah, right here. There's Megan. I'm Caldera Gaming, which is kind of funny because there's also this Caldera Interactive, which is an actual company. But my username is Caldera Gaming. If you want to check me out on Twitter or Twitch or anything like that. So
Great. Thank
yeah.
you so much. And Eve, anything you want to close out on?
no, I don't really have a Twitter handle or any of that. So I guess
That
I'm too
probably
old.
helps.
Yeah.
But people can feel free to. I'm on LinkedIn. I think I'm under like Eve Wong Colvin because a lot of my previous games are under just Eve Wong. So you can always reach out to me through there if they want to message me with questions and stuff for sure.
Great. Thank you all so much. And thank you all in the chat for providing great questions and helping us with this. We'll be doing another origin story meeting at the closing of this event. But next is the art stream kickoff, where we're going to show how you can get some sketches made by professional artists. And also, I believe there's a giveaway.
Hopefully everyone can hear us. I hope everyone enjoyed that last panel. My name is Mad B, and I'm the associate producer and just kind of helping out with this entire process. Today we're going to do a few giveaways right now at the start of this particular section. So just type in giveaway, I believe, in the chat. Let's list out a few of our top donations. We have an anonymous who donated $300.
Oh,
Which
wow.
Ooh, wow.
thank you. Let's see. We also have another $100 donation from John and Chris. They said, thanks for spending all your time sharing your experiences for this great cause and have a great stream. We have another anonymous $300 donation, which is amazing. So thank you so much for that. That's going to help us out so much. We also have some early donations that we had earlier on in an earlier week. Let's go down through some of those awesome people who donated to us. We have Harry Shamuganathan. Sorry for mingling your name, dude. He donated $106.05. Thank you so much.
Conversion rates.
$105, and Jeff Cho donated 100. So thank you so much for all your support. This is going to help us all out for Edmonton uh, food banks. Sorry, I'm very nervous.
You're doing great, Matt. Hey,
So now I'm going to introduce Andrew Lung, who's going to
yeah.
go do some really fantastic art, and we can go over his process.
Well, hey there, folks. I'm Andrew. I am one of the artists on call for today, and we are doing some amazing artworks for you. We are taking donations of $15, and we will draw out your D&D character. It is me and three other local Edmonton artists, Serena, Jennifer, and Vasca. And we're here all day. So if you want some awesome art, you got some D&D characters that you would like for yourself or your friends, hit us up in the chat.
So, Andrew, can you tell us a bit about your starting process for when you draw?
Yes. So this character right here is Eloise, a human female rogue. So her description is that she's kind of shy, but she's curious. So I'm trying to capture that in like her posing, in her facial expression. It's not quite there yet. There's some things that I need to like fiddle around with and kind of get the right feeling in. I'm not quite happy with the face right now, so I'll need to massage that out. But yeah, usually I start out with um, the face, and I'll tinker around with some poses. It's like for this one, I was working with like if this is the head, the neck, and then I want to make like maybe she's a little guarded, so she has her hands up and she has her arms crossed, because you can tell a lot about a character's demeanor or personality just based on how they present themselves through body language. So I'm trying to incorporate some of that into the sketch that we have. From there, it's working with like, well, now that I kind of have her pose down, like, what do I want her to be wearing? I would. There's a description of like she's wearing um, casual dresses, battle dresses. So I'm trying to incorporate some of that in. But yeah, it's just like kind of playing into popular tropes of what I would imagine a rogue might be. When I hear rogue, I feel like it's leather armor. So I'm trying to work towards that end.
Now, what program are you currently drawing in right now?
This is Clip Studio Paint. I bounce between this and Photoshop depending on what I'm working on. But I find that I enjoy line work in Clip Studio a lot better, whereas I'll use Photoshop for a lot more painterly endeavors.
Do you usually start with just one layer for your drawings, or do you usually just start with a background that's usually blank and then an empty layer on top?
So I'll usually start out with one layer, and that's like the sketch layer. That's where I can get all this like messy line work in. I can get all the major forms I want to kind of render out, and then what I'll do is I will actually like turn this down in opacity. I'll make a new layer, and then this is like my final like inks layer. This is where I can like refine all my details out without having to be distracted by all these like random lines that I may be like throwing out as I'm constructing the piece itself. But yeah, that's kind of my process. I know some artists, they can work exclusively in one layer, and that just seems like madness to me. But yep, currently I believe we have 10 requests on the docket for today. So definitely room for more if people are interested. I believe we have check-ins throughout the day where you can kind of see the progress that I and the other artists have made. And yeah, should be a fun time.
I have a question for you.
Yes, John.
Um, are you a wizard?
Am I a wizard?
Because I see people draw like this and it just blows my mind. So I'm just like, how do you even start to practice these skills?
It's like it's a lot of practice, and it takes years to build up these skills. Like you say that like this seems like magic and this is all wizardry, but this is like built up over years of practice, observations, studies, and it's a skill like any other. I believe that anyone can learn to draw. It just needs those foundations, right? You
Mhm.
observe the world around you. You start with shapes, you build that up. You can eventually just build out objects from your brain, and which is kind of magic, I suppose.
A
Like,
little bit.
yeah.
We have Karen Weeks in chat saying all artists are wizards. Of course, that is true. So are all writers too. By the way, chat, if you have questions, please feel free to put those out, and we'll try to grab as many as we can. Thank you for allowing me to interrupt, Mad.
Oh, absolutely. You're better at the speaking thing than I am.
Oh, please. Um, I have a question for you. I mean, it was a little bit asked in the discussion we had earlier. Is when I remember doing art back in university, it was like Corel Draw 3, and we're on like Corel Draw 14 now, and we didn't have fancy Wacom, Wacom.
Wake
No,
'em, whack 'em.
critique, critiques. We'll go with critiques. The big monitors that you can draw right onto. How has the technology changed around digital art?
Um, yeah, so it's like kind of amazing. The technology that we have nowadays, you have entire computers built into a screen that you can just carry around like a tablet on the go. And that's amazing to me, just having that digital drawing surface that you can just bring anywhere. This version is a bit more clunky. It takes up a lot of desk space, but it's quite nice. It simulates the feel of like actually drawing pen to paper. Um, I know that you can get more like Surface Board tablets. They're like pen tablets. They don't have the screen functionality on them, and it's a bit of a disconnect. Um, I feel when I was using them because you're drawing down here, but you're looking up at the screen
Right.
here. But yeah, technology's come a long way, and it's only gonna get better, right?
Mhm. How does the
Um,
process work when you're like working on one of our projects? Like a designer will come to you and say, with words, this is what it needs to look like. How do you translate words into art? How do you translate, feel and tone into a character or into a scene?
mm. And I think that's where a lot of like your background training and studies really kick in, because when you get handed a script, you can work with the writer to kind of like figure out like, okay, well, what needs to be in the scene, what goes where, kind of thing. But then it's uh, on the a lot on the artist to kind of figure out like, okay, well, what's the best way to like compose this shot? Where do the characters need to be? Um, when they come into the scene, when they leave the scene, how do we make interesting and meaningful decisions to like transition from one cut to the next? I think a lot of that is just learning and knowledge about like cinematography, composition, and yeah, just learn every day. That's my best advice.
For
Is
sure,
there any
for sure.
place is there any place online that you usually regularly go to for any sort of like art tips or whatnot? Like
Oh,
for
art
me, in
tip.
my case, I use Schoolism a lot. So that is part of the things where it's just like keeping up on your skill level for like life drawing and whatnot.
Right, right. For more formal learning, recently I purchased a bunch of Udemy courses because they regularly regularly have like giant sales, and you can basically find online courses for pretty much anything there, from like baking to figure drawing to, I don't know, tuning up your car. They probably have a course on there for it. As far as personal studies go, I find myself using Croquis Cafe a lot. They do a lot of figure drawing videos that are real good practice if you're an artist looking to polish up your anatomy work, which is, I feel, 90% of what I do is just anatomy. Like how do I draw a person? How do I draw them in an interesting pose? And I don't know, how do I make them look like a human and not some horrible abomination of hands and feet?
Well, sometimes you need horrible abominations.
I know I do.
Are there are there any, like, props or locations you like to draw the most? Like, is there something that you get really excited to when you get a chance to put it on paper?
I'm really excited about just drawing people. Like I know some people are excited about like backgrounds, or they're excited about like still lives. It's just people every day, all day for me.
Awesome. How in a process with a large team, how do you share people when you're trading? Like, does it something where you take a one person from start to finish, or are you passing it around a lot and get reviews? Like, what is the process when you're working with other people on the art side?
Hmm. So there are reviews, and I find those to be the most useful part of the process, because like I could be in here in my empty office just drawing away for 20 hours, but is that going to make a good like piece of work in the end? Maybe, but when you get into that really collaborative space with your peers and your leads, they can easily help you find out where things can improve, which areas aren't working, and just having several sets of eyes on the project itself really benefits and improves that work.
Oh, for sure. That's
Going
great. Yeah.
going back to the Udemy courses, is there any specific Udemy courses that you recommend?
Ooh, I can't think of the names off the top of my head, but I've mostly been looking at like figure drawing and storyboarding courses.
So I'm just watching the process now. I got distracted by the technique. When you're drawing a character in a sketch like this, do you already have the colors in mind, or do you see it at black and white first and add the colors later?
I think either process would work. I know that like I myself, I'm predominantly working in black and white. But I think that when you're designing with a specific character in mind, very it's good practice to be aware of the color palette that you'll be using in the end. And for this character, I could see myself using more reserved colors, like not bright tones, something more, I don't want to say dull, but more reserved in their color choice, just to like reinforce that personality of being a bit more introverted and withdrawn and not quite like so flamboyant like a
Right.
bard.
We got a question also. Are there any books that you recommend or really helped you practice your skills?
Ooh, uh, there's one book. It is called The Skillful Huntsman. It is a book about a concept art course with three different artists drawing out the same conceptual world. They go over a lot of good points about creating interesting character silhouettes. How do I build supporting environments and world structures to support the characters themselves? And yeah, I think that book has stuck with me the most throughout the years.
So it looks like we have another question. This one's from Alberta Mixed Games. Hey, Alberta Mixed Games, how's it going? Is concept art done throughout the development of the game, or is it primarily only during the beginning?
I would say throughout the development of the game, for sure. Um, I'm only loosely adjacent to the concept art side of things, but there's always projects on the go, whether it's for the game itself, um, for trailers, for marketing, for DLC. There's always stuff to draw and concept out. As long as there's ideas and content coming through the pipeline, there's always a need for art and artists.
How's the process, and how involved is the process? This is a question from you and Mad. When we're talking about, you know, promotional stuff and biz dev and things that, production stuff that you do, Matt, how does that connection with the art team work?
Communication is key.
Always.
It's always the top. That's the most important thing is talking to all the artists and the person who is producing the idea essentially.
Oh, we
Another
had
question.
oh, go for it. Yeah, that's the one.
Sure. What does an animation systems designer do in particular, or a day-to-day basis?
So I'm actually in charge of our cinema, or I wouldn't say in charge, but I work with the Cinematics pipeline. So it's my job to make sure that our cinematics, once they've been handled by an animator, make it through into engine and into the game seamlessly, flawlessly. Everything works great. Everything's where it should be. Um, yeah.
Can I ask some questions about fashion?
Yes, please.
How much have you done studying fashion? Because like that changes so much between just in our modern days, but also when you talk about drawing fantasy characters. How do you decide on what outfit and fashion someone wears?
Yeah, fashion's a it's a very involved process. Like I know that you can have characters ranging from like totally out there, like avant-garde, sharp angles, big spikes, big pauldrons, or to more reserved aesthetic choices, like maybe just like a nice leather suit ensemble, very reserved, like I want to say realistic, more realistic armor choices, not quite like MMORPG, like you know the one with like shoulders larger than your head. But I think, yeah, there's a lot of good resources out there to draw from, whether it's from like older medieval armor to like just European fashion shows. Like, I think anywhere that you can derive inspiration is a very good thing. And, as long as it like suits your character and it fits within the world, why not have fun with it?
Sure. Tangent question to that. When you design these characters and in the fashion, do you ever think, oh, this is really going to confuse those cosplayers or anything like that?
Yeah, like I think like when I try to draw out um an outfit or equipment, I'm trying to be aware of the fact like, okay, does this actually make sense? How do these pieces actually go together? How would a normal person like put this on? So, yeah, it's definitely something to be aware of, I feel.
Have you ever been really blown away by someone taking one of your characters from the paper into cosplay?
Um I'm too fresh to the team for anyone
Okay.
to do that, but
Well, once we get some of your stuff out there, please make a call. We'll get some people to cosplay the stuff for you.
that'd be awesome.
That'd be awesome. We had a question earlier about where did you start? How did you get into this and your path along the way?
Oh, so yeah, my background is in fine arts, and I've studied that for years. My start in the industry was actually as a QA tester at Bioware, um, doing contract work like that, and eventually, yeah, eventually I got a. Um, I moved out of that into the more art side of things because it was more related to my interests, my background. Um, yeah, I don't know what more I can say about that per se.
That's all right. Um, Another question from chat here, and I'm completely distracting you, so I'm distracting you from doing the actual art stuff some.
No, it's fine.
But I'll answer this question myself, and then I'll give you
Ooh,
a break there. The
sure.
question was, are there any things people in a more technical role can do to make the lives of people in artistic roles easier? Um, yes. I mean, the basic of it is that the people in technical roles, and I'm a technical director, is to make all of our team members have a more iterative process because that's where art and design and music and everything, iteration is really the key to making something good. You rarely get it right your first time. So you need to practice, practice, practice. And by improving our tools and our workflows, we can give people more chances to iterate and get a better product in the end. But what does that mean nuts and bolts down to the line there? It means we have to listen. We have to look at our artists, we have to talk to them, we look at our designers and go, like a doctor that you walk in and go, "What hurts?" And they point to their elbow. I'm like, "Okay, let's try to figure out why your elbow hurts." It's a back and forth process because as much as I said at the start, this looks like wizardry to me, some people think programming looks like wizardry to them. So it's a back and forth thing where we're trying to bridge that gap between what a programmer knows and what an artist or designer knows or any department and get that level of communication so we understand, this is what's going on here and this is why it's causing friction, which slows down the iteration process. So, if the answer is there anything? Yes. And that's the primary thing we do. In fact, someone earlier today said, all they care about is pipelines, pipelines, pipelines. And it's not wrong. It was a cut to the bone, but it was true. It was true. Um, and oh, here's a tough one. How did you learn how to draw hands?
So this is funny because I was actually talking about this last week, and
Nobody knows how to do that.
I'm actually like I'm getting to a place where I'm more comfortable drawing hands, but feet still like kind of freak me out, and they're like mysterious. But basically, you can just break it down into shapes, right? So like if your wrist is here and it's like a big long tube, and then you have like your hand out like this, and there's this weird like square where your palm is, and then your thumb kind of juts out to the side. There's a little nubbin for the actual thumb itself. Then you have like four long sausages that may or may not be fingers. Hopefully they're fingers. And that's kind of the hand. But then like what are feet even? Like you have a foot, and I guess it kind of looks like this, and there's little like pepperonis for the
You're
toes.
just making me
Is that
hungry.
Yeah, is this all food based?
like, yeah, that's the secret right there. Art is just you just picture foods. Like you want to draw a good face or a head, you draw like, okay, well, I'm gonna draw like a tomato first. And then for the body, I guess I can draw like a cucumber. And then yeah, it's just weird food shapes for art. That's the secret that big art doesn't want you to know about.
People are wondering in
Sure.
chat why our feet, and that's a good question.
Wait,
Yeah,
yeah,
Um,
why are feet?
I wonder that question every day.
Um, speaking of not feet, are there any of the non-humanoid, or should I say non-human stuff that BioWare does or that you've worked on that it's more fun or exciting to work on? Like maybe hooved creatures so you don't have to draw feet?
I have not done that personally, but I could see that. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's kind of nice like to draw um non-humanoid creatures just to get outside of your comfort zone, and maybe you can find new learnings and teachings that you might have not found otherwise because you're just drawing humanoids all day every day.
Mhm.
What is your favorite subject to draw?
People. So character
Nice.
design is pretty fun. Um yeah, portraitures, poses, um used to be big into comics. Uh yep.
Awesome. Thank you. We've got about, and correct me if I'm wrong here, stream overlords. We have about 5 minutes here on this segment. So I just want to wrap up with one more question we had from chat is, when you get stuck, whether it's artist block or inspiration dry, how do you refresh yourself?
Artist block. Yeah. Very common issue. I think part of it is that you just need to go and do something else. Um, could be just relaxing, could be reading books. I find doing some other creative medium really helps me kind of recharge those juices. Um, and that might be just doing miniature painting is what I kind of default to. Um, but I know some other people might do some sculpting. They might do some crafts, sewing, anything that kind of like just recharges your brain mentally. Um, I find also that seeing what other artists are doing really helps recharge my like inspiration well and gets me excited to draw. But yeah, it's totally fine just like stepping away from your art and just giving yourself some time to breathe.
Maybe get a sandwich. Maybe get inspired by the stuff in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as we're wrapping up here, what's the best way if people want to learn more about what you do or to reach out to you directly, or I guess more importantly, make a donation and get a great sketch? What's that process like?
Yep. So best way to reach out to us is via Twitter or Instagram to kind of see what me and the other artists are up to. Specifically, if you go to my Twitter page, I have a pin tweet on there with details on how you can donate and get a customized sketch of your character for yourself or for friends.
Perfect. Thank you. We are going to actually give a little bit more time, and then we're going to fill in with the draw, right? Matt, are we doing a
I
draw? Is that
believe
what I
so.
heard? Think so. All right, take it away, Matt.
Well, I can't take it away yet. I believe we will be, as long as I get that information soon.
Yeah. Is there a cutoff for the people who want to get an art in? That's not the right term. Get a sketch request. Are we cutting them off at a certain time so that you don't end up doing these for the next 2 months?
So I believe the cap that I set for myself would be for 30 requests, and
Ooh,
we are currently at, I believe, 11.
okay.
Oh,
Still a lot
nope,
of
we
room.
jumped up to 14.
Okay.
So we are halfway there.
All right. That's fantastic. Um, I'm going to spend a quick moment here and just call out a few awesome donations that some people have made, and specifically Kuryu, who has donated $250. The note they left was, "The food bank is a great resource and is greatly needed. Thank you for helping all those in need."
Wow, amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, our right now we have raised 1325 so far out of our 2500 uh, goal. So hopefully, we'll be able to go past that today.
If you get a win for a raffle, we'll reach out to you. Do you want to talk about the prizes at all, Matt?
Yeah, so we have two gift cards right now for this specific giveaway that everyone entered. One is $25 and the other is 50. And it looks like we have two winners. So we'll be reaching out to them shortly here.
But I've heard rumors, Matt, that the prizes will continue to go up throughout the day.
What? That's
What?
crazy.
Who would do such
Every
a
art stream, we people should definitely check in for every time we have our art stream, and we will be giving away more gift cards.
awesome? Yeah, so up next, we're doing an interview with Domini about what game development was like from a freelance perspective and under Kickstarter, which is something I've never done. So I'm super excited to chat with them in just a few minutes and find out what that is like. So if you've ever wondered about freelancing or Kickstarter, um, this is a great opportunity to sit down and chat with them. Um, we are still going to fill for another 5 minutes, so bear with me as I try to think of stuff to say and bring up. Here's a hard question that's impossible to answer. How do you know when you're done?
That is a good question, and it's something that can make or break a piece because it's so easy to just like fuss around with like details for hours and hours on end, and sometimes it doesn't make for a better piece. But I feel that you can tell when you're done when it comes together enough to make sense, and you can convey what you want to convey without going overboard. That doesn't seem very helpful at all, but
No, that
yeah,
makes sense. I mean, what I hear you saying is that when people seeing it see the same thing that you saw when you were drawing it.
yeah, I could say that. I could see that. But yeah, you know when it's done when it feels done, and when it's done when the deadline arrives.
There you go.
So
That was
Um,
always something I struggled with when I was working at Beamdog as an artist was, "Is this done?" I'm gonna say it's done.
are there any other mediums that you like working with, like acrylics or clay or anything like that?
um ooh, I really like working with oils. I find that there's a very ritzy quality to working with
Ooh.
nice oil paintings. But I don't have the right setup for it because those paints are super toxic. And yeah, you need like a very open, well ventilated area to be doing oil paints, I feel. But fun to work with.
Do you struggle at all with the time you need to wait for the oils to dry before you make any corrections? I've
Mm,
always struggled with the time for oil because oil tends to take forever to dry, so
yeah,
it's always a bit of a struggle.
it's been years since I've like done any large
Same here.
scale paintings with oil.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe that's why I prefer digital. It's just so easy to make like corrections. You can work in layers. There's the undo button. It's just so convenient. I don't I don't know if I could like go back to the physical realm of drawing unless it's just like pencil and paper in my
Yeah.
sketchbook, which is just relaxing.
That is
I
something I've always struggled with painting was like, where's Control Z? Where's
Yeah.
Control Z? No.
Awesome. So we got just a couple minutes left here before we move on to the Kickstarter and freelancer discussion with Domini, which is going to be awesome. But one last time, if you are out there watching and you have the capacity to donate, we would really appreciate it. But if you don't, that's fine. You know, everybody's got a different situation, and we totally respect where you're at. Just being here with us and keeping that viewer count up is amazing. We were unsure at the start if we were going to get more than 10 people, and we've got almost 150, which is just making my heart sing and making everybody else here also nervous at the same time. So we're both happy and nervous.
We're all
Um,
super nervous, is the big takeaway.
Very
um,
much so.
but yeah, we are so glad to have you with us. Get in those character sketch requests. I mean, we're halfway through what we're taking in. So if you want to get one done before they close it off, make sure you get a chance. Um, I've been told that for our next drawing, wait for the bot to tell you what to type and type it exactly. It's your skill challenging question. If you do not type the hashtag or type the word misspelled, you fail the skill challenging test and will not be entered for the draw. And that is a good point there. It is not required to donate to draw. Everybody in chat who enters that code word that the bot tells you will be entered to draw. We don't want to put a gate on who can participate in the stream, so we are not going to put a gate on who can win a prize. Um, and with that, I think if the camera wants to let me know or not, but I'm going to move over to the next channel and wait for the camera to join us.
Thank you everyone for joining us on this art part.
Domini.
Domini, thank you. Oh, we're alive, so I guess let's start with that. Oh, wait, we got a video.
Yeah, Rachel's gonna play a video first, and then we can talk in there.
All right, I'll be quiet. Oh, hey, that's us. Hello again. Um, cool trailer, really interesting stuff. I apologize, I hadn't seen it beforehand, but then it was a surprise for me, and I was super excited. Would you mind taking a minute to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Domini G. I'm a freelancer. I have been involved in various things. So I have done QV work, I have done ghostwriting, I have done some novel work, I have done short stories, articles, and I've even audiobook proofed some things.
Cool, cool. So right off the bat there, freelancing sounds incredibly scary to me. Why are you braver than me, and how are you awesome at freelancing?
Okay, so actually, it's kind of weird because I never thought I was going to go straight into freelancing.
what happened was I had graduated and I had problems finding a job because recession. So I was like, well, I need to earn a living somehow. And I was like, well, I can write, I can do all this other stuff. I might as well make a job out of it.
Cool. So, um, what like how do you get started in freelancing? There's not like a freelancing club you go to, or you don't get a freelancing badge to become a freelancer.
No, yeah. Basically for me, I went and searched out for jobs on sort of the bigger areas. So where I guess I established a name for myself was on Upwork.com, which is a job posting freelancing site where people will put up jobs and you can basically pitch, hey, I want to do this. This is why you should hire me. And you can pick up gigs that way. But I mean, basically freelancing means putting out your feelers everywhere. So I have like been on various discords, I've responded to various forums and Reddit subreddits, and it's basically you just got to keep searching.
Gotcha. Yeah. Um, was uh was is it tough to balance the time you spend looking for freelance work versus time spent on freelance work? Because that seems like two jobs to me.
It is, it honestly is, because if you're also looking for full time work, that's hard enough. But if you're looking for gigs, it's basically one of those things where it's like, okay, I have to spend Monday to Wednesday looking for jobs, and then I have to spend Thursday to Sunday actually working on the jobs I already have. And then sometimes that'll change with like, oh crap, the deadline is like in 15 minutes. I have to go and take care of that right now.
Wow. Yeah, that's always tight. Um, I've got a list of questions here, but if anybody in chat wants to ask a question, please say so. And I'm assuming one of the great stream runners will put into the question column we have here, and I'll be able to ask those too. Um, so of the projects you worked on, like, are there ones that stand out that were really fulfilling, or is it kind of just I mean, obviously you're not going to say a project was bad, but just in general, like how much excitement do you get when you get to pick a project or stuff like that?
Well, one project I still hold like a torch for. It was a cyberpunk game bible, which someone had said, "Hey, here are my game mechanics and stuff. I want you to flesh it out into a full world and with a cast and stuff." And he actually liked my work enough that I was like, "Hey, you know what? Let's just make this a novel."
Ooh,
And I worked on that for about 2 years with him. Um, and it's a story I still really, really appreciate, even if I don't know if it'll go anywhere someday. But I
well,
mean, I
yeah,
spent like 1,000 words a day basically on that.
that's impressive. Wow. I mean, that I don't I I typically do less than that in a day because it's all meetings, but 1,000 word a day seems like a lot to me. Um, does it is the work is the work something that you try to keep consistent? Like, what is your typical work hours during a week as a freelancer?
Well, when it was my main income, I basically count my hours of work usually between maybe to 4 to 6 hours a day, because that also includes again the gig hunting
Mhm.
as well as like responding to emails and correspondences. And then, because I have a day job right now, that turns into I do my day job of the day, and then I spend at least an hour or two at night working on freelance stuff.
Gotcha. Um, how does Kickstarter factor into this for you?
Well, for me, it turned into one of those things where it's like I wanted to make my own game. And unfortunately, when you're doing freelancing, it's hard to fund your own game when it's like I need to do other projects to fund my game, but then I have less time to actually work on my game. And I mean, I'd applied to different grants and funds, and there hadn't been much luck. So it turned to, well, Kickstarter seems like one of those things where if we don't get funded, we will keep working on this. If we do get funded, things just go a lot smoother just because it's a lot more secure to say, I have this amount of money, I can pay you, let's work steadily on this.
Right. What was the hardest part about setting up a Kickstarter?
Uh,
If there's
this
only one thing, I'm sure there's more than one thing that was hard, but
Yeah, there is a lot of things that go into a Kickstarter. Like, I'd say probably the hardest thing was just setting up for constant communication, because the thing with the Kickstarter is it is a marathon, and you're
mm,
constantly trying to, like, show your project off to other people. So even before the Kickstarter had begun, I had to compile a bunch of different sites and places where I was gonna send press releases to, or I was gonna post every day, and basically just keep that up from going on and on. And I had to keep doing that as the 30 days went on.
gotcha, gotcha. Is there anything you wish you knew before you started that you could tell yourself now?
Uh, I would say I have two things. For freelancing, I would say definitely know how to price yourself
Oh,
because that is, I am a strong advocate that you should ask for payment regardless of even if it's a little bit. But I do believe you need to understand how much you're worth and how much your time is going towards. And for freelancing, for freelancing for Kickstarter, what I would say is accept the fact that weird things will happen. Because in our last week, we had a whole storm of things we couldn't predict. Like at the time, I was like, well, you know what? I'm going to GDC with I Need Diverse Games. I can do some additional pitching there. Um, we've got this whole week planned. And you know what? If things fail, we can always do press A to start afterwards.
right.
And then COVID happened. GDC got canceled. My creative partner, she had jury duty for that last week of the Kickstarter.
Oof,
And press A to start, like many other things, got pushed back.
gotcha. Um, so let's dive in a little bit on. I think the hardest question in there is because I don't know the answer for myself because I just take salary jobs. How do you know how much you're worth? Like, do you? Is there a way you can compare? Is there a way you build that number up? Like, what is that process?
Like for me, my initial rates were pretty low because, for example, using Upwork.com, I think I charge between 17 to 22 USD, which sounds like a lot, especially when you convert to Canadian. But then you have to keep in mind the fact that Upwork takes like 20% when you're starting out,
Right,
and then you have to pay for other things, so that amount actually steadily goes away. And if it's a job where it's like, well, I'm actually spending 5 hours on this, but I'm only taking away 3 hours work of pay on this, it's not worth it.
right, right.
And yeah, it's been very helpful for me to look at what other people charge because there are other people like, oh yeah, I charge like $40 a day, and that's like low end. I'm like, fair.
Gotcha. Um, that again to me, this is all like new stuff and completely amazing that you can juggle all that because you're basically running a one person game studio more or less, right?
Other people involved. So I mean,
Sure.
like, I have my creative partner Erin. She does a lot of the art stuff and helps me run a lot of stuff behind the scenes. And then I've worked with subcontractors, particularly our composer and our background artist. But I mean, it is a lot to juggle, especially if it's like, well, I was going to write this level, but I also have to finish this application this month, and then
Right.
you basically have to choose where you're going to devote the time.
Great. Um, and I'm sure the camera correct me if I'm wrong, but I was told this was a mini interview, so we have just a couple minutes left. So why don't you give us some of those shout outs to anything you want to call out, any social medias or any other advice you give people interested in being a freelancer?
Um, yeah. So for social medias, I'm on Sleepy Does Games on Twitter, and you can also find Camera Anima, which we played the trailer for, but on Twitter as well as Kickstarter. Um, aside from that, bits of advice. Hmm. You know what? It would just be easier for me to say, like, actually, let me ask: does anyone in the chat have a question in particular first?
Yeah, the question in chat, and I've been told we've got a couple more minutes, is how does that formula work? Like the big question is, how do you know how much you're worth? Like it's not something that you have an experience point bar or anything that's filling up. Like how does someone know to ask for more? And how do you get over the fear that you could lose a job because you asked for too much?
I would say, like, for me, I tend to negotiate a lot. So I have a base rate. Generally, I give people like 22 USD. But I am also willing to negotiate with people depending on how much they have. Because, for example, if you're working with a fellow indie group, they're generally not going to have a lot of money, right? So
Yeah.
I definitely have taken jobs less, especially if it's going to be a steady gig and I like the person enough. And I mean, I think that's a fair trade off. Whereas if it was a client where I felt this job might be a little bit harder,
Mhm.
or I think it's going to take more time than I want to invest, then at that point I would charge a little more because for me, that's the trade off for me.
Right, right. So you kind of let your passions dictate a little bit and say like if it's something you want to do, you might have a lower rate than something you're like, I'll do it if it's, covered in gold kind of thing.
I can afford to be a little bit more picky just because I have a day job now.
Gotcha.
But I mean, when it was my main source of income, I did definitely have to be a bit looser at times with things like, "Hey, yeah, do you want to do ghostwriting?" I'm like, "Well, yep, I guess I'm going to do some ghostwriting because this seems to be paying well." But I mean, there are other people I know who have actually paid their rent via doing things like ghostwriting, romance novels and such. And that's
Gotcha.
something they never thought they would do, but I mean, that's where the money was. So I mean, I feel like as a freelancer in general, if you were lucky, you will find something you enjoy a lot. But other times it might just really just be a gig. And actually the kind of interesting thing, at least with the pandemic, is because remote jobs have always been high in demand. But with the pandemic, there's a lot more remote jobs. So in a weird
Right.
way, you're actually getting like a giant deluge of remote jobs that exist now that didn't before when I was doing freelancing as my main income. So I guess silver linings.
Yeah. Is it difficult to build up your portfolio if you do the work you do is considered like ghostwriting? Like, do you get full credits for that, or is there something that's hard to prove you've done the work in the past?
For me, that's one of those other trade-off things because I try to pick jobs in particular that I can point to and like use on a portfolio, which is one of those things where I'm not just working for the money. I'm also
Sure.
working for things I can use in the future. And for ghostwriting, unfortunately, because those are generally covered by NDA, you can't really show your examples. At that point, it's more like I did work for X amount of person, and I might have done like 5 novels, but you might not be able to specifically say it. You might just be able to say I wrote 5 romance novels, for example.
Have you written 5 romance novels?
No,
Oh.
but I know people who have, and they have again, like I said, paid their rent through that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I
Awesome.
Yeah, I wrote instruction books, but I can't say which one those are because NDAs.
Oh, that's fair, that's fair. I was thinking, there's a lot of things that need instruction manuals for sure. Okay, so now we actually have a couple 2 minutes left, so, could you give us a list of anything social media or any other feedback or recommendations, people who want to become a freelancer or do what you do?
Sorry, give me a sec. But I mentioned a few social media, but I feel like the best way that if you really want to get into the industry, into the idea of freelancing, is look out for the communities and follow certain hashtags. So like, on Twitter, there's game dev jobs. That is a very good place. Likewise, I am like on at least 3, 4 Discord servers that I specifically follow just because I keep track of jobs in the community and what people are talking about. And I mean, I think the best way to approach it is just start looking for jobs and see if there's any you like, and go in it with the expectation and the awareness that you are likely going to find like 30 not so great jobs that you'll have to skim through before you find one that you might enjoy. So it is a lot to hunt for, but like if you can find like one, you don't have to apply for all those 30, but if you just find something that you like, it can be worth it.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for your time today. I hope everybody got a chance to learn about what to me is a very scary freelancing Kickstarter life, but it seems like you're handling it like a champ, so I'm super impressed.
Thank you.
Our next topic will be dev as an indie studio, which is being hosted by Caldera Interactive, which I'm excited to see because this is all new stuff to me, and I get to sit back and watch for a little while. So I'm super excited. So, camera, take it away.
All right, you're on.
Cool. Hello.
Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello.
We are Caldera Interactive, and that was one of our prototype demo videos for the game that we're working on right now called Project Turing. And we're going to talk to you a little bit about our studio, our values, and the game that we've been working on. But first, we just want to say, this is just a great event. We're so thrilled to be here with Gamers for Groceries supporting Food Banks Canada, and just reiterating what's been said on the stream so far. If you have the capacity to donate, it's a great cause. Please do. And if you're not able to right now, of course, we completely understand. So with that, let's launch into what is Caldera Interactive and what is Project Turing. So first, we want to tell you a little bit about our studio. Our mission is to deliver charming, diverse, emotionally resonant, and memorable interactive experiences that will inspire our audience. And these are the 5 kind of core pillar values that we have formed our studio around. Oh, are the slides not showing? Technical difficulties. Oh, maybe on the stream. Well, while that comes up, you will see the slides in a moment. They're very beautiful, I assure you. Our studio, the 5 core values of our studio that we founded around, that we're going to talk a little bit more about during our session here, are accountability, teamwork, diversity and inclusion, social good, and sustainability. And just a quick introduction into our team and who we are.
Hey everybody, I'm Derek. I do business development.
Hello everyone, I'm Isael and I'm sound director.
I'm Jeff. I'm the game director for Project Turing.
Hello, I'm Mikhail and I'm the lead developer on the project.
Hi there, I'm Shelby. My camera cut out the moment this started, but I'm the narrative director for Caldera Interactive.
And Titus sends his regrets. He wasn't able to join us today, but he is doing all of the wonderful art that you saw in our game.
Awesome. So we would love to tell you a little bit about our game now. We're pretty excited about it. So Project Turing is currently our working title, and it is a 2D pixel art cyberpunk empathy adventure set during the rise of androids whose forms and artificial intelligence are functionally indistinguishable from humans. The player is a new employee at something called the Company, a corporation operating in accordance with current Android regulations to test, identify, and apprehend malfunctioning, expired, and rogue androids. But things are actually not as simple as they seem on the surface. Through their work at the Company and interactions with other characters, the player is going to uncover information about the world and its people. Who is human and who is an android? What are the Company's secrets? Who is Joanna and what happened to her? The player will seek to answer these questions and more by increasing their clearance level through exploration, hacking, and completing character arcs. The knowledge that the player gains will lead them to trust certain characters, make shaky alliances, and work in the shadows to achieve their goals, making difficult moral decisions to affect character affinities and the overall progression of the game. So this is something we've been working on. We've made a lot of progress recently over the last couple months here, and something we're particularly excited about in the narrative side of things is something called character affinities, and we'd love to talk a little bit more about what those are going to look like. So Jeff, if you want to go to the next slide here, we'll see a cool graph. Graphs are always super fun for explaining things. So here you can see the 4 character affinities that we're dealing with. They are hope, reality, and autonomy and control. And the characters that you can see in their own little quadrants there, the characters can actually slide along these affinity scales, changing their perception of the world and where they can actually end up at the conclusion of the game. So for an example, we've got 1014 here. She's an artificial intelligence in the game. She likes to be called Lola. You can learn that later on. But 1014 can end up in kind of 2 separate places depending on how you treat her. So if you look at the pink arrow there, if she slides upward toward the end of the game, she's more filled with hope, basically. And 1014 personally is going to be happier at the conclusion, versus if you make some different choices maybe and you push her more in that reality autonomy quadrant, 1014 personally is going to be a lot sadder at the conclusion. So it's really up to you as the player how you feel about each of these characters, where you kind of push them to end up. If you feel that maybe 1014's ending is better on the reality side, that's cool. It's really up to you and how you treat these characters for what the outcome is going to be. So we're pretty excited about this system and delving more into it. But for now, Jeff is actually going to take over to talk about the game vision and more of the overarching goals that we're going for regarding player experience. So take it away, Jeff.
Yeah, so Project Turing is actually still fairly early in its pre-production right now, and we're doing a lot of rapid prototyping and iteration around what we believe this game to be and what we want the player experience to be. And some of the core values for this game that we've settled on are no right or wrong choices, only reflected values. So this is what Shelby was just talking about, where we are looking not to necessarily make a positive moral judgment when players are making some of these difficult moral decisions around certain players and their development. But the consequences have to feel real and have to feel like they will be there for the player. We had a great question I saw in chat that I hope we'll get to talk about a little more. We're developing this idea of the empathy adventure. And what that means to us right now is that the narrative is driven by empathy, the plot is driven by mystery, and the gameplay is driven by information. And these are sort of the lenses that we've been looking at our game through and helping us to clarify the design and the intentionality behind it. We're also looking at the inclusion of real AI to give authentic voice to some of our Android and AI characters. For example, one of the things that we're investigating right now is using something like GPT-3 to generate dialogue and plot and stuff for some of our characters. And throughout this whole process, what we're really wanting to lead the player to do and to consider is to identify, transgress, and then destroy boundaries and binaries. So this was a very quick introduction to Project Turing and Caldera Interactive. Now we're going to launch into a bit of discussion around some of these things that we've brought up and what do they mean and how are we doing them. But we would love to keep in touch. That's our Twitter handle right there at Caldera Interact. You can email us hello@calderainteractive.com or check out our website.
Thanks, Jeff. So for the continuation of this panel, I'll be trying to moderate some of it. I also am part of the team, so that's why it might get a little confusing. I will attempt to be nearly as good as John, but please be patient with me. So let's launch into one of our first questions. What excites you about this team and specifically about this game? We'll just get started with Derek.
Hello, everybody. So what I do on this team is I do business development, which is very complicated, I guess. But the big thing is that I try to make and find ways to make Caldera a sustainable studio that can provide lifelong, sustainable, and high-quality careers for people. So I'm here generally to support the team. That's the biggest that's the biggest role that I have, and essentially. Driving for sustainability means that we look at careers as a top priority so that you can have a lifelong good career. Also that we take into account the planet. So what are we doing to make the planet better? And whether that's through social change or through environmental activism, that's part of it. And lastly, profit, because we are a business and we do need to stay afloat. And really what I'm here to do, what I really believe is important is to bring that empathy and compassion into our studio, because I really believe that we can have ethical business practices and that we can have a culture that really reflects who we are, and also build a community that really plays into our values as a studio. Shelby,
Cool.
you're up next.
All right, it's me. Okay, so I'm Shelby. At Caldera, I'm the narrative director, so I write the story, and I get to consider how to build this world to be diverse and inclusive, filled with things like empathy and love, and some really funny robots. Ideally, that's going to be a really fun part of it. So for me, I'm part of Caldera because the state of this industry can be challenging at times. I'm sure many of us have seen the stories in the news about some of the more sinister sides of the games industry. You know, I'm not going to pretend that there aren't problems here, but at the same time, there are a lot of wonderful things happening and wonderful people who are working to incite change. And that's why Caldera is so important to me. That's why I'm here, because I want to be a part of that change for the better and serve as an example of really treating people with kindness and respect and making games that do the same. And at the same time, I'm really lucky. Like, I love these guys that I get to work with. I love this team, and I know that there are going to be challenges ahead, but it's such a pleasure to be able to learn and grow with everybody here. So that's me. All right, who's next? I think it's Jeff. It's you.
It is I, Jeff. What I do on the team, like I said, is production, game direction, and development. And why I'm here and what excites me about Caldera and about Project Turing is that we have this opportunity to, as cheesy as it sounds, be the change that we want to see in the world. We're at a point right now where we're poised to become this diverse, ethical, sustainable studio. And when I look at what's out there, that's really what I want to see is more examples of diversity, of organizations that truly believe that diversity is a strength, and leverage that diversity to tell stories that are important, and to make games that are not just entertainment, but can be approached with a critical lens, that offers value to the player, in more ways than simple entertainment, I might say, and impart some things about the world or about how the world should be that hopefully we can get people to internalize in this interactive medium. And another thing that I'm very passionate about, that I love that we can talk about at Caldera, is just like labor practices and labor sustainability, and what it means to set up a company that values and puts labor first, instead of exploiting it, essentially. So that's what we're trying to build out. That's what we're working on, and I'm really excited to be here with these people, learning and growing.
And next is me. I'm Isaiah, and I am a sound director. I'm in charge of all the sound design and music composition and implementation on Project Turing. I'm fairly new to the industry, and so most of my experience comes from working as a sound designer, and most specifically at a local Foley stage. So I create sounds for film and TV and stuff like that. Um, and so what I like about this team and about Caldera Interactive is, it's really a safe space, for me and everyone really, to grow and learn. And for me specifically, as an audio person, as a game developer, of course, and it just motivates me to be part of a team, that's, we strive to work together, and everyone's ideas are being heard and taken into consideration. We can be who we are, and we're all here for the same reason: to build great games, to elevate each other in our fields and have fun, really.
And I'll go last. As I mentioned earlier, I am the programmer on the team. And what I really love about this team and working at Caldera is being able to be part of a team where my opinions and concerns are listened to, and where we're not afraid to have healthy conflict. We've had examples of talking about certain topics that at other companies I've worked at, we could just hush and just move on because it's a bad idea to talk about these certain topics. But as part of Caldera, we'll actually hash it out and try to dig into like their different opinions and how we can bring that into the game. And ultimately, I'm also here because I love learning. I believe that this is a team where I can learn and grow with them as a programmer, but also learning the insides and out of being part of an indie studio. Yeah, thanks everyone. I guess we'll jump into the next question. How did we all meet? Jeff, if you want to get us started.
Yeah, sure. This is kind of a weird question for me to answer sometimes, because at a certain point, I guess I kind of started pulling people together a little bit. So I did my undergrad my for the second time here at the University of Alberta, where I also took the certificate in computer game development. That's where I met most of these fine folks. Derek was actually my mentor when I joined the program, and he taught me a lot about getting started in game design and development. Gave me a lot of great advice. Shelby and I worked together on a team actually fairly early in my journey into game design and development. And basically, as soon as we worked together, I was like, "Oh my god, I have to hold on to her for as long as humanly possible because she's great." And anything that I want to do in the future in this space, I really want to work with Shelby and honestly with everybody here. I just kind of kept tabs on them as I progressed through the program. Met Isaiah in kind of Compute 250 and our capstone course as well, where I just kept hearing. I didn't get a chance to work with him directly, but everyone who did work with him kept telling me such great things. And I was like, oh, this guy like really knows what he's doing and is doing really innovative stuff. And that's something that I'm always interested in is people with initiative and innovation. Um, and then actually, Mike, you wanted to talk a little bit about how you joined the team as well.
Right. So I didn't know that didn't come through you because I didn't know you from the start, but I knew Derek. Derek being part of Caldera is what brought me in. So Derek and I know each other from doing a lot of community work in Edmonton in the last like 5 years. It's almost been 5 years, 6 years ago. For some of you that might remember GDX. And so Caldera was looking for a programmer. Derek knew that from our previous work, I aligned very well with the core values that Caldera holds. So it was a no-brainer, and that's how I'm here now. And
Yeah, so I would say about two years ago, I started contacting people that I thought would be really serious about building a game studio and really embodying and living these values that we wanted to project. And we incorporated in 2019, and we're barreling along our studio journey, and growing hopefully quite rapidly.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So we've talked about this a little bit, and it's obviously the title of our section. But we say that Caldera is an ethical indie game studio. What do we mean by that? Because it's obviously a lofty and a pretty thing to say, but what are we trying to say with that?
I think in terms of where we're at, our values really represent how we see ourselves as an ethical game studio, and we talk about our values a lot, and it's probably a little hokey, and a lot of game studios, they've got values, and they might not talk about them as much as we do, but we find that telling folks about our values and how we feel about them really helps to reinforce it for us. And so we did talk a little bit about our values at the start, but I think maybe we'll just go through each one of us and talk about a value and what it means to us. So, Mike, maybe we'll start with you.
Thanks, sir. So our first value is accountability. We're passionate about what we do. We wouldn't be doing it if we weren't. And so that comes with being accountable to each other, our company, and our audience to deliver work that we're proud of and aligns with what we believe in as a team. We're not here to like put out a product that we're not 100% behind, and so that's how we interpret accountability. Isaiah, if you want to tell us a bit about teamwork.
Yeah. So for us, teamwork, it's about building like a culture of empathy and healthy collaboration within our team through communication, respect, and I think above all trust within the team. And so at a certain level, we're all experts in our field, and but we really want everyone to take ownership of their work and and the product. And as a sound designer and composer myself, I really feel like I'm part of the team and that my ideas are heard and considered uh, for all the disciplines. And it is through this collaboration that we'll be successful with our products and as a studio, I think. And But I do think that, for the future, it'll be very important for us to come back to this value as the team grows and as our projects, they also grow and evolve. And it's important to keep reminding ourselves when priorities shift and challenges are encountered. I think that's why it's so important to build on these values now at this very early stage for us.
Awesome. Thank you, Isael. All right, looks like it's me. We were also just blessed with the appearance of Commander, if anyone is wondering. She's a German Shepherd, and her name is Commander. So if there are any Mass Effect fans out there, Commander Shepherd. Anyway, all right. That's that. Oh my goodness. That's that. So my value that I'll be talking about is diversity and inclusion. For me, this means that our team, our decision making, and our work reflects and really highlights our diversity and inclusion. So diversity is really important, and it's not just for our team, it's for like the greater industry. And we're really hoping that this isn't something that's just a fad with us. It's not just a fad. This isn't just like a quota that we're trying to meet. Um, Diversity and inclusivity are so important. And not just because a more diverse team makes better games. I think that's certainly a part of it, but it's also because it presents the opportunity to make others, including ourselves, feel accepted and loved in these spaces that we inhabit. And that is so important, right? It's so important. Diversity, it isn't just as simple as giving somebody a seat at the table. It's listening to them. It's enacting change constantly. It's a constant conversation. And because of that, right now at Caldera, we actually recognize the diversity on our team is something that we do need to work on. In the future, we aim to hire more women. That's a goal that we have not reached yet, but we know how important it is, and I have all the confidence that we get there. And I'm so excited to see where we go and what we get to learn as we continue on this journey. So that's diversity and inclusion. So Jeff, do you want to jump into social good here?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Social good is another one of our values, and all of our values, I think, have a lot of overlap with each other. And for me, social good is that we want to be really considerate and cognizant of the impact of our company, of our products, and our communities, and how we are treating these things. So, social good means looking both inward and outward, and always striving to uplift those around us, especially the less fortunate or the less privileged. We want to promote strong and ongoing relationships in our networks and in our communities, and by living our values of gratitude and empathy, which I believe is a transformative force. I think that if we can get out there and do this and show people that we're doing this, it will hopefully spread and inspire others. And model that behavior. So, in short, for me, social good means we want to be good citizens, both as individuals and as a company, and build communities of good citizens.
Yeah, and I'll do the last one at sustainability. And sustainability is a lot of the time people might think of it as environmental sustainability, and that is definitely a part of it. But for us, it means sustainability, as I mentioned before, for our careers and for keeping this team together. I think one of the things that we've noticed about our work, our ability to work together, is that it's something that we value really highly. It's such a privilege to work with this team. That's something we want to do for as long as we can. And in terms of our business, obviously, that's something that is going to sustain us. So we're always looking at ways in which we can sustain ourselves. One of the things that we find is a bit of a challenge for us right now is finding our place from the environmental sustainability perspective. And as a game company, most of what we do is digital, and we know that we have a carbon footprint, probably not as big as the other studios, but if we still have one, and we have responsibility to understand what that carbon footprint means. So sustainability is really about keeping us together for as long as we can.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. So we recently had the amazing opportunity to participate in a program called Elevate 2020. I was wondering, Jack, if you could tell us a little bit about what it is and how we got to finding this program, how we entered it.
Yeah, so Elevate is an accelerator program. It's an international one that was created from the, I guess the vestiges of funds left over from the GDC relief fund, which is meant to bring more people into GDC. But because GDC didn't happen, what the fine folks at Code Coven and Wings Interactive and a whole bunch of other amazing sponsors, but what they did was they decided, hey, we want to try to broaden this industry, and we want to try to find people who have the same values as us. And funnily enough, our values, the ones that we just went through, those are ones that Code Coven and Wings Interactive also share. And so we've been so privileged to become part of this community, part of Elevate, the accelerator, where we get to connect with mentors all across internationally. There's some funding, and it's just a great program where we've had an opportunity to meet with some amazing people. And we've also had like a really good time connecting with other communities connected with Elevate and around the periphery. So like Colludia is another one. And really, the people in this program, what they're focused on is helping us get to the next level. So we've been learning more about how to run a business, how do we design games for discoverability, how do we make our studio really live up to our values and produce products that are going to be able to resonate with hopefully you folks in the audience. So yeah, Elevate is awesome, and I want to give props to the ESIO, who gave us money to hire marketing talent, and through that marketing talent, that's how we actually found Elevate. Actually, yeah, Glass Eye Tiger, Madison from ESIO, thank you so much. We really appreciate your help.
Thanks, Eric. We'll now jump off into audience questions that we've been grabbing. Streams have been going on. The first question we have is, we described our game as an empathy adventure. What does that actually mean? That's not a tangible genre. So what does it actually mean to us when we describe our game like that? Jeff, Shelby, if either one of you could answer.
Oh man, that's a great question, Jeff. I don't know. What do you wanna do? We'll just both
Sure.
ramble and
Yeah, let's do it. I love rambling.
Okay, fantastic. I'll start, and then you can just
Excellent.
whatever. Great. Okay, so an empathy adventure for us, I think it encompasses two things. So it's the player's relationship to the game in one aspect. I think a goal of the game, emotionally, when someone is playing, is to incite empathy within them for the characters. You know, we say all the time for us that there will be characters that you love and there will be characters that you hate, ideally. But at the very least, you will understand them. You will understand why they're doing things, and you will feel empathy for them, hopefully. So that's the goal there. And then the second part of it is on the character side, actually, the empathy that the characters are perhaps learning, doing well, maybe doing horribly, within the game, and hopefully that is something that could, you know, serve as an example to players as well, to kind of see empathy being enacted within a game or not, the many ways that it can come about, right? And that we just hope that will be kind of an emotional arc within the game, for every character to experience in a myriad of ways. So those are the two ways that came to mind within how our game is an empathy adventure. Yeah. Okay. Go, Jeff. It is your turn if you would like.
I don't have much to add to that, honestly. That was pretty much perfect for how I'm considering the game and how I think the team as a whole has been considering the game. We call it an empathy adventure because we were trying to look through all these genres and try to fit, you know, what is our game really? Is it I mean, it's cyberpunk, is it cyberpunk noir, is it mystery? And it has all these elements, but the core of our game is really about empathy. And this coordinate system that Shelby's developed, talking about hope and reality, autonomy and control. You know, this is how we've chosen to represent our core cast of characters and sort of where the alignment of the main character is, because we really want them to feel. We really want the player to be able to empathize with them. We want them to consider not, oh, I can do, you know, X to character Y to achieve goal Z. That's treating characters or people as, you know, a means to an end or as an object. We really want to encourage the player and make it possible for the player to consider their actions, the outcomes, and like Shelby said, the interactions between the characters themselves. That they are kind of living these lives that we are affecting. And I think in games we need to have more consideration for this, for the consequences of the player's action in a real space, and how that affects people's, mood, disposition, beliefs, values, actions, and all of these things.
Thanks. That was a great answer. Maybe learn a couple more things. So we have time for a couple more questions. It looks like there's a bit of a contention with the name Caldera. Sounds like someone else is on it. How did you come up with the name Caldera Interactive? How did we get there? Jeff, you want to grab that one?
Sure. Caldera Interactive, I guess, was a name that's kind of personal to me, but has since grown a little more to encompass more. A caldera is a hollow or a depression that's formed after, for example, a volcanic eruption. Um, so you have this magma chamber. It builds up pressure, it explodes, and after all that magma is gone, the structure that remains kind of collapses and becomes this cauldron. And a lot of times these cauldrons, or these calderas, fill up with spring water, with rainwater, and become these beautiful, lush crater lakes. And so I took a lot of inspiration from this natural story of healing and redemption. That something that is so wild, uncontrollable, destructive, hot, can give way to something that is cool and nourishing and full of life. And I think this stands in so many ways. This is a story that we can tell in so many ways, and represents so many things for us. And I know for me personally, it represents a lot of my personal journey and growth. From being someone who was very hot and angry and destructive to someone who is now hopefully, calm and peaceful and nurturing. So this is something I try to live by personally, and we try to reinforce in the studio, all the time.
Awesome. That's an amazing answer, and I think we're pretty much at time, so that's always also a good way to end our segment. Thanks everyone for joining us. Don't forget to donate to the food banks, and thanks again, Gamers for Groceries, for having us on. Anyone else have anything else to add?
No, thank you so much, and what a wonderful event.
Yes, thank
Absolutely.
you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you want to connect with us, we'll have our socials up, but we are at Caldera Interact on Twitter. So yeah, come drop us a line. We'd love to continue this conversation.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks. Have a good day, everyone.
Bye.
Hello. Welcome back. Andrew's not talking, I am. This is John Renish again. Thank you so much to the Caldera team. It's such an amazing job with their presentation. Their project looks exciting, and I'm really inspired by their discussion about ethical game studios. And it's a great reminder that whether you're a single person freelancer or part of a $47 billion market cap studio, to pick one at random, that everybody can do their part to make game dev better and safer and stronger for everybody involved in it, both players and fans and creators. But without further ado, how's art?
Oh, art is just chugging along. You can't stop the machine. So this is about where I've gotten to since we last saw Eloise, but I believe we also have an update from our other artist, Veska, who is working on Finch. And I'll let Veska talk about their work here. Oh, they appear to be encountering technical difficulties. Um,
Well, from what
so
I can see, Finch is pretty impressive.
Finch is like,
Now, we
That's some
don't know yet.
fancy outfits.
We
It's
don't know yet, but is
good
that a
clothes.
bard? Is that
yeah,
a bard or a
yeah.
swashbuckler?
No,
Okay, you do
it's a
know.
bard. It's a bard. So
Nice.
kudos to Vasca for, capturing that bardy essence.
Because I saw this and said, that's got to be a bard. Maybe swashbuckler, but it was like 90% bard check there. No, this is probably a singing bard. Do you think this bard has an instrument?
Well, let's see here. So, in one word, you can describe Finch as flamboyant. He's
Oh,
charming, flirty, but awkward and over the top. He's blessed with good looks and acts like it in every scenario.
ooh, it's a little pompous. Yeah, I like it. Now, are they using the same software you were using?
Um, I'm not entirely sure. Vasca, what software do you normally draw in? They are using Photoshop.
Okay. Is there pros and cons?
Are you asking Vasca or?
I'm not hearing anybody but you. So right now,
Okay.
I'm asking you.
Pros and cons. I think it boils down to preference. Like some things Photoshop does better, some things other programs can do better, and it's just whatever program that you feel comfortable with and that you like using is what it boils down to.
Great. While we give another chance for technical difficulties to be resolved, I just want to let people know that we are. Do we have a check? Where are we at the commission line? How many did we got pulled in so far?
Oh, let's take a peek here. So last time I checked, we were at 16 of 30, and we are currently at 18 now. So two more came in.
Awesome. So if you want one of these amazing art pieces, sketch of a character, all it requires is a $15 Canadian donation. That's like $4 US. So it's a pretty good deal to get a hand drawn professional piece of artwork of your D&D character or character you can pretend as D&D and just describe them anyway. Like, we're not going to check. We're not asking you to send in a character sheet. We're asking you to just write a few lines and tell us what the character is. That's an incredibly great deal. No tote bags or anything, but it's still a great deal. Up next, we have a special writers panel featuring Patrick, John, Cheryl, Lucas, some of the biggest writing names at BioWare, and they are going to share a bunch of stuff about Blackwall, Sarah, and Iron Bull. I'm not sure who all those characters are because I haven't played the Dragon Age games yet, but I hear they're great. And we are going to dive in and learn about what goes into writing characters that people love. If you have questions for that writing panel, please put them in chat. We will get to them as best we can, but I believe it's a presentation for the first part, so we'll go for it. And then it is 3:05 camera. Do we want to switch over to the writers? Are they ready?
We have been joined by the camera.
Look, I'm Karen today. Okay, I don't know what we're gonna say. Karen, hello. Karen.
Oh, freezing up.
All right, y'all are on.
We are on.
Oh, we're on.
Okay. Hello. Welcome to this fantastic charity stream organized by people who are amazing. I suppose we should do some introductions. Okay, I'll start. I am Lucas Christensen. I am a senior writer at BioWare. I've been there since Dirt. So we're here to talk weird characters. Over to Karen.
Hi,
Oh,
I'm I've also been around. I'm not quite as old as Dirk. I'm freezing. Bad things are happening. Okay, sorry. Cheryl, why don't you go ahead and I'll see if I can figure myself out.
Hi, I'm Cheryl. I've been with BioWare for the past 15 years. I am a writer, as it says on the little thingy somewhere. So, yeah, mostly worked on Dragon Age.
yep. And we were asked what we could show that was maybe as shiny as the fantastic art that's being done, and we got nothing. So let's talk cool characters and maybe some process, and maybe figure out how we decide on the backgrounds of the people who end up following you around for the majority of your adventure and ticking you off and or making you squee and or making you
Oh, sorry. No, it's okay. Where's wrong?
well, the sound's coming out through good.
Well,
That's
see,
awesome.
this is what it's like being in the writer pit because there's
Yeah, there
really
you
a
go.
lot of like stuff happening, and
Working from home stays the same.
yeah.
All right, so yeah, we tagged this as Sarah and Blackwall because a thing that Cheryl and I have noticed for the last few games that we've worked on is that we have a hell of a lot of fun bouncing our characters off of each other. Um, and that kind of starts really early on. So we figured we'd go with that. Um, it's not just Sarah and Blackwell, but we kind of tagged those, but it's also Aveline and Isabella and Liam and Vetra and TBD that we can't talk about, I'm sure. But process, very early process. Do you want to hit very early process?
Yeah, so basically very early on we decide what kind of followers we want. Hi Karen.
Hi, am I working now?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. I'm on
Yes,
my
introduce
phone now
yourself.
because my computer just went nope. So, hooray.
Yeah, you should introduce yourself before
Hi,
we
I'm
yeah.
Karen. I have apparently a super old laptop that doesn't like streaming. I have worked at BioWare as an editor since 2006. I joke that my official job title is failing to help wrangle the writers since 2006. I am theoretically, now that my phone is working, helping to facilitate and pass your fabulous questions on to Luke and Cheryl. So yay, thank you
Oh,
everyone
awesome.
who's making this stream happen and everyone who's donating. You all are fabulous. So
Okay,
now
yeah,
what do
we
we
were
do?
talking about process. Yeah, so basically we
Process.
come up with the cast and then well, I mean, early on, well, after DAO, Dave Gator decided that we needed to talk about how the followers interacted with each other because, like, you would occasionally get a party that was Alistair, Wynn, and Liliana, and they would love each other a lot, like, constantly. And we wanted to get a little bit more conflict and more interesting dynamics in there. So
Yeah,
started
it's
doing this thing where we started coming together and talking about which characters would get along and which wouldn't get along, and if they did get along, that they start out getting along, and you know the relationship change over time, or whether it would stay fairly similar, and things like that. And that's one of the most fun things about like working with other writers is being able to decide whether your characters like or hate each other and why.
yeah, and not only is that more fun to write, it's more fun to play, obviously, because like characters wandering around going, "We agree so much," is just that sure that's great, but it's not as interesting. Um,
That kind of, if you're
and
interesting. Oh, if you when you're done, I have a question that relates to that.
sure. And also, it's we kind of just early on we decide the starting point, and sometimes where that goes kind of surprises us or evolves into something that's even more interesting. Like so, DA2, we go Aveline and Isabella. We decided pretty early on, yeah, they're not going to start by liking each other very much because of, well, for from Aveline's perspective, I was taking the tack that like, well, she's a soldier, she's very disciplined, but she's also um, a bit reserved, and everything that seems to come easy to Isabella is very, very hard for Aveline, and there's some projection there. And I know there's some coming back the other way. How did Isabella view Aveline?
Sorry, what did you say? I'm looking at the chat. My bad.
That's all right. I was talking about Aveline and Isabella, and how Aveline viewed Isabella, and how Isabella viewed Aveline. That was over to you.
How I viewed what? Sorry.
Well, how you viewed their
What does
relationship
Isabella think
went
of
along.
Aveline?
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, she thinks Aveline is a stick in the mud and no fun. Like originally, but then they kind of eventually
well,
they come to a they realize that you can be friends even though you're completely different, and having different perspectives is great.
And
right?
that was that was a really interesting thing that we kind of found for a lot of the characters was that they can find a respect kind of spot, and that can take them to weird and interesting friendships. In most cases, sometimes maybe not. We had like the broody party that you could build in DA2.
Oh yeah. The which is like the Anders, Fenris, and who else?
Well, you could throw Carver in there as a punching bag for both of them, but
Carver's
That
my
works.
favorite.
So a question from the stream is, would you be friends with the characters you have written? And I know that's a long question for both of you, so pick a couple.
Do you want to go first, Luke?
Sure. Yes, but maybe not initially, which is what a lot of players experience, I think. I try to find even if they start from some place that is sometimes rubs you the wrong way. I try to find characters that, depending on your perspective, can take you different ways. So maybe some of the characters in the past I might not have gotten along with, like pre-DAO characters and stuff, but I tried to find ways for them to be not just antagonistic, to like they need to be somebody's favorite. We often talk about how the kind of like, they're all right. That's the death knell for a character. When they're in the middle, they're just kind of like there. You need to kind of upend the bell curve and push people to either side. So I think I want Aveline at my back, and Sarah would be a hell of a lot of fun at a party.
I think Isabella would be. I think she would want to get me out, and I would be like, no, I want to stay home in my blanket fort. Please stop. And then I'd probably have to like hold her hair back when she's drunk and puking, which is the girl bonding like thing that you have to do in your 20s. So Blackwall, I don't know. It's kind of a trash, garbage liar.
Well, pre-liar, he might
I
be fun
really
to
like
hang
to
out
hang out
with.
with Vetra, and I would be intimidated by Liliana.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would just like, I would just be afraid.
She's too cool and deadly to hang around, and yeah. So Luke, why did y'all make Sarah so effing hilarious and lovable? Is the question.
I'm glad you think I did, because that could have gone another way. She's one of those polarizing characters. She was a character that had been knocking around in the back of my head for a long time. She needed to be. That was a character that I'm watching the kind of big plots that we're doing in our games, and we say that people are afraid of certain things. We say that the world is affecting people a certain way, and then we give you this party of, in one way or another, are elites, and every third person you meet is a mage, and the kind of exceptions of the or you're built of the exceptions of the world, so you kind of lose that perspective. And I wanted a character for the Inquisitor who is like, just, I don't know what's going on. Come on, a character that you could come down to as opposed to somebody you dragged up. And I felt like that was a perspective that was needed it was needed for me as I was playing through. I wanted that, yes, I'm going to do my best to save the world, but could we just for like 5 minutes, that kind of thing.
So Cheryl, someone wants to know, as a Southeast Asian, I'm assuming that's what Sea Asian means in Canada, how did you start working at BioWare?
Okay, so I am from Singapore, which is a tiny island with a lot of buildings in Southeast Asia. So basically, I was a fan of BioWare games since Baldur's Gate 1. And then after that, I started doing modding with the Neverwinter Nights engine just to learn, because you're in university and who wants to actually do your studies, right? You want to play video games and learn how to make them. So I kind of taught myself how to use the tool set, and then one day I just saw they had an opening for a writer. I was like, you know what? I'm making mods anyway. I'm just gonna make one and send it in, and that's how I got the call, I guess. I was very lucky, I have to say. I like being able to move to Canada for my dream job. So yeah, shout out to all the Singaporeans out there, if there are any of you.
Yay. Someone is curious about how writing video game characters compares with writing characters in other writing genres.
It's a tricky explanation, especially for what we do, which is the branching narrative and stuff like that. I kind of liken it to when you're writing, you don't really know what genre you're writing, because depending on who the player fills their party with, that's really a different kind of fantasy. Like if you choose all the broody guys and you're a band of hard-bitten soldiers, that's one type of fantasy. If you're taking on the bad guy with your romance interest at your side, oh, now it's romantic fantasy. We've got to build that in. Oh, they're a party of strangers. I don't have anybody with me. We used to have how do we build for Crazy Naked, the player who leaves everybody behind and just goes by themselves. So it's a lot of the first time writers coming in, they have a problem with that, not having as firm a grasp on the main motivation of the character, and to help the player, we need the player to really glom onto that motivation, and to help them, that's where the followers come in, because each of them is built to embody a flavor of the world, so that you can see right here, like uh, um, it's okay to say, oh, your decision is going to destroy that ship, if we go back to Mass Effect, but oh, you're going to watch Tali watch literally her home ship crash. You made her sad. Now I've punched you in. Now Patrick has punched you in the gut. Like there's that kind of. They are very, very vital to anchoring that experience. That was a rambling bunch of stuff.
That was good, though. Cheryl, do you have thoughts, or shall we move on?
You're muted. You're muted.
Cheryl, you're muted.
Oh, I was muted. That's great.
You were
Yeah.
just asking if you could swear. I saw what you said.
I know, it's a good thing I was muted.
I'm sorry. And this is what I say when I do it. So please, now that I've completely derailed you, start over.
Yeah, so anyway, I was just gonna ask Karen, maybe you should talk about how the protagonist is also a character, and how
Yeah.
editor is, great at like making sure
Yeah.
that.
Well, and this does feed into a question about how do you go about writing a quest which involves characters that are written by multiple people. And so, yeah, that's a thing that we all work at doing. And so, where each of the writers owns one of the non-player characters, the editors kind of end up owning the voice of the player character. Hopefully, if we do our jobs right, the Inquisitor won't sound like she was written by 8 different people, but in fact, she was. So some of the time, we do a lot of work before we start actual production, figuring out, tones and voices and what kind of player character we want to have. And so Commander Shepard, for instance, has more of a character backstory, is more of an has a little bit more of individual personality that they bring to the character, where someone like the Inquisitor is more of a blank slate. So we want it to be not super opinionated and things like that. But it's relatively common for, when Cheryl writes an Isabella seeing the Inquisitor maybe sounds accidentally a little bit more like Isabella and Iron Bull and Sarah. And so, a lot of what the editors do, since we see all of the dialogue, is to help, is to do voice passes on the protagonist and help to make them sound hopefully a little bit more cohesive and like one character. So maybe do you guys want to talk about voice passes? Because that sort of answers the characters written by multiple people question.
Yeah, I can start on the voice passes. So basically, like usually we split the content that we have to write into different bits. So there's usually missions, and then there's follower missions and followers and stuff. So usually each writer will own a mission or a follower, and then Sarah shows up in Blackwall's plot sometimes, or they have banter. So usually what we do is there's a giant banter file for Sarah and Blackwall. I will go in and fill out a bunch. I pass it on to Luke. He fills out a bunch, or we can't do this so much now, but it used to be that you just turn around and go, "Hey, Luke, I wrote a thing. What do you think?" And now it's more like Slack channels and stuff. But there's a lot of back and forth. That's why we kind of have the writers bit. We talk about that a lot. There is a lot of checking in with people and talking and just having lunch together and just sort of brainstorming, just kind of coming up with things together. And then usually after a while, especially after you've written the entire plot, you kind of get a really good sense of the character's voice, and then you can go into other missions and go, okay, well, Blackwall would not say it in this way. In this mission, he would be saying something else. And some characters have more distinctive voices than others, like Solus, for example, with his fate thing. And one of the other things is that we rely on the editors a lot. So, for example, on Inquisition, my editor for Liliana and Blackwall was Ben Jelena, who became sort of my second in command. So whenever if I was sick, or if I was on vacation, and voice passes were needed, it would go to Ben. Like Ben would know the voice of Blackwall and Liliana, and I would trust him with that. So we work really closely with our editors, and we love them. Anything else to add, Luke?
Yeah. As we build these characters and figure out the incredibly specific things they say or don't say, we'll often build a page that is how to write Sarah or how to write Blackwall, and it has kind of bullet points of what's a no-go for them. In like, some of it's completely arbitrary. I, for some reason, didn't like Sarah saying gonna. That word didn't work for me, for her. There's other stuff that does, because she's kind of this mutt of accents and origin and stuff. So that was a lot of back and forth with Ben again, because he happened to be the editor for Sarah. It's as you said, as you go along, the voice pass becomes less and less. You change less and less because everybody kind of gets it. It's Although there's some characters that like, yeah, I'm glad this one's yours. I can't get them, or whoever it is.
Like Sarah for me. I don't understand. Okay, we are coming down at 5 minutes, so I'm going to lob a couple more questions over if I can. Luke, this is probably more in your in your area. How did the experiences that you had in earlier Bioware games, Baldur's, KOTOR, Neverwinter, impact the decisions you make now in MEDA and Anthem? That's a very broad question, but
I try to keep the original thing from way back in my head. The Baldur's Gate started as how do we make the kitchen table? It's the tabletop role playing with your bunch of friends that kind of fit together but maybe don't, and how do we simulate that in a way that kind of reminds you these are your friends. They're not just tools for they're not just hit point sacks to absorb damage as you're walking around, although quite often that is very useful. Because again, they anchor the world. So I try to keep that in mind, and letting the player control the tone. Throw a Minsk in there. Throw a like I want to go and talk to Joker in the cockpit. I want to have Sarah on the team. Like there's a blow off valve there for players who want to control tone. They don't have to engage with that if they want. I don't know, super serious. Okay, you're super serious, but a lot of people need that kind of escape as well. And it's again, what genre are you playing? I'm not too sure, so I'm gonna cast a wide net and see where you land.
that makes sense. Thank you. Okay, to wrap it up, and this is something we all have some experience with recently. Professional animator here with technical question. When you write a scene, do you have ideas for performance, spatial acting, or staging in mind? Is this something you have any directorial influence over? Yay, working on a team with a whole bunch of other people.
I guess I can. Well, okay. So usually when I write a scene, I have an idea of how I want it to go, or at least what sort of emotions or what I want to get across. And of course, when I'm writing it, I don't really have a lot of cinematic experience. So when it goes to a storyboard artist or a cinematic designer, we discuss it. Like, maybe they have, ideas like, okay, well, we don't need this line here because we're just gonna show the emotion in the face. And I'm like, oh, good. Am I answering the question or am I just rambling now? But yeah, so it's definitely collaborative, back and forth. They tell me, well, we can't do this because of budgets or whatever reason, and I find a new way to write that. Usually, as a writer, you kind of have to keep in mind what exactly you're trying to get across in that particular scene, and then if you can explain that to whoever you're working with, usually you can come up with a great idea of how to show that without relying too much on, say, a lot of writing or a lot of speaking, and stuff like that. Anything else to add, Luke?
Yeah, I'll write to the boards a lot. Like I've rewritten scenes based on storyboards that we've got back. That went, oh, geez, I never thought of doing that. Yeah, totally. Let's go with that. I can cut 17. You have no idea how little I want to write for this scene. Let's cut that. It's fantastic. I've also gotten great buy-in when I'm starting a plot. I'll go if I know who the animator is going to be. I'll go to them and say, what do you want to make? What do you think is cool? Because I'll build to that as best I can. And that gets you buy-in. It gets you understanding of the character. It gets you uh, um, it gets you the interest that makes scenes pop and help make the character a whole thing, especially even when time and constraints and stuff are kind of throttling what you can and can't do. And it's super helpful because there's only so much I see the world in clips of 80s movies. Like, what if it was like this? And like, "Mm."
It's true. It's a superpower you have, Luke.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
yeah. Okay. We actually have half a minute. So, voice actors, do you have any input on voice actors? How does that process work?
Yeah, we do. I mean, sorry, do you want to go?
Oh,
Oh, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to I totally wrote. I had an idea for Sarah, and then the voice actor came in, and I went, "Holy crap! I am writing so to you," because
Yeah.
that just solidified everything down. Like Robin Addison was
Yeah.
phenomenal.
I just
Like
remember how
just
much more giggling there was after we heard her first
Oh yeah, the
sentence.
oh,
giggles
Her
just
are
laugh was
so
so
great
good.
Yeah. That I have put in every one of my character descriptions. Must be able to laugh naturally because I'm gonna shove a bad joke in there somewhere, and I need this character to be able to express happiness in a way that is, like it's so important to have that natural kind of flow, and that character specifically was like so reliant on the voice actor.
But yeah, like we usually have a script, like a script that we send out, and then description of what we want, and the auditions get back, and then you listen to them, and then you tell Caroline, our VO producer, like I like this one because of this particular quality that they have in their voice. Like the one for Blackwall, he had a sort of almost a rough edge to it, and I really like that part. So yeah, we do get to have input in that because it's very important.
It is. Cool. Well, that is our time. You are both awesome. Thank you. And now I'm going to see if I can pop over to the other video
Okay.
room.
Thank you for
Okay.
coming to the stream.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hi.
I didn't see you here.
Is today Twitch
Welcome.
stream day? I mean, Epler and I were just doing
We are
what we
just
usually do on weekends, which is just pump iron, romance dragons,
yeah,
really
you
keep it
know,
real with each other.
just got to
Yeah,
train the body's just another muscle, just like the mind. So
right. I know. Just keeping it swoleful.
mm-hmm.
So,
Go hello, Karen.
So hi, I'm Patrick Weeks, lead writer and dragon romancer.
I'm
for the Dragon
obviously
Age
needed
franchise.
here. Oh my God.
Karen
I'm
here
John.
acting as the drummer in the jazz
Yep.
quartet.
Oh my God. What are you guys doing?
Same
What
thing we
we
do every
always do.
Saturday,
Yeah.
Karen. Pump iron and talk about dragons.
I mean, I'll
Wow.
stop if you want, although I could totally do this all day and didn't
Yeah,
add
no, you're making me really sweating.
didn't
You're making
add
me
to
really
weight
tired, both of you.
just because
So
I had small amounts on and
you're
Ethel was
gonna
making me feel
intimidate
bad.
everyone,
Well,
I
let's
think.
just
So,
put these down.
yeah, I think
That's fine.
that's
We'll just keep
probably
them.
better.
I suppose we
So-
can catch back up on our weightlifting later.
So
Yeah.
Epler, who are you? You didn't get to say who you were.
I'm John Epler. I'm the narrative director for the Dragon Age franchise. But today I will be speaking to you as the cinematic designer who worked with Patrick to bring Iron Bull's romantic journey to life.
And for those of you just joining us, it is important to know that let's look at where we are right now on the donations. We're currently sitting at, oh my God, we hit 2,500. Okay, well,
Excellent.
there we go.
Perfect.
Yay!
That was the goal. If we hit 2,500, the good stories come out.
And Patrick does 40 push-ups on stream.
I in
Please
no
don't do
way
that.
recall agreeing to that. Not that I
Oh,
couldn't. Okay, wait, hang
of
on.
course.
Okay, 1,
Wait, so you're gonna
2,
Wow, those
3.
push-ups are so effective.
Wow. Okay. We're 4
Bye.
minutes in. Do you want to waste your
Yes.
half an hour on push-ups?
Let's
I'm just saying.
let's talk about Iron Bull. So we're going to go
Alright.
through some Iron Bull scenes and talk about what we like to call process, which in most cases, at least with on Iron Bull, was a somewhat chaotic. So, with no further ado,
But always entertaining.
always entertaining. Yes, let's start with Iron Bull after you've hunted and killed the first dragon. And please tell me this is working.
Inquisitor.
Yeah, we
Everyone
got
can
it.
see
Have
it.
a drink.
Okay, perfect.
To killing a high dragon like warriors of
So the great thing about this scene is how much happens off screen, because the greatest thing as a cinematic designer, the greatest tool you have is everything that you don't see. You can apply so much with audio, and most of the time Iron Bull is really not doing much
I
off
know,
screen.
right?
Well, yeah, because we didn't have we didn't have liquid physics. We didn't have that. What we had was you're doing the fake stuff, and Freddie Prinze Jr. being incredibly game.
What's especially exciting about this is if you, depending on what character or what race your Inquisitor is, your mug changes size. It is a dynamic mug. It gets bigger if you're Kunari and smaller if you're a dwarf.
It's a quantum mug. I like that someone.
I did not know that. That's very cool.
Yep.
That's definitely a pouring noise that totally indicates water was that liquid was going into that mug.
Oh yeah.
I like that someone made that someone made male shepherd as their inquisitor here.
Yes, the second cup's easier. Most of the nerves in your throat are dead after.
Yeah,
the
there's
first
also
one.
this was
Atashi.
despite being
The
a relatively
glorious
simple
ones.
scene, was one of the
That's our
most
word for it.
time-consuming scenes because if you were playing as anything other than a human, most of the time the dwarf player was under camera. The Canary player, all you saw was chest, and so every single line here has a local additive camera move on it, just because otherwise the camera
one of
wasn't going to
Teventa's gods made
sit.
it.
And also you
They
can
worship
see
dragons,
the
right?
cats of
Kill
legend
the
that
shit out of
my
them.
coworkers talk about
Dragons are the
all the
embodiment
time.
of
There's
raw
3 of them. She's
power.
about she's
But
about
it's
to
all
drink a bowl of
uncontrollable.
vinegar and water, and I don't think she'd like that. So
they need to be destroyed. Taming the wild.
and there's that pouring noise again.
Definitely,
Implying
absolutely
so many
pouring is
things.
happening right off
Yep.
camera.
Right off camera
I like
is
that.
again the best trick we have.
I like that I put in these don't drink options as though someone was going to pick those.
Yeah, those actually, if you click on them, the game just turns off because
I think the game just
why
looks at
don't
you
you like that?
disapprovingly. Why?
That's right.
Come on, dude.
To the Iron Bull and his ass-kicking
Aw.
Inquisitor.
Aw, that was a good lean. You did a good. I like how you got the lean working there. How did you fake?
Excellent.
Did you fake that lean? I'm assuming you had to because I don't think we had a lean.
I fake most, yeah. So that's the other trick about cinematics, at least on Dragon Age games, is it's all pieced together from various animations. Like there's sequences. I think the next one. Let's see what we're coming up on next.
Well, the next one
yes.
is that's how because you had like no mocap for this, and I recall you saying like, "Yep, I bet I can stitch this together using animations we already have."
At one point, Patrick and I were excuse me. At one point, Patrick and I were actually talking about whether or not we could cut this scene because again, we had no mocap for it. But well, we'll watch, and everything here is pieced together from about. I think in one case, it's literally 17 different animations running in parallel.
You wanted to see me?
Sound of weapon being drawn.
Yeah.
You got the punch.
The throw
He didn't have a
dagger.
throw dagger. It's okay. Yeah, he's got the throw. Cool.
The axe throw from I don't know where that axe came from, but you know. This one is literally.
How'd that happen?
That
'Cause
happened.
we don't have that.
Nope, that happened from a animation we got from. I'm gonna pause for a second. An animation we had in the library from DA2, I think. Legacies.
Okay.
Legacy. No, Mark of the
Yep.
Assassin. Plus a rolling animation on the guy, and then just in one case, literally just spinning him around on his origin, so it looked like he was rolling off the edge. So
Okay, that was
yeah.
incredible. I remember
Also,
that's so awesome.
Something that as mentioned before, bugs. We ship with bugs. You can see the axe that I completely forgot to hide, still sitting where it was, now floating in the air in the bottom right
It's just
corner.
lying there. It's fine.
Just lying there. Yeah, it's a hover axe. So
Yeah.
Guess I'm not even worth
well, it is a world of
professionals
magic, so it's a magic
Oh,
axe.
maybe that axe was made from a piece of a DA2 mage's staff. Those always hovered
Ooh,
about
there you
3
go.
feet off your back, didn't they?
entire Ben Hustler.
Exactly.
Besides, this wasn't.
And then there comes the part of the
Sending two
conversation
guys
where
with blades
it
against
becomes
me?
much easier
That's
because
not
there's
a
no
hit.
action. Action
That's a
sequences,
formality.
especially fights, are
Just making it clear that
infinitely
I'm
more
Talva
difficult to
Shaw.
make than literally anything else.
Talva fucking Shaw.
I'm glad
acted
you
like a
made this scene
Talva
happen.
for
I really
years.
like this scene. This was just.
Neither does this.
I kind of wanted the
That
player to
was
get the
just a
sense
rule.
of like
This is
knowing
my
that they made the
life
right
as
choice, but
one of
also feeling a little bit of melancholy because
I've killed
you know
hundreds of Talva Shaw
it's never
things,
all the way clean. You know, it's never like this was
bastards who
objectively the
turned
right
their
choice
back
with
on the
no
truth.
downsides.
And now I'm
And
one of
you know, I wanted to get people to see that Bull's making
You're
a
a
new
good
step in
man.
his life, but
Without the Kuhn
you know,
twirling
there's
the
still a
bar.
little bit.
Hey,
There's still a melancholy
You're a good
factor.
man. If the Ben Husroth don't see that, it's their loss.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. There's definitely.
I'll get this
I
cleaned
definitely
up
have a
and let Red
preferred
know
choice
what
there, but both choices are valid, and we want to make
Whatever
sure
I
we
miss,
support both of them.
Whatever I regret.
So in
Both
this
choices
case,
are
obviously,
valid.
if you
This is where I want
both choices are
Okay,
valid,
someone in the
one is
stream
more
just said,
valid.
I really like that there's not any right or wrong choices. So, yes.
We have again, we have choices that we prefer in terms of what we would do, like what our preferred, I say headcanon, our preferred approach to the situation is. But we always try to make sure both choices feel as valid as possible because, again, we wouldn't give you a choice and then when you make one choice, be like, oh wow, you made that choice. That's
Oh,
why would you fucking do that?
we just want to make sure it pays off in a valuable way. Before we go on to the next one, did anyone
The
have any
stream is
other
now really
questions?
upset because the name of that is spoiling it. So you want to ride the bull is spoiling the scene, and the chat is in a riot.
Yeah.
I don't see actually any questions. I think everyone's just enjoying the possibility of potentially riding the bull. From what I can see.
We're so articulate that no one has any questions about anything.
Right, you
Any
break our
questions
hearts.
about
It's
our
about to get too sexy in here.
questions about our weight routine? I'm going more to try to
no
build
one wants to
bulk.
know about
Epler's
that.
going for tone.
That's right. Yeah, got to keep
Someone
fit.
just said, "Ha! Wait a minute, bull can be a romance with a sticky out tongue face."
All right, well, then we will play this one.
Yeah, somebody's
All
asked
right.
for the 40 push-ups, so I recommend going on with the clip.
Patrick did 40 push-ups just off camera. Didn't you see?
Yeah, totally.
Some of
Okay.
you just so lacking in trust. I am just
Yeah.
disappointed.
If you can't
So
trust
about
me,
that riding the bull.
who can you trust? You didn't need to. You could have muted before you laughed there, Epler.
So, listen, I've caught the hints. I
I
get what
love
you're
that you
saying.
put him
Yeah,
on the
there's some
bed.
parallel
want
stuff
to
going
ride the
on, noting that Patrick and Iron Bull both do
Can't say I
everything off
blame you.
screen. So
Putting him on the bed was a great touch. I don't think that I didn't write that. You put that in. I was like, that's just the amazing little
Well, he's
confident
got to
touch.
wait. He's just got to wait. He's waiting for you. And where's else is he going to
Yeah.
sit? That's a bed.
Bed's where stuff's gonna happen.
So one funny thing about the bed is no prop in the entirety of DAI caused us more problems than that bed because you could customize it, but every scene that took place on the bed was shot so close and so intimate that at one point we had a bed with really rough. The covers were rumpled, except the covers were then caused it to clip through anyone you had romancing on there. So you'd lean down to kiss someone, and then your face would go into the bed. So. We worked with Level R to clean that up and get it to the point where it wasn't doing that. But yeah, that's one of the things about cinematics is little things that you don't think should have any impact end up causing way more problems than you realize.
See, you say that, but you really don't know
okay,
what that
someone wants to know
Okay.
if there was any cinematic stuff you did that you had to cut.
So why don't you show me?
Yes.
Okay, wait. Okay, so yeah.
Not on
So
this
can you
though.
pause it here-ish. Good. Okay, so
There we go.
yeah, first off, the Iron Bull romance, and I can't remember how much of this we have shared. This is not at the embarrassing information level, but the Iron Bull romance was the Iron Bull came in. We saw the art. We heard Freddie Prinze Jr.'s voice, and I went and asked Dave Gator. I said, "Hey, I know he's not slotted as a romance, but I've been talking, and there are at least 3 female employees who really want to climb that, including my wife and also Mike Laidlaw's wife. So is there a way we can make that happen?" And Dave said, "Yeah, sure. I think a little
Whose
fling
name
would
is
be fine."
Melanie Fleming. Mel and I reunited in joy.
Yes, Melanie Fleming, a producer who worked here and then went on to work for Dauntless, at Dauntless, on Dauntless. And so I went to Epler. We talked about a little bit, and we were like, okay, we don't have a lot of budget here. And if I'm remembering right, the first thing we got was, okay, we could do this scene, but it could only be for human and Canary because elf and dwarf, the heights were wrong. That's what I'm remembering.
For a long time, excuse me. For a long time, Bull was only romanceable by human and Canary. So just because anytime you have touch points, anytime you have characters interacting, especially with the elf skeleton is different than the human skeleton, which means that if you have them put their hands together, it would actually go like this because of how it was built. So we had to build separate animations, separate contact points for dwarf and elf. But Patrick can finish the story.
Well, yeah. So what I'm remembering is that we said, okay, it's just going to be human and Canary, and I even wrote dialogue. And Freddie Prinze Jr. is a consummate professional. One of the few lines that he hated recording was a line where if you had flirted with the bull as an elf or a dwarf, in his hub there was a line that said, "Hey, I heard you wanted to romance me, but it's never going to happen." And you would go, "Well, why not?" And he would go, "Because I'd break you." And it was great because I heard him in the booth going, oh man, now I feel like an asshole. Come on, let's. I think there was a line there like, oh come on, little buddy, you'll find your someone.
I think it
And then
actually literally was little buddy.
little buddy, you'll find yes. And then Epler comes in after working on a weekend, looking like his soul has left his body, and comes to me and goes, "Hey, so tell me how bad this looks to you," and fires it up. And he has, I don't know, Epler, what did you actually put Dwarf and Elf Inquisitor on an invisible box?
They just get slid up off camera by about 1 to 2 feet. I think we brought in an actual box later, and the sound of the box if you're a dwarf or a elf, because
The chat has suggested that when dwarves get aroused, they just hover a couple feet off the ground. So
Yeah, I mean, probably
could be
because of
that.
lyrium. Yeah.
Yep, sure. That's totally. You know what? It's lore now. Done.
Yeah, no canon. We'll ship that.
I am the lore decider.
Yes. Narrative director John Epler, master of the hovering dwarves.
That's
the
right.
the other interesting thing about this was one of the scenes
chat
we
is pleased.
storyboarded. And when we storyboarded this, there was initially some concern from the Dragon Age team that we were going a little bit further into risque territory than we normally do. And I recall the meeting. It was me, it was Epler, it was a number of senior people going, okay, why don't you describe exactly what you intend to happen in this scene? What is Bull doing to the Inquisitor? Because we want to make sure that they're not degrading the Inquisitor, nothing that's really hurtful is
We wanted to
happening.
make sure that we were very conscious of consent and the idea
Yes,
of consent
which
in the
is
scene.
which is why you have to say yes twice before Bull even touches you in this scene. And then when he does this, I think initially we had initially storyboarded it more as he rushes you to the wall, and like as was part of agreeing to make sure it was very, very clearly consensual. We had him slow it down. My favorite memory is Epler and I having to block this out in a meeting room, and Epler, who is about 15 inches taller than I am, was the Inquisitor for some reason. And I had to be the Iron Bull, lifting his arms up over his head to go, yeah, see, like this.
In
And
retrospect, we probably should have switched.
yeah, I think more planning probably would have been helpful on that. But yes, actually, sorry, it wasn't both arms. It's specifically one arm because Bull's other hand goes off camera down here. Who knows what it's doing? Something incredibly respectful and tasteful. And that was what eventually got approved with. Have we passed our 2,500, right?
I think so. Yes.
Okay, yeah, that got approved with.
So now you're gonna drop the line.
Got approved with the removal of one line, because originally, if you play this scene, if we go on pause it.
Last chance.
Last chance.
Oh yeah. A little slower and a lot harder.
And he smiles right here, and then it fades to black. So pause. Originally, the line that fired in there, which we took out as a compromise, was Bull saying, not in a degrading way, but in an okay, let's see how you do way, was on your knees. And that was determined by the team to be, even though a lot of people were super into that moment, that was determined that people went, okay.
Well, you just killed the chat. The chat there are so many vowels happening right now. It's hard to even.
If it makes your canon better, assume that right after we faded to black, the Iron Bull said that, and as well as a lot of other incredibly respectful, consensual things. That
don't worry, it's in the fanfics.
That did not ship with the game. And
canon.
And then this is my favorite part, just because Karen and I are old and we have children, and we were thinking, what's the sexiest thing he could do? And Epler, if you want to pause it. And we got to the sexiest thing the Iron Bull could do.
Is the Inquisitor inside? I have some information that may be...
No. Let him rest.
It's like, yes. Yes, letting the Inquisitor sleep. That's actually the sexiest possible thing that could ever happen. So chat, how we doing? We having a good time?
So I will say with some degree of seriousness, part of why a thing that we are so collectively excited about doing with this romance is because, as you said, some of us are along in years, and it's fun to have romances that are a little bit that aren't just the first love sweet bloom and just getting to know each other and a little bit more, oh my God, the best thing you can do for me is keep everyone away from me for an hour so I can take a nap, and that was really fun about doing this kind of romance because it's, a little bit more mature and we old people had fun with it. You're not old, Chaplin.
No, I'm not, but I also had
No,
fun with it.
you just made it all happen. You actually strung it together from all of the animations in the world. And then
So we're gonna go to my favorite. This one I have a lot of things to talk about.
yes, I love this scene just
This
because
is
just because I was like, okay, everyone. So Patrick, is this supposed to be a dangerous scene? I was like, guys, French sex farce. That's what I'm
yeah.
going with.
So one reason why Iron Bull has a sex tower is because the way we shot all the mocap for this scene with an assumption as to where the door to the players' room would be,
Sorry
and
to disturb your
then
rest,
we didn't get
visitor,
that.
but our oh, sweet Samantha. Colin,
And
how's
the
it going?
clipboard. Put the clipboard in the perfect place.
Yeah, this was,
It
as
was
Patrick
great.
said,
is
this one we had a lot of people just
How
not quite get what we were going for.
I'm so
how
People are
how
like,
difficult was making the clipboard work? I'm curious, as someone who knows
Uh,
little to nothing.
Oh,
it took a while. It took a while to get the clipboard working, and especially took a long time to make
see
sure the
this.
clipboard was properly covering everything it needed to cover.
He's the one who's been
Actually, he's the one who's. I was just like, how many French sex comedy lines can I get in here? I was just like, yes, this is happening. And this is the toned down version. Wasn't Cole in this originally? Cole poofed in a rough draft.
I
We're
think
like, no,
at one point
no,
Cole showed
three,
up. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, no, 3 is funny, 4 is too many. That was where we're like, no, let's be more restrained here.
and Bull and I intend to continue. Is
Cole,
that a problem?
Cole, we also have the three appropriate character types here. Cassandra, who's like, yeah, whatever. Cullen, who's entertained by it, and Josephine, who's scandalized by it.
Josephine scandalized, but cannot stop looking.
Yeah. Everyone's trying to sneak peek.
Yep. Okay, wait. Where was Creepy Guy? Did we take Creepy Guy out before ship?
No. He's there.
What, no matter how far.
Oh
There
God, there he is.
So I specifically this painting got moved, and I specifically asked that it came back because I loved it so much. Our level artists were great. They let me keep the painting, but yeah, that painting, that is deliberately on camera every chance I get because I love it so much.
The
I'm
chat is
also here in
appreciative
this
of
game.
creepy painting guy.
We're always together.
Yeah.
He's not
Oh
mad.
my
He's
God,
just,
it was intentional.
often
Someone
people
said.
say
Oh
yes,
yes,
it was
very
intentional.
intentional. Yes.
Kadan? Kadan.
Yes.
My heart.
And then we end it sweet because we go. I mean, because I don't know. That's what
Yeah.
I like to deliver as an emotional experience is like with in the first romance scene we're going to go, oh, it's a little bit dangerous, oh, it's a little bit slightly more scary and edgy, and then it cuts to no, let him sleep. And this one we start with French sex comedy because we start with sex comedy farce and then end on something that's a nice little emotional moment because that's what I like going for a mood. And Epler is one of the, well, he's a great narrative director. I miss him as a cinematic person as well because he was always great at going, oh, this is the mood we're going for. Hell yeah, we're going to hit that mood. And then, but still ending on nice, sweet feelings, or it's like, oh, okay, great. I still come away from that feeling positive.
I'm a sap, is what it comes down to, and
Yes, we're people who can do fun, cool riffing on this kind of movie, but still end with a little bit of a Hallmark card that makes you cry moment.
exactly. We're at 3:54. I think we're
Do
almost
we
at
want
it.
questions? Because we could have time for the other one, but I also want to take questions if there are people.
Yeah, we can do questions. You can watch my
Karen.
cat back there. There we go.
Nope, you're muted, Karen. Just like Cheryl.
Sorry. Okay. Well, now I can't say what Cheryl said because I'm unmuted. Also, Patrick, Cole speaks in such intricate prose. How is it writing that? Because even now, I can't write him in fanfic form because he's so beautifully written. Because I get to lead off with this question, I'm going to say Patrick was as weird a human when they were writing Cole as they have ever been writing anything. They were in the strangest place for like 2 months. So I just
Well,
have to share that.
you'd be pretty strange too if you had the same 10 Sarah McLachlan songs on loop for the entire period of time that you were writing Cole. But yeah, I don't know. That is very specific to me. There are method actors. I describe myself. Okay, it sounds really arrogant to describe myself as a method writer, but I just sort of have to get into that mindset when I'm writing Bull. I kind of have to bro up just a little bit when I'm writing Solus. I'm trying to think in a little bit more of a tragic 10th Doctor kind of way, and Cole is just opening up some parts of my mind that aren't always open all the way and aren't necessarily comfortable for me. But I mean, that's kind of what you have to do. I remember, John, you worked a little bit on Cole's cine stuff, right?
Not really. I did a couple.
Okay.
I cleaned up a couple scenes, but I
You
think it was
cleaned up a couple,
mostly
yeah.
Vanessa.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That's right, Vanessa Alvarado. But yeah, I mean, the key with Cole is just going with sensitivity. And yes, and alliteration, and do not use metaphors. Or at least, sorry, Cole never uses metaphors on purpose. He uses them all the time by accident. But I remember there was one when someone else wrote, and then Cole says this. It's no, it's like a catapult, but this. And I'm like, no, Cole would never say like anything. Cole either thinks it's literally a catapult because that is how he sees the world, or he doesn't.
Someone wants to know how to pronounce Felasan, so I'm just going to say Felasan.
I say
Why did
Felasan.
what?
I said sorry, Felasan. Yeah.
That's what I said, isn't it?
Yeah.
Felasan.
I was agreeing
Okay.
with you.
Oh, okay. What? Oops. Oh God, everyone's asking so many questions. I'm losing track. Why was what? Whoa, I thought this was interesting. Why is Iron Bull so much more gregarious and outgoing than Arashok and Stun? Like, was that a
Oh, that's a good
purposeful
question.
choice to make him so different from the other Canary we've seen?
What do you think, John? You were on DA2.
Yeah, I mean, I've been on every Dragon Age. I think part of it is just giving Iron Bull is a different look into the Canary culture because one of the things we try and sometimes succeed, sometimes fail to avoid is the concept of the monoculture. Not every Canary is, this incredibly reserved, very serious, very grim. There's it I think largely because that tends to say things about, this about cultures you don't understand that we don't really want to. And the reality is that Iron Bull is just another example of somebody who's been part of this group, who's been a part of this culture, but he still loves life. He has a zest for life. And even if you do convince him to, rejoin the Coon, really become part of that culture again, he's still himself. He still is Iron Bull, and Iron Bull is always going to have that much more gregarious nature. Plus, we had Freddie Prinze Jr., and I feel like Freddie Prinze Jr., you have him voice acting for you. You're going to take advantage of the fact that he does gregarious quite well.
God, yes, he just nails it. And yeah, I think kind of like what John said from an outside the game standpoint, we had done two games that had, the first game had Sten, the second game had, the Arashok in a major role. If we had just done a third that was like, yes, I am a spy, but I will not spy on you. It would have like, okay, what is that telling you about the Coon that you didn't know before? This was a chance to show another side of it and to kind of open it up a little bit, and also to challenge what people think about the Coon because we wanted to grow. Yeah, hit it.
Interrupt you because we have literally 1 minute left.
Okay.
And there are a couple of questions that have been along the lines of decisions like Bull and the Chargers, the big decisions. They have sad conclusions. When in the writing process do you make decisions about those high impact or make decisions about decisions?
Epler and I decided that Bull should turn on you during the events of Trespasser. That was the last video we were considering showing if we had time. We don't. But we didn't really have that plan until Trespasser came up and made it inevitable. When we got to the point of going like, oh, no, if the Ben Hassworth are turning on you, Bull sort of has to do this. And I think Trespasser was stronger for having it happen. If we had shipped Trespasser and you had just been fighting elf spirits or something else the whole time, I don't think having that payoff for the people who made that choice would have been, I think the lack of that payoff would have made things a little bit weaker. What do you think?
More generally, we try to, like, when we're coming up with choices, we try to ideally have them ready as soon as possible, because the thing is, if you try to force them in after the fact, they're never going to feel as substantial. They're never going to feel as earned. But if they become part of your plan as you're building a character, building a plot, everything else hinges on that. Everything else hooks to that, and you get a much stronger choice and a much stronger reactivity out of that. But yeah, we are unfortunately now out of
I was
time.
going to say, and with that, we are at 4 o'clock, 4:01. Thank you all, everybody, so much.
Well,
came. Thank you, Okay,
yeah,
yes.
let's get back to
Get back
Sorry,
to your work,
Patrick.
guys.
then.
Please
Peace out,
change the
y'all.
camera now.
'Cause I can't do this for very long after it's much stronger than I am.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
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 Hi,
Wow.
John.
Wow. Let's give
What's
another
going
round
on?
of applause. Use your favorite emojis or just type applause in chat
Hooray!
for
Polite laughter.
Karen and John Epler and Cheryl. I mean, everybody really. I mean, it's Lucas, Patrick, John, Cheryl, and Karen. Just amazing job on all of that. Thank you so much for that. I have learned so much, and I would say in some situations too much about Iron Bull in the last half hour or hour actually. But that is super great. What else is super great? Well, everybody here in chat who has been donating, anybody who hasn't donated to, you're also super great. I don't want to discriminate on people's means, but we have passed the goal of 2,500 Canadian dollars. And our next goal is
Yay!
2,500 US dollars, which is something like, 3,100 or something. But it's a super, super impressive stuff. We can't thank you enough. And good news, we're not going to stop the stream when the goal was met. We're going to keep going. We've got a few more things coming up. I'd hate to follow such a great panel by our writers. And let's see who's next. The next one is, oh no, it's me and Baldwin doing Game Dev Live. So that's scary. And then we have the amazing Presley Hines, who's doing redesigning Dragonite audio assets. So if you ever want to know how audio is made, no spoilers from me, but Presley is amazing. I love Presley's work. If you were here during the start of the stream, at the very beginning, you were hearing some 16-bit inspired Dragon Age music, and Presley was the person who made that. So amazing stuff right there. In the meantime, my good friend Tim, who's running our amazing Autobot, is going to do another giveaway. Hey, Mad,
Hey, what's going on?
what's our giveaway numbers up to? What's our new gift cards for this round?
Oh man, it looks like we may have a $100 gift card up for grabs.
$100? I could buy 4 $25 gift cards for that.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
That's amazing.
This doesn't feel real.
That's not how that works. You cannot buy gift cards with gift cards. It's like wishing for more wishes. You cannot do that. Please buy a shirt or something. We have shirts and stuff, right?
Sure.
Yeah, we do.
Sure.
We have lots of shirts. We have a brand new Spectre class hoodie out. So
Ooh, and the dog
guaranteed.
one too.
And the dog hoodie, which is adorable.
dog
and I highly
hoodie?
recommend.
Yeah. Are they called Doogies? What's a dog hoodie called?
No.
Did you know that I learned just last year that in Saskatchewan they call hoodies bunny hugs?
What?
Yeah, I know. Canada's
That's
weird.
a lie. That seems like a lie.
Right. So we're gonna do an art check-in. Oh, we got a female tiefling bard. Wow, named Lilith. You want to tell us a little about this
Lilith.
one?
All right. So Lilith she's flirtatious on first encounter, and she likes to entertain people. She was raised by drow, so she's naturally standoffish and maybe a bit like cheeky, clever, you could say. So most of her fashion choices are drow in nature, and yeah.
Gotcha. How is our art commission backlog? Because we're stopping at 30. Are we getting there?
Oh, I should check that more closely, John.
Okay.
It's getting up there.
Yeah, so we are at 26 right now.
26. So how does someone get a commission from the amazing art team you've assembled?
Well, John, all you need to do is donate $15 via Twitch or the food bank website, and then you have to fill out the old Google form, which I'm sure someone will link in chat.
The bot will get it.
Okay, awesome.
He did.
But then you can fill out your character sheet, what they look like, what they believe in, all the good stuff.
What they're afraid
Tell
of.
me stories.
Yeah. That's amazing. I mean, there's only a few slots left, so if you've not had a chance to check that out, please do. It's such an amazing deal by such amazing artists, and it's a kind of a one in a unique opportunity for that. But yes, please, we do appreciate more donations. We're going to keep running for about another 2 hours. We've got some great stuff coming up. Hey, Mad.
Yes.
I made a mistake last time and I didn't read any donations. Can you please cover for my mistake and hit those donation reads now?
That's what I hear. That's what I'm here for, is to cover all your mistakes.
Well,
Anyway,
yeah.
so right now we have a $50 donation from Autumn with a comment. RDAF supports food banks, which is awesome. Thank you so
Great.
much for your donation. Let's see, what else do we have? We have Lady Insanity, who donated $100.
Thank you,
Bioware
Lady
brought me
Insanity.
here. You're welcome. We have another $50 gift or $50 donation from Mari. Everyone has got to eat. I completely agree. Let's see, what else do we have? Another $50 gift or donation from Crystal. She says, "You are all awesome. Thanks for doing this."
Can I pause you for a second?
Hmm.
Hey, Andrew, who is this charming? Is another bard? Are bards the popular one today?
Well, John, I'm going to let Jennifer talk about this one.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, bards actually have been very popular. This one here I have is a bard, bard gnome. Yeah. Sorry, I'm kind of nervous and shy.
You're doing great.
You're doing wonderful. I love this character. I just want to know what they're reading. Is that like a spell book or is that a song book?
I'm thinking more of like a song book or just a book
Okay.
of tales. They describe them as being someone who likes to learn and likes to know everything.
Awesome.
Very enthusiastic little gnome.
It's a stupendous job you've done. I love it. All right. Do you want to show any more right now before we go back to donations, Andrew?
Oh, yeah. We got a couple more here. So this is also by Jennifer, I believe.
Oh,
That's awesome.
That is so good. Can you tell us anything about this one, Jennifer?
Yeah, another bard, half elf. I did more full body, where the other one's kind of half body. That loot. That was hard.
For sure. I had a question here, and I want to double check. Your Twitter is FORTH_J?
That is correct.
All right, because people are interested in your work all of a sudden because they're seeing how great it is.
Aw. Thank
Chat
you,
is
people.
loving it. Chat is
Yes,
loving it.
please follow Jen.
Although there is some dissent here about people saying too many bards. So if you want to change the number of bards we're showing, get in that last 4 slots because you can't let the bards walk away with this.
Yeah,
Great
we
stuff.
need more variety.
Anything else, Andrew?
Yeah, and we have an update on Finch here from Vasca, who I believe has fixed their technical issues.
Yeah, I'm here
Ooh.
now, so.
Please tell us a little bit about Finch. I
Oh,
love
yeah.
it.
So Finch, I think Andrew touched on it a bit earlier, but he's charming, flirty, but awkward. Likes to impress people. He's flamboyant, and he has a black coat that he stole. He wears, and he always dresses fancy. Even if he was like as if he were to go on a date, but he's going into battle. So. Yeah, I'm a really big fan of Dorian, so I was like immediately drawn to this this character. Yeah.
It's perfect. The red coloring, well, those ruffles, like if you get a cut on you, the blood just blends in. It's perfect. It's perfect battle outfit.
Yeah.
Never let them see you bleed. That's great.
Yeah.
Any other highlights for right now, Andrew?
Nope, that's all we have for art update.
Thank you so much. Matt, I was rude to interrupt you there to show off this amazing art. Can you continue with some donation reads, please?
Sure, I can definitely find some more people. Or donation victims per se. Let's see. Who else do we have? We have a $20 donation from Night. By the way, this cuts everyone's name off slightly. So if I don't read your entire name, it's probably because it's cut off for me. But it says Nightmus. I'm sure that ends in something. Left with the note, second donation. I enjoyed this so much. Thank you. Well, thank you. Let's see. We have another anonymous $50 donation. Thank you so much. Another donation of $50 from Lady Insanity. Iron Bull. Bill, please. That's a good one. Please, please keep up donating. We really appreciate it. And it's all going to food banks.
It's Night Musics, so you were close. Awesome. Anything else, Matt?
Nope.
Okay, great. Well, just a reminder, we are taking donations throughout the rest of this presentation, showcase, variety show, whatever we're calling it, we're doing it. There are still a few slots left for our commission, so please get on those. They are, you guys, you can tell they are super amazing. And we're gonna have, is it two more draw sessions after this? Is that correct, Mad?
It looks like we have one more draw, I believe.
One more draw. No, I see. No, you
Or am I
are.
looking at two?
No, I see two more. I see.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's great. So if you want to stick around and try to win, be around and you'll try to win. That's how those words work. And up next we have Game Dev Live, which is the most nervous thing because this is one that I'm not hosting and actually participating in. So, oh boy, that's going to be up in just a few seconds.
Hello. Snuck up on me. Oh my god.
Where's the orange juice container?
Oh, that's empty. I don't. Oh, I have this though. I have.
Wait,
I
if
have
the
a
cameras-
whole. This is not a sponsor, but I have a whole 2-liter caffeine just in case I need it because
That's
I've
great.
been. This is a long stream. Why did you sign me up for this? Why did I agree to this?
Why
How
did
do
you
we-
agree to that?
How do we know when we're on, by the way? Because
We are on right now. We are literally on right now.
Really?
Yes.
Look at us go.
It snuck up on me because I was watching the stream.
Yeah, it's a little bit delayed.
We did it.
We did
Hello.
it. We're adults and we did it.
And I
Hi,
just have to
everybody.
address the elephant in the room. Bolden and I are wearing the same
Oh,
T-shirt.
Stand up. Come on, stand up.
We did this on Anthem. Anytime we're working
Not-
on something together, which is
Not on
appropriate to the
purpose.
subject matter, we have to wear the same shirt.
I will say that George purposely went to the other room and put on his shirt when he saw what I was wearing.
Can't prove it.
There's no video history.
That is fair.
Yeah.
So, John, are you going to
So-
share something so we can talk about
Well, we're
design
gonna
and
talk a
programming?
little bit here. What we're doing
Okay.
here. So, what I wanted to do a little bit here is what I called Game Dev Live, but I also wanted to. I've also referred to it here as get a window into what the game dev process is really like between a programmer and a designer. Now, I'm glad that I wanted to introduce you, Bolden Lee. Why don't you introduce yourself, Bolden?
I'm Baldwin Lee. I am a gameplay designer. Worked on a lot of Mass Effect and Anthem. Working on
Great.
Morrison now.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what that word is, and
I don't
use it
either.
publicly. And we're also joined by George. We're also George, my good friend George. George, introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm George Coomber. I'm a programmer at BioWare. I've worked on gameplay, UI, and currently RPG for the next Dragon Age.
And as you can see by our shirts, we've worked together before, I
Yes,
guess.
Baldwin and I have had the pleasure of working together before.
I would say it is a pleasure. I don't know who's helping us with the chat for questions because I'm going to be talking a lot here and not able to watch it, but maybe we can get a friend from a different one to help us with that. But what I wanted to say was that the game dev process we've talked about a lot through the interviews and through the other people we've talked to there is communication matters a lot. And it's all about solving problems. And what we wanted to talk about a little bit here is that this is a very tough process to communicate with other people. Even one person you need to communicate, you need to tell them what you're thinking in your head. And we're not always good at explaining things directly. And because of that, I invited a programmer designer. I'm no longer a programmer, I'm now a technical director, so I don't write code anymore. But we've got
You've
George.
ascended.
I've extended, yes. It's so much better on this side, trust me. And we're going to talk a little about this experience. Now, you two did work very closely together on Anthem. And, the first part about game dev is controlling scope. And for this little thing, I'm going to pull up my screen here. I'm going to try to share my screen. We'll see how that works. Go live. There's a screen there. Look at us. I'm going to move this off there so we aren't cresting in corners there. So what is our scope? Well, we have to be done in 30 minutes. So our scope for this project is 30 minutes. So I'm going to start this timer, and this is how long we have to build our game. All right. Now, the other thing about this is that, games are collaborative. You have to always figure out what you want to make for what you want to make as a person, and also want to figure out what you want to make to like keep yourself warm and fed, because games are a business. We're trying to make money here. We're trying to have a job. So, what can we make in 29 minutes and 34 seconds, do you guys think? Something simple?
Something you've maybe pre-made and you're just going to bring that up?
I have years of experience. So when you talk about pre-made, I mean, you could say I pre-made Splinter Cell Blacklist, and that could count. But
I forgot that the credits are just you on that list, right?
No, it just says me 400 times. It's the only thing on there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pull up and I'm going to goof around here a little bit in Unity while we talk about stuff. And just like I was being very cruel to Andrew to make him try to answer questions while he did art, I'm going to try to develop a game while you two distract me from this. So hopefully that'll go well.
It's an important skill to be able to multitask. That's a good point.
Yes,
for anyone's resume.
That is very important. So my question to you is, to kick this off, what is fun?
Oh my!
That sounds like a designer question.
Well, but how would you program fun? And Bolden, how do you know when something is fun?
There is a lot of iteration on it. Someone actually in chat said, what was it, Scar Bowling. That comes up to a thing that I was making partway through Anthem. I was working on a grenade launcher, and it fired a little ball that kind of rolled on the ground, and a whole bunch of scars just went up like pins. And just the fact that showing that to someone and seeing them enjoy that, like, that's a good hint right there.
Okay.
I have another thought. Like, when I was working on a lightning style gun, and you were saying, funny, that communication between people is really important. Like, this was one thing that I thought, hey George, I got this great idea. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be like a lightning bolt. It's going to work like a boomerang. But still, we had to control scope, so I had George kind of prototype it, and it sucked, and it was real bad.
Yeah, I mean, regarding scope, I mean, it's would be great to have infinite time to make all the cool things in the world, but really there's so many variables, like the tools you're using and the type of game you're making. So the faster you can sort of identify things that you don't want to invest in, the better. So if you're able to prototype or ideally work together, I know COVID's different, but when we were working together, we could just sit beside each other and play something in person, and that's a great way to identify what fun is, or
even mime things out. Like I think John and Patrick were kind of touching on this, where like they could get into a room and kind of mime out a scene, and that's something that we're sadly lacking a little bit here, but we still get along.
Yeah.
How do you? Sorry, I'm interrupting.
No, go ahead.
You're on a good roll there. You mentioned to it controlling scope. So let's say Bolden asks for something complex or expensive. How do you bring that down, or how do you adjust that? What does that process look like?
Yeah, I mean, so I think hopefully it's collaborative, because expensive. I mean, expensive can mean many things. Expensive can mean money, but most often during game development, it's often time, right? Like, time is money, is many things, right? So when something's expensive, you think like, oh, this is either a lot of work or exceedingly complex to make. And then sort of the next question is like, is it worth it? Like, if you're making a game and you have a core feature that's expensive, that's very different than you're about to ship something and someone has a new feature that is not core to the experience, that's just tacked on, that would be hugely expensive to make. So so that's sort of the first question. So typically how it would work is, if Baldwin would come to me and we'd talk about something, the first question would be like, well, what are we trying to do and why? And then if that makes sense, then it's about sort of a negotiation. And hopefully you can meet somewhere in the middle where it's still fun, but maybe not, you know,
Yeah, we don't always want
extremely
programmers to be
expensive.
the fun police, although that does sometimes happen. Like
Sometimes it does feel that way.
you want 12 simultaneous explosions on the same frame? Well, that's bad for performance, it turns out.
Yes.
Well, and I mean, luckily, if things are working well, like both designers and programmers or people who are tech designers or in between, sometimes those restrictions can help you find fun, help you like find things that are better than the original idea. Often those restrictions can really help find something interesting.
It almost frames your problem space, and especially if you go like collaborating, you'll often come up with an idea that's better than either of you could have. Like
Yeah.
the stream is a great example. I a very little idea what to do, and just bouncing it off people, we had
Yeah.
better and better ideas of how this could look.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, so for example, for something gameplay related, Bolden, you mentioned the sort of boomerang gun you'd come up with. So, I mean, really, how that worked was Bolden was like, "This is a slide on a PowerPoint or something where it's like we have a boomerang gun that shoots out something and comes back." And I mean, that sounds cool. And then the next step is to say, does it sound cool to everyone? Or in my case, my thought was like, why do we want this? Because my immediate thought was like, is this just because Breath of the Wild came out and Breath of the Wild is cool? And maybe it
now
wasn't.
we're getting to it. Let's get into that.
That was not the reasoning.
And that's like not necessarily the case, but that was my first thought. And then,
but yeah,
you're like,
even at that point, a few people were like, "So it's a boomerang. Does that mean you're expected to catch it, or do you just fire it and it goes off into the void? What happens when it goes into the void? Does it just disappear at some point?" So these are a lot of the questions that we went through as well.
Yeah, and I think that's another good example. It's like, what sort of game are you making? If you're making an indie game or a game where your focus is less on fidelity, maybe you can have a weapon that you shoot off a boomerang and it comes back to you and you don't really see anything. If you're making a very high fidelity, like, I don't know, shooter or something where you want to have animations where it looks like you're grabbing onto a boomerang, that can really change the scope of what you're making.
Let's dive into that a little bit. I name dropped Splinter Cell Blacklist earlier this stream, like moments ago. The designer who was responsible for balancing the weapons in that was James Everett, a great guy, and he was balancing a realistic thing. So the weapons were all modeled to the set of realistic stuff. But games aren't supposed to be realistic to be fun. A lot of things aren't fun if they're realistic. Like, if you're playing a game with a car in it, cars break very easily compared to how gamers drive cars. At least,
sure.
I mean, I've not broken a lot of cars, but I assume. How do you balance reality versus fun? Because look, it's 2020. Reality isn't fun in a lot of ways. So how does that apply to game dev?
That's such an easy question to answer, John. Also, quick aside, some people are asking, what are you coding in?
I'm sorry. Let me go over this. This is Visual Studio. This is the free version. I'm only using free tools here. This is Visual Studio. It's just a text editor. I don't use a lot of, this is going to sound like a flex. I don't use a lot of the IntelliSense stuff because I know the syntax pretty well. Thank you for rolling your eyes.
She just goes on and on about Vim all the time.
All the time. I love Vim. I prefer Notepad++. I don't even need colors or a monitor. Whatever. So that's what that is. And then this is Unity, which all I did was I said, give me a default 2D project, and it's like, cool. We'll get you set up. One of the best things about people interested in game dev right now is that the tool proliferation is amazing. The stuff that we have today to get in and prototype something, Unity and Unreal and Frostbite and Snowdrop, and the list goes on and on and on. I keep looking there because that's where the cameras are, but I'll try to face here. You can jump in and you don't need a lot of coding experience. So much of this now is visual scripting, where you can just sit down and go, I want to think about what I want to do. And you can use building blocks to get there. And that is so amazing because people tend to be very scared of programming because they think it's lots of math and lots of difficult functions and stuff like that. And there is some of that. But if that's not what you're interested, there are so many great tools. Like if you want to tell a story, there's something like Twine or RenPy that you can just jump in and go, I'm going to tell a story, and it just sets you up cards like you're making a PowerPoint presentation. It's so good and so available for people. Even at Bioware, we prototype stuff in Twine sometimes because it's like we can do this in 15 seconds to get a point across. Just like when a cinematic director does storyboards, of course they're going to find a simple tool, which is a notepad, because you don't need the stuff around it. So the tools being so available is really great because it allows people to get a voice out there and make games and create without having to pay a lot of money or to have a lot of training. And I look at this and go, when I started in the early 2000s, this wasn't here. Everything was so much harder and so much more difficult because there wasn't the internet really to like go to Stack Exchange and pull this stuff up. There was a lot of stuff that is so much easier now. I can go to Google and type, how do I do X? And it'll usually get you a decent answer. So that's been super great. But yeah, to loop back around to the question about like, how do you know when realism is fun versus when realism isn't fun?
Funny, because I was going to go on a slightly different tangent because
Go for it.
I see who I assume in the chat is Mika is asking about, hey, how do tools affect your iteration time? Well, and like I was kind of implying before, a lot of the times what you think is going to be cool and fun, especially in your own brain, just isn't. And you need to be able to. That's true.
No, you're right. You're right.
And just being able to get it into the game and iterate it on really quickly is super key. And I've definitely had it on past projects where it's taken me literally 5 minutes to change a 7 to an 8. And by the time I got back into the game, I almost forgot what the old iteration looked like. But you also want to be showing this off to people and getting feedback constantly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something a lot of I would say early game designers are prone to not do. They'll kind of make their grand design and then boom, it's awesome, sort of thing. And then like, but you missed a really basic thing here, or that's not quite what we're going for. Now you have to, start over, basically, delete your grand masterpiece, and now it's got to be you got to design it to be purple.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that sort of touches on some of the challenges of, any project work, but also developing games is you don't have perfect information at the start, and you don't necessarily always know where you're going. So the tools you have can really, really improve your iteration. Ideally, you have a great tool set that can help you speed up iteration time and solve some of those challenges early or answer those questions early so that you, because of course there's going to be bumps in the road. There's going to be changes. There's going to be big and small, whether you're designing something big or like the whole idea of your game changes.
Yeah, and even if you have something that was fun initially, in 6 months' time, it might not be for the same game, and that piece that you perfected 6 months ago just might not fit.
That's a good point, Baldwin, is that games are, this game I'm building right now, which we'll see if we get to the end in the next 17 minutes, games are really big. And there are so many moving parts that if you were to go in, we talked about balance and stuff like that, having 10 guns, is that enough guns? If you could add 3 more and have 13, you have more guns, but then you have a worse balanced game because now you have to place all these guns on levels and have ammo for all these guns and make them all feel good because you have to make sure you have the right amount of stuff in there. And what if you add more guns, then all of a sudden grenades don't mean anything. So now we have all these grenades we built and no one cares because the guns cover that field. So it's one of those things where you have to look up, it's like cooking or something. You can't just put only meat into soup. You have to have other things in there to make it a soup. Otherwise it's a steak. Okay, I'm getting hungry. It's been a long day. But my point is that just like they say, no line is worth a scene, no scene's worth a movie. No one item or element is worth a feature. No feature is worth a game. You have to make sure that they all work together in harmony. Unless it's writing. Writing is the most important feature. I'm watching chat. I know who's in there. So you give writers whatever makes them happy. But other than that, everybody has to move out of the way. And that's what I'm saying. So I continue. I'm going to go back to whatever this is going to be.
Continue. I don't know if you left me in a good place to go. You were saying balancing fun against realism was one thing.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of this really is experience too. And you're saying how many guns? That's also experience. Like going from Mass Effect 2, we shipped that game and we found, hey, it didn't feel like you had enough guns. And so like when we did the plans for Mass Effect 3, we budgeted for more. We budgeted for more concept art and sound and VFX and all that. what is
Ship it.
It was
what is
supposed to
happening,
bounce.
John?
It was supposed to bounce. I know what I did wrong. I will fix it, but it was supposed to bounce.
So should we talk about what have you said what you're trying to make at this point,
What
John? Is it a
are you
surprise?
doing, John?
I am trying to make as much time as I have 15 minutes. Oh God, why this is a bad idea. I'm trying to make. Okay, that's better. We're getting there. We're getting there. I am trying to make a paddle to bounce a ball. I have 14 minutes. Come on, it's fine.
Arkanoid or something like that.
Like Arkanoid, like a brick out. Yeah.
Yep.
So what I did wrong was I put a rigid body on the paddle, which made it move. I don't want it to move. And then B, there's no materials yet, so there's no what's the term? Bounciness. That's the technical term, is bounciness.
Isn't that the coefficient of restitution?
They call it bounciness, but you are correct.
Thomas loved to quiz me on what's the coefficient of restitution like. Well, take a breath, man.
So let me ask you this question: naming is the hardest thing in video games. Naming weapons, naming files. Right? Am I wrong? Is naming?
Is it? Some people say that. I highly disagree.
Really?
How many people have spent late nights debugging naming? Like, it's hard, but is it really that hard?
All right, fine. George is good at naming stuff. Hey, Bolden, as a designer, what goes into naming something? Like, how hard is it to just name something?
Coefficient of restitution. Boom.
That's
all it is.
I mean, that's a good question. I mean, like, I wasn't involved in the naming of the weapons on Anthem. Certainly not on the previous Mass Effects.
Again, it was a lot of iteration. I worked together with a bunch of writers actually, and we started batting them around. They went through a whole bunch of filters as well. Like we had a few that were flagged as, this might be racially inappropriate for whatever reason. So okay, let's change it up. And a lot of it. Oh, Sylvia's gonna kill me. It's kind of like mouth sound and mouth feel.
Oh, okay. I take back what I said. It sounds like naming is significantly harder than I thought it was.
It's a nightmare.
I'm just a schmuck. Yeah, that sounds really hard.
Well, even from a code standpoint, it's like if I'm going to call something, if I have something we've named something, we call it the persistence system, which is how we save things in Anthem. And then we have to call a manager for it. Okay, persistence manager. Then we need to add another way of handling persistence for online stores. And it's like, well, what do you call it? Do you call it online persistence? Well, it's not quite that. So we went with registered persistence. And these things took multiple iterations to go, what's the shortest number of words we can use to describe the most amount of information? Because you have to be able to someone else to come along and go, what the heck is this thing? And you look at the name and it's called like box widget 4, or like if you're an artist and you have 72 bushes all labeled bush 01 through bush 71, they're like, what's going on? Like,
or how we had an ability in DAI, which is like ability _ shield _ deprecated or something, and that was a shipping asset. Yeah, the name can be super confusing, and that is a little more demoralizing.
Deprecated is a suggestion. Yeah.
As someone who's a bit more of a logical thinker, I like to think about extensibility as well, and what will be not confusing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point, John. Too, of like naming is more than just what end users see too. There's a commonality that having clear, effective names that communicate, what you're trying to communicate to the other programmer, the designer, the end user is. There's a certain amount of experience and art to that, which is hard to sort of pin down or give good advice about.
And editors. Editors help a lot with that.
Yeah.
Thanks,
absolutely.
Karen.
Thanks, Karen.
Oh, the nightmare that would be having a programmer or a designer come up with the final names for assets that ship in a game. Like Bolden, I don't know if you or I on our own just like gave the. Do you remember any of the like dev names for the later weapons that we had. Lightning gun was one of the great ones.
It turned into Voltcaster,
Boomerang.
so it was reasonably close.
Boomerang gun. That's another as a keeper.
Beam burst confused people throughout in the entire dev cycle.
Beam burst.
Yeah,
because there was 2 or 3 other beam weapons that I think did more bursty things than beam burst.
Hey, let's not take up the past, George.
Yeah, no, that wasn't a shot across the bow.
Well, back to the topic of the process of working for designers and programmers. How many iterations do you think it takes to go through this? Like, on an average thing, what is that cycle around? Like, how do you, Baldwin, tell George where to start, and then when do you check in for that kind of feedback?
Yes.
I mean, I think ideally for gameplay stuff. Sorry, Baldwin, I don't mean to step on your toes, but I mean, the closer you work together, it seems the better. And sometimes that just means like, sometimes you get it in one and it's great, but the only way you can be sure of that is by being on the same page and communicating effectively and talking to each other.
Yeah, when you have the bare minimum to show, I find the earlier to show someone, and not just your partner, like people who are just walking by in the hallway. Well, not anymore. Like, how do they feel? And yeah, and that's how I got feedback for like the boomerang. Like, a lot of different people said, "Are you expected to catch it?" Even small things like that. So if people just walking by are going to get that impression, the end user is going to get that impression as well, right?
Yeah, it certainly sounds like in terms of number of iterations, I'm sure every studio, every team has a different sort of standard for that.
And it's how much time we have left too, right?
It bounced. We're almost at a game. It bounced.
Nice.
I got 8 minutes left.
Nice.
Okay,
That's
keep
good.
going. Keep going.
The game stopped when it hit the top, I think, but
I stopped it.
Okay,
I
okay.
can't wait for the full QV cycle. I gotta go. I got 8 minutes.
Shout out to QV.
Shout out to QV. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Yeah.
We get feedback a lot from QV, QV, quality verification, QA, quality assurance, QC, quality control. We switched to the term QV recently because we don't want to put the pressure on QA to say assurance. That would imply it's their job to assure quality. Or quality control, QC, would imply they have the control over it. They don't have control. They have the ability to verify where our quality's at, and it's up to us to decide whether it's going to be shipped like that or not. But why don't you two dig into how they add into the process here?
I would say very easily one of the least appreciated departments. Often because there's a lot of people who come on with little experience and need a bit of training. But these are the people who are going to most accurately be your end user eyes, sort of thing. Well, anywhere from end user and to someone who's really experienced and knows your tools and knows when there's supposed to be 6 balls there and not 7. An end user might not pick that up, but a specialized tester would.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you wanted to say about that, George?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think something I value just about working in video games in general is you get to work with a lot of people with a multidisciplinary background, different interests, outside of work. But one of those is, for example, QV. A lot of people in, say, QV that I interact with play orders of magnitude more games than I do, or different types of games. So not only do they have the skills of interacting with our games, knowing our tools, that sort of stuff, but a lot of people in QV have a really a depth of knowledge of other games and competitors and that sort of stuff, and that's not always easy to get that feedback or that context.
And even for today, like for the stream, getting all those Iron Bull clips, I can see Nathan's in the chat, and him and Aaron helped us get those clips super easily without having to play through manually and get all of that. And yeah, they just know that, and it helps so much to have that.
And I mean, I think that's sort of related to just the idea of working with QV. We're talking about programmers and designers, but we're all sort of connected. We, especially with something like gameplay, or even if we're talking about a player ability or a weapon, you have so many different stakeholders from different departments, and the sort of the relationship between programmers and designers, that's all over the place. Baldwin has to collaborate with audio designers, with writers, with animators and VFX artists, all those people.
And producers too, right? Like we
Yeah.
were talking about scope a little bit before. Sometimes if
Wow. That's great.
Are you
5
gonna
minutes left. What are we doing next? How do
Are
we
you gonna
make the game better?
angles? It's just going straight up and down.
Oh.
We're not
Well,
gonna
the
get
thing
angles,
is,
are we?
as you know, it's off the screen now. It's gone. It's a bug. What's a known shippable? So we can loop back around a little bit and go that the physics dictates. I'm using raw physics here. That is the right interaction because it's just bouncing, and the angle of incident is the same as the angle of refraction. So it's just bouncing straight up and down because that's all it is. Now, if you ever played a classic breakout game, they never used this level of physics. They just used some sloppy, fuzzy math because players want that unpredictability. Like it's not fun if it does exactly what you expect sometimes.
Mhm.
So what I need to do is have this be a little gritty when it hits. So it shifts a little bit or it tilts a little bit or adds some noise to the formula so it's not always perfect.
Yeah, and it's the kind of like the wrist flick that you can get it to move
Yeah.
sideways more than just straight up and down, right?
Right. So the first thing I do is put some walls on this thing so it stops going outside the top. Let's do that real quick.
4 minutes 20, John.
Oh my god, I'm trying, okay?
I forgot
mean,
what we were talking about.
I'm related to that, though. I mean, it's a relevant topic for something like designing gameplay things. I mean, if say for the weapons on Anthem, if you designed weapons that were hyper realistic, or if you were focused on say what the reload experience was like for some strange weapon, like you have to sort of know like what you're going for, what you care about, what's fun.
Yeah.
Those are all important decisions too.
And yeah, and Anthem, for instance, was meant to be like very superheroic, so it didn't really behoove us to be like super accurate in those cases. Like a video game shotgun is a really good example. Like you have, I would say, Destiny's an extreme example where you have to almost be touching someone for it to do anything. Like they want a very specific role for that. That's not what a realistic shotgun's going to do, but that's the role that they pegged, and what's immediately understandable to players.
Right. I mean, that's a good point is that, you know, I program code theoretically.
Do you?
And that is something where I'm programming to a piece of hardware, and those are very fixed. Especially if you're talking about like a console, you know exactly what it's going to do when you tell it exactly, give it a set of instructions. For playing an interactive piece of media, especially a real-time interactive simulation, we have to program towards people, and people do have their own operating system. They do have understandings of like how things work or expectations. By the way, I've just been told our budget's been increased by another 10 minutes. So I'm gonna
Whoa!
go here.
See, this is a twist.
This is a twist. You never expect to have a
Now
bigger
we need to
budget.
rescope. What are we doing with this time?
What are we doing? We're gonna rescope and not and finish the project.
I was gonna say let's make it a battle royale.
Yes. Breakout 99. You all have to play a game of Breakout. Actually, that wouldn't be too bad. Don't tell anybody. We'll market that later. But back to my point is that because people have different operating systems, they all have different expectations. When I was working name drop on Starlink way back before I joined BioWare, that was a game for children, and children have a different operating system because they have a different understanding of the world. And what we take for granted when I pick up a controller, I know how this works. I have a good idea of how a controller works and an expectation that a button should jump. And it's usually the same button because we have done that kind of stuff. But for some players, they don't know. I put the movement of this paddle on the arrow keys, but I could have put it on like the number 7 and the letter Q. And that's as legitimate as anything as long as a player can expect it. So when we make a game, when we make a game for BioWare, players expect certain things, and we try to match. But also, we try to change things up so they that evolves as we do.
Mhm.
How does that work, Bolden, for the stuff like when players have an expectation? How do you work within that expectation? Because we do have to teach them new stuff, but people hate tutorials. At least I do. Maybe I'm projecting. But also, we have to make it that part of it like fun and exciting, so they do feel like they want to try new stuff instead of first order optimization when they go, "This gun's okay. I'll play with one gun the entire game." Like, how do we do that?
And yeah, sometimes it is just messing with it, and like you have other games have done it this way, sort of thing. So you have that as a bit of a template to start with. BioWare games, it always feels like we tend to go a little bit more complicated, and so we're cramming things onto the controller, and especially when things get to chords, people start to get nervous because the experience of pressing like, oh, both an X and an A and a left trigger is, well, not fun, and not really accessible to a lot of people. So we do feel like we are kind of constrained by expectation to an extent, but we can do like some tutorials. Tutorials are always going to be that eternal struggle to have something that feels natural, but you actually learn something from it.
Any thoughts on that, George, when it comes to game feel? Like, for example, I know some people like hard games, like very, very, very hard games, like Demon Souls or something. I don't. Like, how do we know the right way to tune our games?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I'm also someone who likes to have my hand held while I'm playing games. Yeah, I mean,
nice.
From a yeah, that's
Oh.
great. Wow, see, it's already fun.
Paddle's too slow. Paddle's too slow.
I mean, I think when it comes to feel, there's sort of an art there. So the hope would be that you're, designing systems that are extensible, that are, data driven, that a designer can have a lot of control over within limits, so that, you know, uh, if you program a system where you have a number, in a C++ file that controls, the, movement speed of the character or something, that those are systems that are really hard for designers to try to find the fun if they have to rely on a programmer to do all of that work and submit, especially in big teams where I'm not just like bolt and iron game jamming, like I have to submit code and it goes through a build farm, all that stuff. So if you have systems that that are easy to use but hard to misuse, and designers can sort of find that fun on their own, that's of course ideal.
Mm-hmm. And it sounds like, John, you're also kind of pointing to like what kind of audience are we creating this for, like you were saying with the kids, right? A lot of it is we've made BioWare games for a while, so we have an idea of what BioWare audience members like, and so like lately, the last few games since like I think Mass 3, we started having a story mode, which is like, let's make the combat and stuff. We have a lot of people who just don't care about the combat, so let's get them through that as painlessly as possible so they can experience the part they want to, and that's the story.
There's a tougher question. How do we know what players want? Because I've gone to Twitter, and more scarily, I've gone to Reddit and read what player wants thread. And y'all are scary. I love you all, but seeing some of the fandom for these games is kind of intimidating. So how do we know what players want? And more importantly, why is it good to not always give them what they want?
Because they always think they want something, and if you can have anything you want, you're not going to really appreciate that.
Infinite candy, right?
Well, yeah. Well, you're gonna get some some problems with eating sugar every day. Aside from that, but yeah, like often players don't often know exactly what they want, and so every time we see, like just jack up the drop rate for all these weapons and things, there's a lot of things behind the curtain, as it were, that we need to take into account, and players don't see necessarily, and so that can be a bit of a PR back and forth too, right?
Yeah, and when it comes to like story and stuff, and I'm sure the writers in the chat can form into this stuff, is that very few fans want their heart broken. Like that's generally what people don't ask for, because that's tough. But those are the things that are memorable, because the tough moments. I think Lucas said this the best, is that it has to be a high emotion. Either you have to really love it or really hate it. And it's good to have a character you hate. Like no one asked for, I mean, again, I'm going to say no one, that's an over exaggeration, but it's tough to get true feedback from people. Is like, we can't go up to like, how do you want us to hurt you, without having to sign up forms and register on some list somewhere. But that does matter, and it does make the game more impactful. And it's very tough to balance that, because just like you said, like some players want games that are really hard and will beat them up mechanically. Other players want games that'll beat them up emotionally, and we have to balance that. And you can't just ask one person, because with all high hopes, we want to sell millions of copies of Dragon Age, and we can't answer the needs of a million different players, millions of players in one way. So one thing we look about is we try to make at least one or two standout things that each player attaches to. Like there are some players who just can't get enough of certain one character. Like they're Thane fans, and like they don't care about anything about the game. They just really love Thane. And when you ask me about like my memories of Mass Effect, like I remember like 3 missions really, really, really well, because they really stuck for me, because I love heists. So that final mission, the suicide mission, spoilers, in Mass Effect 2, stuck with me because I love heists. But I love watching the plans come together, and then where the struggles happen to, like, oh, can I make it? Can I get everything to work? I have my one last chance to save everything. That is such a perfect scene for me. But for someone else, because I did not romance anybody in Mass Effect. For other people, because it was weird because you're a commanding officer, but we'll get on that later.
I noticed that too.
I've never thought of that. That's a very good point.
But for some people, they don't remember the missions. They remember the quiet scenes. I guess for me, since even it wasn't a romance, like sitting on the overpass with Garrus in Mass Effect 3 was such a powerful moment. And it's just,
and you're like sniping
soda cans or whatever. Or,
Yeah.
sorry, space soda cans. And those are the kind of things where it's like, that was special to me. And it was 5 minutes out of 100 hours.
Yes.
So you look at it and go, like, games don't have to be individuals will find the points of the games they love the most. And that's one of the things we're trying to do. We're trying to get the right theme and the right mood, but we don't expect everybody to like everything. In fact, we assume they're going to not hate. They're not going to be invested in a large portion of the game. Oh my God, 3 minutes.
That actually did remind me of. Sorry, George.
No, go ahead.
That reminded me of a scene that really stuck with me in Mass 3. Now, Mass 3, I was a gameplay QA, and then I was a gameplay designer, so I worked with the core systems a lot. I didn't play much of the story, but still, like on YouTube of all places, I saw this scene where a renegade shepherd is going to stop Morden going up to I think release the gas or whatever. And if you do a renegade thing, things happen. And it's just the acting in that scene was just so amazing that like Shepard like throws away their gun and just stomps away, and you can see it in their pose and in their posture. And that was just so powerful for me. And that wasn't even my character. And like things like that really stick with you. Things happen, yes.
And also to add to that, I mean, I think as alluded to before, often when you're making games, you're making them to try to make money so you can eat and have a house and all that stuff. But also, they're art, and I think part of the joy of that is hopefully if you're successful, you're able to make something that can surprise people, that like those moments of joy of getting like experiencing something you didn't even know you want. That's something that you often want to chase when making a game. So if you only that's great, congratulations. If you only listen to what you think people want, like that, I don't think that's the full picture.
Right. Well, we did an awful job taking questions from chat. We've got 1 minute and 41 seconds left. This game isn't very good, but it was a lot of fun making it live with y'all, and I hope the people watching in chat, speed run with it. This should be a new speed. We should have a new speed gaming thing where we build the games very quickly. I'm gonna stop this share and were there any questions that we wanted to answer? I don't know. I'm not in the next room, so I don't know if camera's ready for us or not.
I caught a few random comments, but not any real questions. One of them was nice flex beardo. FYI.
Wow. I'm hurt. No, that's fine. This was my my dad beard, which turned into my quarantine beard, and I don't want to shave it till I get back to the office, and I don't know when that's going to be.
The real question: are you dressing up as Santa for Christmas?
Who's that?
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I don't know. I don't know. My original plan was to have this beard for 7 years, and then when my child turns 7, shave it all off, pay lots of money to digital to edit every single photograph to never have a beard, and just completely just no sell that I never had a beard for those 7 years, and just see if I can break them.
So you just want it.
It's like the movie The Game, but with your child.
Yeah, right?
I hesitate to use the term gaslight, but I think that's what this is here.
Yeah, it is, and it's bad.
No, it's called parenting.
Oh, my bad.
Is it gaslighting to tell your child? Okay, it's spoilers. I don't know if Santa Claus is real. That's the spoiler we go. So is it gaslighting to tell about Santa Claus if you don't know if it's real? I don't know.
You got to gaslight your kids to bring them
This isn't
joy.
game.
That's
Well,
my
actually, this is
take.
game dev. We lie to players a lot in game dev, just like we're talking about with the stuff that John Epler and Patrick Reese were talking about. You know, there are things that we can't show water pouring, so we don't show it. We just play the sound, and we make it, you know, that kind of stuff work. Just like with games, like it's like the old Western towns. Like if you were to go 4 inches to the left, all the buildings are nothing. They're just facades. And that's some of the most amazing stuff when people don't know how many trickeries and stuff we're doing because we're just scrambling. We're just scrambling because the stuff is hard and we're solving new problems, stuff like that.
I remember the first time someone told me Doom was like they're all just cards.
Yeah, they're all just 2D sprites.
Billboards. Yeah, they always face you.
Yeah, and that's you don't know. You're young and you're looking at it and go, oh, that's how it works. Or how a lot of games have difficulty that smooth itself out to keep you playing because they want you to keep playing. So a lot of games will tone it down or tone it up. And again, watching speedruns, I was like, if you die here, the game takes pity on you. It makes the rest of the game easier. So they just take a death and then they can continue on and it's easier because the game was fooled because they cracked the algorithm there. Yeah,
Okay.
and VFX is just 2D cards and just lots and lots of 2D cards, and we just.
Trevor, I can't believe you're spoiling that, Trevor.
Oh no, I love that Trevor did a VFX presentation, which was the moon meme, where it's a spaceship. It's not a spaceship. It's an astronaut with a gun to another one. It's like it's just 2D cards. Always does that.
I have no idea how much time we have left.
I don't know. Camera. Someone save me. I think we're going. Oh,
Hey, y'all are good to.
Oh.
We're ready to move on to the next one.
Thanks,
Oh, great.
Rachel.
Thank you. Art corner. Art corner.
Which you should. Okay. Okay. Bye.
Oh, hey, it's me. I hope everybody can hear me. We had a ton of fun figuring out how to get this working. But
hello.
No, it's a John. Hi.
This is an art corner. This is Presley.
It is me.
Hey, Presley.
Hi.
You are a little quiet. You sound good to
Am I?
me.
Am
We'll
I quiet?
let camera get stuff sorted out. Why don't we chat for a little bit, Presley, while this is starting up?
Sounds
Presley?
great.
Can you introduce yourself for us?
Sure thing. Hi, I'm Presley. I'm an audio designer at BioWare. I've been doing this for about 2 years now. My first project was Anthem, and it was super fun. Should I turn myself up? I'm hearing a lot of I can't hear you. I can't turn myself up. I'm up all the way. It's fine.
The camera's got to do it.
Okay.
So when they catch on.
Yeah, and Anthem was super fun, and I'm still working at BioWare doing a bunch of other things, which is a whole lot of fun as well. Yeah, and today I decided it would maybe be kind of fun to show a little window into the world of audio design. Take an ability and a creature from Dragon Age, and Dragon Age Inquisition, I should say, and kind of walk through my process of what I do when I make audio.
Well, that sounds good to me, Presley.
Hey.
I'm all ears.
Amazing. So yeah, are we good to go? Assuming we're good to go.
So
yeah, I guess what I'll do is I'll show the original stuff first. I used a rogue ability called Twin Fangs, because I thought it would be a really cool thing to show. And I love everybody I did not work on Inquisition, and I adore everything that happened in Inquisition for the audio. I think they did just a bang up job on everything. So this isn't necessarily me trying to be like, I'm going to improve the thing. It's more just to think about how the previous audio designers made these sounds and try to modernize it a little bit, have a little bit more fun with it, and just see what kind of stuff that I could make without touching any of the original source material for it. It's a pretty fun challenge, and hopefully it goes well. So I guess I'll use this as an audio test too to make sure that everybody can hear what I'm going to be recording. But here's the original sound of Twin Fangs. You're not going to be able to hear that because I can't either. Fun fact of the day. There we go. Hopefully you could hear that.
Let's get a chat. Thumbs up if you can hear that, chat. Yep,
cool,
big
great.
thumbs.
Awesome. So yeah, that is the original sound of this thing. It's pretty cool. So what I wanted to do was kind of take that a little bit and really I wanted to try to make it a little bit heavier and a little bit more rhythmic, which required a number of layers here that I'll go through everything anyway. But I'll play them first and then we can talk about what I did. So here you go. So there's my version of these like super cool sounds. What I decided to do at first is I just broke it down into all the different layers that I was seeing that I might need to touch. So the first one was this sort of like, I need the jump off and the land, which is super rhythmic when you look at it, especially from the side. With all of these purple guys kind of coming out of the back with the VFX. I wanted to make sure that I hit the daggers, made sure there was that kind of sharp, like hazard that it is with the weapons. I needed to make sure there was Foley in the cloth. And then some tonal and gritty elements just to give it a little bit more interest. So when I start stuff like this, I started with the daggers because they were kind of the most practical thing that I could find. And it would kind of give me the rhythm of how this thing was moving. So these are all pretty standard knife scrapes. There's not a whole lot of unique design going on here other than just I found some really cool knife scrapes, put a little bit of processing on them.
Can I just ask a question with there?
Yeah.
Can you define what it means to find some really cool knife scrapes?
Absolutely, I can. So a lot of the times we have either recorded libraries that we did or recorded libraries that we bought or commissioned from other sound studios, like Boom Library is a really, really big one, and they go out and record all of this really cool stuff. So when I say I'm going to find a sound, really what I'm doing is I'm going through my lists of sounds that I have on my drive. Let me show this actually. So stuff like, I don't know, chemicals and drones and all of this kind of glass is another one. And I'll go through all of this and usually specifically look for the thing, knife scrape or dagger or anything like that. And try to find something that I think matches either the timing or the tonality or the intensity that I'm looking for in the session itself. So it's kind of sort of, I guess, a more basic layer of sound design where I'm just looking for the exact sound that I need for this moment. In this case, again, was, knife scrape. Maybe it'll be Battlestar Galactica the next time. I don't know. We'll see.
And if you can't find a sound in your library, what do we do?
Then I make it somehow. Sometimes that means going out and recording it myself. We have a bunch of microphones lying around everywhere. Other times it could mean, I'll show this in a bit too, morphing a bunch of sounds together to create a new audio sample. I have it down here that I can show in a little bit in my processing window. Where I'll just say, well, I want like, I don't know, the texture of a lion roar, but the sound of a knife scrape. Actually, I think these recordings are that. Yeah, that's what these are. These particular knife scrapes are actually a mix of a knife scrape and something else. I think it's an axe whoosh and a lion.
Wait, the knives are lions?
The knives are lions.
Oh, game dev right there.
The knives are lions, guys. It's fine. So I used a bunch of that stuff. I'll show that off in a bit because that's some really, really exciting, crazy stuff. But yeah, so I kind of just went through and said, all right, cool. This is going to be my rhythm kind of base for how I want to base everything off of. And together, this just sounds super simple. So I wanted to hit the jump, the land, and the kind of pullback of the knives. So I just made sure that was all good. So that kind of really solidified the rhythm that I wanted to go for. Similar thing with the cloth, with the actual movement of the character. All I knew that I needed was a really big whoosh to start the movement, and then some sort of little land here. Nylon makes a really good material for basically anything I've discovered. I don't really know why, it just has a really nice sound to it. So what I did with these is I put them in the session and they work.
This is really impressive. It's just like what I said to Andrew in the art stream. This looks like magic to me. I mean, literally, you're making a magic effect, so I get it. But also, the process looks like magic.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing when you first get started, but it's pretty fun. So together with the whooshes and the daggers, that sounds like this. And obviously, that's not really enough to kind of sell the sort of magic element, right? But it does a really good job at defining the rhythm of the ability. From there is when I guess you really get super weird and designy with everything that you're doing, which is why all of these tracks are named rec for record instead of, whoosh. Because I'm sometimes really bad at naming things. I'm kind of
Naming is
outing
the
myself.
hardest part of game dev.
Yeah, I'm bad at naming things sometimes, so that's what you're seeing here. It's fine. It works. I know what they mean. This means tonal. So yeah, the first thing I tackled in this sense was some sort of like gritty, kind of angry texture to kind of prove out that this character is really trying to like kill something or attack something. Pretty much all of this was made with various lion sources because lions sound amazing. And to prove that, I'll just play this one track. They just sound so cool. And all I'm doing to these particular samples, I morphed a few things with it. And then I'm just using, it's this thing called hyperdimension in Serum Effects. It basically just gives it more space and more dynamics. So if I turn everything off, it doesn't sound a whole lot different. And if I turn it back on, just gives a little bit more interest to the sound. So together with all the gritty stuff, it's mostly lions, some random magic things, all together. So that kind of gives it the anger that I wanted from it, and it's cool because like the attack is called Twin Fangs, so I kind of wanted to lean into this whole kind of creature growly weirdness that I kind of got from the title of the thing. And then the tonal elements, I just wanted a little bit more tonality in the movement. I mean, the purple stuff looks so cool, and I just wanted to highlight the magic element a bit more.
Presley, can I ask you to just to clarify what you mean by tonality here?
Absolutely. So tonality, what I'm talking about is I want like certain, it's almost like closer to musical than it is just sort of noise. So like if I listen to this, you can almost hear like a hum, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same with this
so you
one.
get that feeling of energy then.
Yeah, it gives this nice energy to it that kind of complements the rattles of like the lion roars really, really well. And together they sound like this. So it gives it a bit more weight and energy behind what the character is doing, and I think it works really, really well.
One question I want to dig into here a little bit is, I mean, I know knives are real. I have seen a knife in my life, and I know what a knife would sound like. But no, again, spoilers, magic isn't really real. How do we know what magic sounds like? How do we decide what magic sounds like?
It's a tough question, and it's always a different answer depending on what you're seeing and what your understanding of like of the character and of the context. because magic can be anything. I think that's why it's like super, super fun to design. It can be anything you want it to be. So you have to kind of start looking at like, is it good or evil? Is it meant to be a healing thing, or is it a damage thing? Is it going to be, you know, a really, really heavy attack or a really, really light attack? And then from there, you can start deciding what kind of textures and what kind of base you want for it. So I guess, you know, this is an attack from a player character, a good character in the realm of this, right? So I'd be looking at, okay, I don't want it to sound too mean or too angry, but I need it to sound like it has intent. So I didn't want to go with just, somebody mentioned in the chat alligators, and alligators have some of literally the greatest sounds I've ever heard in a creature ever, but they're terrifying. So I absolutely did not use them for this particular design. Not a chance. But I did use a lot of almost calmer sounds from like the lions and stuff like that, to try to get at least a little bit of the tonality and like the growliness that I wanted. But I didn't want it to sound like it wanted to like kill the player. You know, and then if I was doing a healing aura instead of this, I'd probably go for more like high pitched and like nice and smooth sounds and stuff like that to kind of make a warmer feel to that kind of magic.
So where do you fit in the process? Because obviously, let's say someone designs like a character like Iron Bull. Like, do they give him an instrument like Peter and the Wolf, or like how do you know what he sounds like? Where does that come into the process?
Sure, yeah. So a lot of the times we'll start off and we'll talk to writing and get all of the backstory of the characters that we're designing for, and stuff like that, and really try to understand their intent. And you know, if they use a weapon, what kind of weapon? If they're heavy, if they're light, if they're, you know, if they're going to use magic or not, and try to kind of fit all of that into. We usually have these documents that we make up that include some little like keywords that we want to fit within the character, and then some sort of base sounds that we might want to use to express that character. I guess, for example, like if I was going to go with this Twin Fangs thing and I wanted to make like one of these documents for this rogue, you know, I'd say probably the words would be maybe animalistic if I wanted to really kind of hone in on that sort of growly texture of everything that was going on. Or I'd use, no, smooth, I guess is another, like basically any words that you can think of that describe the nature and the mood of the character, and then kind of getting that in your head for the general tonality of it. And then after that, sort of experimenting a bit and seeing what types of sounds work
Gotcha.
and compiling all of that and then using that document that you made.
I mean, that just goes again. We've said it like 99 times already, but communication is so important for game dev. I asked about things that, although Patrick has called me out here, let's say magic can exist, but what about creatures that may or may not exist? Do we have any thoughts on that? He asks,
Creatures,
if I recall, you had another video prepared.
I do. Creatures are tough. They're a lot of fun. It's a similar start to the process. You talk to the gameplay designers, you talk to the concept designers and the art team who are making the sort of like beginning layers of the creatures that you're about to work on. And you try to get a feel for, you know, what attacks might come up, or, you know, what kind of weight do they have? What are they going to look like in the world? You know, do they really, really, really want to kill the player, or are they going to help other enemies kill the player? Are they going to, you know, be these tiny little things like the Grabbits in Anthem, which are adorable and need to sound adorable, or are they going to be as giant as the dragons in Inquisition that need to be huge, scary, menacing monsters that you can really feel the weight and the power of? And yeah, sometimes we start the creatures before we even have any kind of animations or anything to add to it, right? So you're just looking at an image and potentially some written descriptions of the attacks or the movements that they might do, and trying to kind of, you know, use all the creativity that you might have and making some concepts for it.
I have some questions coming in. Do you want to do you have another thing you want to show off, or should I start giving questions?
Ask some questions first, and then I'll go to the second example.
Okay. The question I saw first was, is it what's easier to make sounds for, sci-fi or fantasy?
uh, it depends on what kind of sound design you like to do. Is going to be my answer to that question. For me, fantasy on a personal note, because I really love sort of slightly more natural creatures and stuff like that, like things that don't quite exist on Earth but can.
And they're not just robots.
Yeah, like I really like that kind of stuff, using a bunch of different, like almost realistic creatures to make something brand new. That's my jam. I love that stuff. And I'm not as big on synthesis. I'm not a big synthesis person, but for people that really, really, really love synthesizers and all that kind of modulation stuff and creating sounds absolutely 100% from scratch using one of these systems, I find a lot of people that have that kind of thing just love going for sci-fi.
Gotcha.
Because it kind of it lends a hand to the sort of like robotic, clean textures, like brand new sounds, right? So it depends on what you love, really.
Yeah, so it sounds like the synthesis ending of Mass Effect was not your choice then. What's the question here is, what has been one of the funniest or weirdest sound you've put together?
The weirdest. Oh boy.
Well, maybe one of the weirdest you've, sourced or made also?
Yeah, so for some, let me see, for Anthem. For Anthem, I mainly worked on some of the creatures, and then I did some of the abilities for the storm as well. But my favorite story, this isn't actually my story, but I like telling it anyway because I think it's the most hilarious one available from Anthem creatures. Is there was a dishwasher in the old Bioware building that sounded horrendous every time it was opened, and everyone hated the sound of this thing. But the sound designers, being sound designers, decided that it was the greatest sound in the universe. So we went down with a bunch of microphones and interrupted everybody's lunchtime in order to mess with the dishwasher and get a bunch of sounds from it. And all of those dishwasher noises make up most of the arachnids that you see around Anthem.
So our spiders are dishwashers and our knives are lions.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, if everybody taking notes at home, that's how nature works.
That's how things roll. Yeah, sound design's a weird one like that. You kind of find inspiration in the strangest places sometimes, and that was one of those moments. And I wish I was one of the ones to say that I did that. It's not mine, but it's still my favorite story from Anthem.
It's
so
real good.
I'm keeping it.
Let's move on to your second show and tell.
Yeah, so on the other side of sound design is creatures, which is what I do mostly. I don't touch a whole bunch of ability stuff on the day-to-day. I help where is necessary. I make dragons. Dragons are hard. I find them to be one of the most difficult creatures to create.
I'm sorry, what game are these dragons for?
Inquisition.
Oh, okay, Dragon Age, okay.
Yeah, Dragon Age Inquisition. I stole this little clip from Wiki Game Guides, which is why that thing is there, because I did not have the time in my life to boot up Dragon Age and find the dragon again. So yeah, I decided to redesign this as sort of a challenge to myself, and B, as sort of like a fun video for the stream, to do the roar of the dragon. And yeah, dragons are tough. They're so gigantic and they're so fantastical, and they've been done so many times.
And you can't go out and record them.
No, you can't. There's nothing that you can really record that's going to make any sense at all. So you kind of have to, use a lot of imagination and a lot of time and process to sort of figure out what these things are going to sound like. So for this one in particular, there's a lot of alligators. There's one of them right there.
Is that gator named Garth?
Yeah, the gator was named Garth, apparently. There was like a bunch of names to the alligators in this particular library, and Garth is one of my favorite ones. There's me screaming into a microphone is a part of this dragon.
So every time we hear a dragon roar, we actually hear you screaming too?
Yeah, if you want to hear it, here's the original clip of me screaming. This is gonna be really weird to show, but it's okay. There you
Love it.
go. That's me yelling into a microphone. And actually, here, I'll show you with some of this lion stuff what I talk about when I say morph. Morph is an actual plugin. It looks like this. It kind of looks like a bit of black magic, really. But it's super cool. And basically what it does is it takes two different signals and mashes them all together and creates this entirely new situation from it. So if I show the lion, so that's just a lion. And then this is just me screaming. And then if I put it in the middle, you'll start to hear it starts messing with the way that these two things sounds and creates something entirely new. And kind of some like really, really, really cool effects to it.
That is
And
super cool.
I use this thing so much. It's on like everything I've ever made. Another example is I haven't tried this, so it might not sound great, but it's okay. It's a lion again, and then this bottom one is an elephant. So again, lion first, elephant together. So it does a whole bunch of weird things to the sounds. So you can also use things like sandpaper, which creates some more creepy things. So I use this thing for everything.
That's super cool. If I may ask some more questions in chat, feel free to ask a few. We've got a few minutes left. I haven't gotten a message from the camera yet to know how much time we have left, but um, how does someone get started being an awesome sound designer?
There are so many ways. The ultimate answer is just start trying. Just start recording stuff with your phone. Go out and start kind of really critically listening to the sounds that things make and start understanding, you know, what kind of textures you can get out of the simplest objects. You know, your set of keys makes a really cool sound. You know, a doorknob can make a really cool sound. You just walking around your house can make a really cool sound. And getting used to the idea that everything is useful when it comes to sound design. You know, I can knock on my desk and that can be something really cool too.
Gotcha.
You know, and you don't have to do much. There's a really cool YouTube channel run by a guy named Marshall McGee, who does absolutely incredible stuff. He goes out with his iPhone, just an iPhone, and records a bunch of different stuff and then makes it into like one of the weapons from Halo and all of this kind of stuff. It's wild, and it's a really, really good look into starting the process of this kind of stuff. Me personally, I went to school. I went to Vancouver Film School and did the sound design program there. It's not the only way to get into sound design by any means, but it is a good place to start if you are more of like if you learn really well in a classroom setting, then school can be a very good way to go, and you can also make a lot of really good contacts from school. So the networking is pretty big as well. But it's not the only route to get there. I know some people started out in music, and that's how they ended up doing, you know, video game stuff. And some people started out as like live mixers for bands and stuff like that, and they got to it that way. And theater is another way to do it. So there's a million ways to get through it. Yeah, I'm seeing a comment here asking if I did sound for film and video. I did for a little bit before I did this. Not a whole lot. I did a few things for the National Film Board of Canada, and I was a PA on a few sets in Vancouver. That's about it, though.
Wow, this has been really. I mean, I feel kind of embarrassed that I am learning stuff here. Like I've worked with you for quite a while, and plenty of other people. Like it's so amazing how big games are. we are running up to the last minute here. Thank you everybody for tuning in for Presley's presentation. It was super cool. We've got just a little bit more left of the official stream, which we're excited to share with you.
Would you like me to quickly share my final dragon?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay.
Make camera will wait.
For 2 seconds while I show the final thing, because it's kind of fun. So this is the final thing after me screaming and gators and everything else going on. This is what I came up with after all of the processing. There you go.
Wow. Wow. So, Presley, as we sign off here with you today, again, thank you. If people have questions or want to know more or anything like that, is there any way they can reach out to you or any place you recommend they go?
I'm super active on Twitter. My handle is @frequencies with PH at the start. I think it shows it in the channel somewhere. And I'm also in most of the sound design Discord channels. If you have any other questions, there's a bunch of them that I'm in there too.
Great. Thank you so much. Up next is another art check-in and some giveaways because we ran out of time and we missed one. So there'll be extra giveaways in just a minute. And then following that will be origin stories with 3 more people that are going to tell you about their game dev life. Thank you all for the Sound Corner.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone.
Oh.
I hope you're having a lot of fun.
We are.
Oh, hello.
Wow, look at that one coming along in there.
Yeah, this one's pretty much done now.
Nice. I love it. And that was,
And
what was
this-
the name of this character?
This is Eloise, a
Eloise.
human rogue.
Nice.
And I think this is our last art corner, I believe.
It is, which means it's our most giveaway corner.
Oh.
Hey,
That's
Matt, what are we
exciting.
giving away in the next 15 minutes, 5 minutes here?
So
10
we
minutes
have
here?
another $100 gift card to give away.
$100? You can buy a lot of dog hoodies for $100. I also wanted to shout out, we are $3,681.33. Oh my goodness.
However,
Oh,
overall, from early donation and current donation, we're only $90 away from 5,000.
we are only
Oh.
$90 from doubling our original goal?
Yep.
Well, I guess it's impossible. There's no way we could get that.
Man, if only a bunch of
If
people
only.
donated $5, that would be
Well,
really
what if we
rad.
gave away some gift cards and that would make a $100 gift card and that would guilt them into donating $90?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Great
Oh,
plan.
man. Look at these gift
Let's
cards I have.
let's do some raffles. Hey, Andrew, are there any new art updates you want to go? You want to cycle through some arts?
Oh, yeah. Well, since this is our last art corner, I figured we could just go down the line and see
do 'em all.
everything. Yeah. So this is Eloise, our human rogue. Next up is Lilith, our what is this? Tiefling?
Yeah.
Obviously a tiefling. Oh, I wish I had
Such a
better
good
notes here.
pose.
Oh, it's another bard, because bards are pretty popular. Next up we have
Oh, could you
Lammy.
post the artists for each of these, by the way, as you pull
Oh,
them up?
yeah. So these two were done by me. Next up, we have Serena, who just joined us and managed to crank out a portrait of Lammy,
Lammy.
who is a human ranger. Next up, we have pieces by Vasca. Vasca, are you in the channel here?
Oh yeah, I am. Sorry.
Would you like to talk about your pieces?
Sure. Which one are we doing right now? Let me just see.
We're on Finch.
Finch. Oh yeah. So he's the bard, of course. The really flamboyant, eccentric, I guess, bard. Yeah, charming, flirty. Yeah. He wears a black coat that he stole, I guess. Yeah, very good looking. Yeah.
Nice.
That is fantastic. I love that.
Right. And next up on the list, we have Mushusu.
Yeah, I guess Mushusu. Mushusu.
I'm not gonna try.
Yeah, so I guess this is a red Dragonborn. I had to look that up. I didn't know what that was. But yeah, so he wears really ornate armor, really over the top, really muscular. Yeah. Hopefully, the person I'm drawing it for doesn't want him to look really badass. I kind of made him look cute by accident.
I think he looks pretty badass.
I think
Oh
so.
yeah.
It's amazing looking.
Aw, thanks. Yeah.
Awesome. And next up, we have some pieces by Jen. Jen, are you in the channel here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
All right. First up, we
wow.
have
Oh.
Miffy.
Meefy, yeah, I guess. The little gnome bard. Citable gnome bard. Likes to learn.
Super good.
Yep. And next up, we have Corvus,
Corvus.
Oh,
also a bard.
right.
That one's great.
Yeah, I did
feel
2
like-
bards.
Half of the list are bards.
Yeah. Corvus has a coat that like never gets dirty or wrecked.
A lot of coat info too. Bards like their coats.
Yeah.
It's all about the fashion. And we have a work in progress by Jen as well of Blackwing, a
Oh, another
kobold,
Dragonborn.
I believe.
Yeah, they're little winged kobold.
Oh, kobold.
Yeah. Rogue kobold. Doesn't actually do any of the stealing stuff like most rogues do, so they're a little bit different.
That's super cool. Hey, Andrew,
Yes, John.
are people going to be able to see the rest of the pieces? I did the math in my head. That's not 30 pieces we've shown.
It's definitely not 30 pieces.
I counted; it was less than 30. If people wanted to see the rest of these as they're finished, what's the best way for them to see them?
Oh, that's a good question.
It is a good
I
question.
guess you could, follow us on Twitter where we'd
Really?
be posting these as they
Yeah,
come
that
up.
would be a good thing to do.
So, yep. So I'd like to thank Jen, Vasca, and Serena for joining us today and pumping out these amazing artworks. Please follow them on Twitter and Instagram. And yep.
Great.
Thank
Thank
you
you
all.
so much. Did we hit our 30 target for commissions?
Oh, easily.
Oh, thank you so much again. Wow, we also passed that 5,000 total for both locations of donations. So, I mean, that's
You're
so
all
amazing.
amazing.
It's so amazing.
Thank you so
And
much,
we're
everyone.
super proud. Hey, Mad, there was a question in
Yes.
chat about our T-shirt. Do you want to talk a little about our T-shirt?
Well, originally we were supposed to have a T-shirt running at the same time that was also going to benefit Austin and Edmonton food banks. However, unfortunately, we ran into a few technical difficulties, but we will eventually, hopefully, in the next coming days, we'll have that back up and we'll push that charity for the T-shirt a little longer, hopefully for about a week or so. But
Okay.
I'm looking into it and I will post on the BioWare Twitter all about it.
Thank you so much. And I know we're not done yet. People are thinking we're done. We're not done yet. I'm just very thankful. I'm overwhelmed. My emotions bubble over.
I would like to spend like just a few
Yeah,
moments real quick to
donation.
go over some of our donators.
Yeah.
People have been leaving us absolutely wonderful little messages with their donations, and it really means a lot to us, and it's going to mean a lot more to the food banks. Let me read a few of these most recent ones that we just got in. This one is from Mimi, and it's $20 donation. Thanks so much. First time joining a stream like this, and I'm having such a good time. Well, thank you, Mimi. That's amazing. Let's do a few other people. Trevor Gilday recently donated $250, and I really, really wanted to thank him. And also, thank you so much,
Thank you,
Trevor. You're such a
Trevor.
good dude. Gabe donated $100. Jen Chevry, who we work with, is donated 20. Mika donated $100. John's Beard donated $125. Thanks,
I
John's Beard.
I don't know. I lose a lot of stuff in there, but I didn't think I lost
Well,
$125.
so do you think if you reach into your beard, you can just pull money out and then add that to the donation?
I'm
That'd
not a
be really helpful.
leprechaun.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. Leprechauns tend to be a little
Oh,
short. I'm sorry. I'm distracting
weird.
from the great donation reads.
um, Tina Cloud donated $50. We have several anonymous that donated $50. Thank you
Anonymous is
so
just
much to
knocking it out of the
everyone.
park.
You are all amazing, and it really means a lot to all of us. So thank you so much.
Any more? Or are we good with reads for now?
Yeah, we're good for
Okay.
now. Everyone's
Um,
doing a non, so it makes me
yeah.
sad.
So we're going to move on to Origin Stories Part 2, where we're going to talk to Vanessa, Katrina, and Gabe, and we're going to learn about some very different roles and some new stuff. I mean, these are great people, and I'm excited to talk to them. For those watching, I know it was already spoiled in chat, but after our quote unquote wrap up after that session, there will be some after party activities. So it's not going to end until everybody collapses from exhaustion. So we're going to keep going longer and have some more audience participation. But once again, thank you all for your time and effort, and keep an eye out. This has been great, and we're going to jump over in just a second to our last official segment. Oh,
Hello. The camera.
the camera has arrived. Oh, hello again.
Well, hello.
Hello again. My name's John Renish, and I'm here joined today with 3 more wonderful people. Every person we join is more wonderful than the last. So
Oh, I'm
you are
happy we're
all
closing with
clearly
us.
the most wonderful. I'm going to start with the order here is not alphabetical. So we're going to start with Vanessa. Hey, Vanessa, would you mind introducing yourself and tell us a little about who you are and what you do?
Hey, so I'm Vanessa Capito. I'm a junior producer at Beamdog here at Edmonton. And the short version of what a producer does is sometimes called herding cats. So basically making sure that the team is doing all the things they should be doing, but also that they have everything that they need to do what they're doing. I'd say that production is pretty much anything that supports development. So it can be stuff like project managery stuff, like keeping Jira or other product management tools updated, or it can be just checking in on the team and making sure that they're happy and healthy and they have everything they need. So yeah.
Gotcha. What kind of decisions do you make in your role?
So that kind of depends on the day and sort of what's happening. So sometimes it can be just things like, okay, well, this isn't working. I need to get these people into a meeting right away so that we can sort of figure this out. It can also be things like improving our sort of workflows and processes. So again, it's a more of a, okay, so our team doesn't like this. It's not helping anyone. It's inefficient. They hate it a lot. So let's fix it. So how do we fix it? How do we go about doing this so that there isn't as much of a negative impact on the team while it's being fixed? Stuff like that. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. Next on my list here is Katrina Barkwell. Hey, Katrina.
Hello. How's it going?
Not much, but just hanging out. You?
Chilling, vibing, having fun with it. Yeah.
I've never asked you this, even though we work together. What do you do? That sounds really mean when I say it like.
Well, I didn't think I was gonna get roasted on this stream. Hey, I'm Kat. I'm an RPG programmer. I'm currently working on the upcoming Dragon Age. Yeah, so I just do a lot of coding and messing around in Visual Studio. Yeah.
And what kind of decisions do you make on a typical day?
Ooh, that is a good question. Lots of variable names, which I know we talked about, everyone hates.
Hard.
That sucks. Yeah, that's hard. But for me, because I'm an RPG programmer, it's lots of just like, how do we track like player progression, what's going to feel good, and what can I provide to like designers to make sure that they can tweak it and iterate on it as much as we need to make that feel really good. So that's mostly what I do. Yeah.
Now, why are RPG programmers better than gameplay programmers?
Ooh, every reason.
Okay, thank you. And least but not last, we have Gabe. Hey, Gabe. Great
Least
to
but
see
not
you.
last. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry.
This is the getting roasted stream,
Yeah, this
okay?
John's
tired.
He's just roasting 4.5 hours. Gabe, honestly, it's good to see you. We don't get to the office. I miss the office so much.
Yeah, I'd
Can you
occasionally
tell?
wander down to the corner that you guys were in.
Yeah, we're on the same wing. It's kind of, yeah, it's nice. Same question. Can you tell us a little what you do, and then I'll follow up after that with the decisions you make.
Yeah, sounds great. So I am a product management director. So that kind of is representing two jobs there. As a product manager, mostly what I do is I am interested in everything that the players do, and I want to know our players as much as possible. So I work with a lot of researchers. I work with analysts to kind of find out what players are doing, what they like, what they dislike, how they feel about certain things, how they feel before they even join our game, all the way through like why do they leave our game. As a director, I make a lot of PowerPoints, mostly just trying to convince people of things with pretty decks.
Gabe, I think what you described there sounds more like a spy than.
There's
Are
a
you
little bit of
spying
a
on our
spying
players?
element, a tiny bit. So I do a lot with the data that we gather in game of just like what players are doing, how they're interacting with our product. Um, Mostly, I am doing it to try to make the experience better. You guys were talking a little bit earlier about how sometimes players don't really know how to ask exactly for what they actually want. Like they think they want all of the weapons to drop right now, but that may not be the thing that would actually drive them to enjoy the game or finish a certain level. So, what I do is a lot of reading into the data to see how they're actually interacting with the product so that we can, you know, tell Katrina to help us make the balance a little bit better so that we can get people to actually engage with the whole game or engage with the systems that they're avoiding.
Great. That's such fascinating stuff. I mean, we won't go into exactly how long and how old we are. I'm on the higher end. But what was your origin story, and like what has changed in just like the last few years?
So my origin story, yeah, I am a little bit older, and I will date myself with the beginning of my story. So I graduated college in 2006 with a very useless history degree with a theater minor, and could not find a job because I grew up in Michigan, and the recession hit there about 2 years early. And because I was playing World of Warcraft, I knew some people who worked at Sony as first-party QA testers out in
Oh,
California. They were my guild members, so they were basically like, "Move to California, we'll get you a job," which sounded great in 2006. So I did that, um, and I worked in QA for several years, and eventually I got kind of not bored. QA is great; it's always changing, but I'd hit a ceiling on what I was going to learn in QA, and I wanted to do more. So I asked my product managers at the time to sort of teach me what they did, and luckily I found one who was willing to do that, and so he taught me all about like the data that we pull and how to read how players are doing things, and the whole acquisition, retention, monetization funnel that we look at things through. And it just sort of stuck. I really love doing it. I love the modeling and balancing things and optimizing. Like, I'm a huge math nerd, as it turns out, which I didn't know before I started doing the job.
great. I love talking about putting players through a funnel. Kat, um, same question to you. What when did you know you wanted to make games, and what was your path to get into the industry?
Yeah, okay, great question. So I wanted to make games ever since I was like a real little kid. I loved video games like growing up, and they were very key to like what I spent my hobbies on. And I aimed very purposely for it when I wanted to get into games. So I made sure I was like, okay, I'm gonna have an art background and a music background, and I'm gonna know how to code. Like whatever path I could get into, I was
The
gonna do.
quadruple threat, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I can dance. Do you need me to dance?
Vocab's a thing.
So eventually like I was like 16 or something, and I like Googled like best career for video games. And it was like programming is usually like the most like legitimate route you can take into that. It's still so much luck, but it at least had better odds. And then I applied to a computer science program, and of course I already had some experience with coding and I liked it a lot. But going into there, really fell in love with coding, and it was nice to know like, okay, even if I don't make it into like my dream job of games, I'll have like a very like solid fallback of programming. Was nice. And lo and behold, I like signed up for my school's co-op program, got into that, got an internship with BioWare, worked really hard to make sure people remembered me, and got a return offer. And now I'm here and y'all are stuck with me. It's too late. But yeah, that's how I did it. Was basically going through school, like, and applying for internships, and then being a good fit there and really liking the work and knowing that it was a good fit for me. Yeah.
Great. Awesome. Thank you so much. Vanessa, did you always want to be a producer, or was that something that happened along your path into game dev?
So that happened along the way. I graduated high school being like, I'm going to be a teacher. And then my high school had a gaming club, and we did this charity game-a-thon for cerebral palsy. And my teacher had a friend at BioWare, and they were like, oh, that's a really good cause. Okay, well, the top 10 people who get donations get to go on a tour. So we went on a tour, and I was like, oh shit, people make these. Like I grew up loving games and playing them, but it never really occurred to me that there was like people making them and like seeing it all, like all like it was just so cool. And I loved being like, well, I guess I'm gonna be a game dev now. Like not even just a certainty thing. And then yeah, I actually started off as wanting to be a writer. Because I wanted to be an English teacher and to pay the bills while I wrote novels and stuff. And then, so I went to university. I ended up starting a game dev club because I was told that the best way to sort of get into the industry was to actually make games. And to do that, you should find people to work on games with so that you can learn how to work with other people. And I made a club expecting like 10 people to join, and I ended up getting 60.
Wow.
And they kept coming. So I was like, oh, okay, I need to learn how to do things well enough so I can teach other people to do things. Whee! And then I got involved with the local industry and community here in Edmonton. And that meant going to meetups, and I ended up helping to organize a bunch of meetups, which ended up spiraling into getting involved with organizing game jams and organizing a conference, and it just kept going from there. And along the way, I ended up meeting my mentor, and he ended up telling me that, you'd be wasted in writing. You'd be a better producer. And at first I was like, I just switched programs to do writing. No. And then I looked into it and I was like, oh, actually, yeah. So I pivoted, and then my program, which was communications, ended up having a field placement portion of the degree, and I was like, I'm going to do it in games. And then I ended up getting my internship at Improbable, and now I'm here a year later at Beamdog. So yeah.
Great. So this is our last official segment. Let's get some hard questions out here. What is one secret about your job you wish everybody knew? Like something really cool or something really like my life would be easier if people just understood this one thing. And this is just an open question, whoever wants to go first.
Oh my God. I wish people knew that I can't use like Google at work, and I hate it. I hate it so much. I have a problem with Frostbite. I got to talk to the one dude that's been in the company 20 years and be like, how the hell do you do this? And I want to flex on everybody that I do my job still without Stack Overflow. And that's it. That's the tweet.
That's the one thing. All right. Well, we got that aired out. We can talk about that also at our next programmer sync if you want, Kat.
Yes, maybe I should have some. I should have saved that for work now, I realize. But you asked, so.
No, that's good. But that's one of the things that, I will pivot that into another topic, is that we don't always know the answers. Like we have to go out and find help. Like we are doing something new every time. There's not, who knew you put together knives in a dishwasher to make, or lines in a dishwasher to make animal noises? Like there's no book on this. We have to figure it out as we go. We're building the bridge or laying the track as we travel. Gabe or Vanessa, anything about your roles that people are always surprised? Like if you're going to a fancy dinner party and people ask you, like, what surprises them the most?
So for me, mostly people are surprised that the vast majority of players actually like paying for cosmetics,
Oh,
which is a
really?
thing that I have to explain to my entire family over and over again because they just can't grasp the concept that like somebody wants to play virtual dress up. And I totally get that a lot of players don't like that, and I always try to make sure that my games don't like force any of that
Mhm.
kind of thing on you, but a lot of people just want to put on a clown hat and some wings and some spiky leather pants and go play their game.
Do you think the DA fandom would be interested in a clown hat or clown makeup DLC?
Yeah, I think a lot of
I've
them would.
never heard
The
anything like
memes you
that,
can
but
make.
I trust your data more, Gabe.
I think
Um,
so. Here's the thing. I think the DA fandom would be very excited if they could put that on Solus.
really? Huh. I never saw that before. I'm sure no one will tweet that to me later. Uh, Vanessa, are there any like production is something that people just like kind of wave their hand? Sorry, that's like people don't know what it is. They just they produce. Like what does that do? So like if you could make your life easier, if people knew one thing about production, what would it be?
Oh boy, that's a
Or
that's a
two
loaded
things. I'll
question.
give you two.
Okay, so at least at my level, I'm not telling the dev team what to do. Like I'm not a director being like, you should do this. Like this is what we should be making. It's more of a okay, this is what we're shooting for. What support do you need to
Mhm.
get there?
Yeah.
So that's the other thing, and also spreadsheets. Spreadsheets will become your life, and you will realize that like you can pretty much do anything in a spreadsheet. Everything. Like your life will be spreadsheets and meetings if you go into production.
I've heard they
Yeah.
got Doom running in a spreadsheet now.
It's like anytime anybody asks me like what's a thing they should learn if they want to get into video games, I pretty much always tell them Excel. Like it's so useful.
Yeah,
There's so
everybody
much
uses
you
it.
can do in it.
I was giving Bolton some flack earlier that he didn't know if you did Control Shift V, you could paste without formatting. I'm like, that's rookie stuff, man. Uh,
And
I'm
making
gonna dunk on
shortcuts.
Bolton with that later. That's good.
this is the last segment, and I've been on the stream for a while. Thank you for being patient with me. So the thing, one of the themes we've talked about a lot here has been communication, and you know how do you communicate with other people, and does it change on who you're communicating? Because like talking with different teams, different needs, like artists or programmers and designers, how does the communication level work? And why don't you start this time, Vanessa, because you were so patient on the last one? Or do you
Um,
want time to think?
I think I might want some time to think.
Okay. Kat, when you deal with when you're an RPG programmer, how does communication work when you're working with RPG designers?
Ooh, good question. So, my little pod specifically has two designers that I work with, which makes it like pretty nice because there's only two people I need to be communicating with. And system designers, like specifically for the type of designer, are like close enough to a programmer to almost be like dangerous. Like I've seen them pull off some horrific but impressive things with schematics, which I suppose like in something like Unreal, it would be your blueprints. But it makes communication like a bit easier because I can use like there's a pretty heavy overlap in vocabulary and content to talk about what's needed. And I find a lot of the time it's a lot of me trying to listen a lot more about a designer telling me about their flow and what they need out of that, and then trying to be like, okay, I can provide you with this and this and this, and then making sure I'm solving the problem and not just giving me what they're asking to. Because similar to the problem with like gamers don't necessarily know how to ask for the game that they want. It's like, I know I want to have fun. I know I want it to have this, but maybe the thing they're thinking about being delivered isn't the thing that's going to do that the best way. So I think that's like the challenging and fun part of the communication too, is like getting to that core point. But for the most part, it's good. And like my team is so nice and they're so patient with me and they deal with me every day. So that makes it a lot easier too.
Yeah. Gabe, any thoughts on how communication helps your role?
Yeah, I tend to lead with data. That is usually the strength of my job family specifically, is we, research a lot. We usually have a lot of data that we're talking about. Specifically when I'm giving advice to more junior product managers, I basically tell them like there's a lot of opinions in game dev. Like everybody has opinions on exactly what a feature should look like. One of the things PMs have is we have data. And so we shouldn't jump into the opinion field unless we have something to back it up. So that's where I start from. And if I don't have it, I tend not to like throw my hat in the ring. There's already enough hats in there.
Gotcha. So a follow-up question. We had John Epler on earlier, who was in charge, who was our lore master. What's more powerful, data or lore?
Well, I think it entirely depends on what you're specifically talking about.
Oh.
If it's lore that nobody has seen, and I know nobody has seen, then I would say the data. If
Oh.
it's something that is key to the franchise, and we need to make sure that we're like upholding the expectations of our players at all costs, then I will bow to the lore every time.
See, that's a good compromise. That's good management and direction there, Gabe. Vanessa, was there anything you wanted to add?
So as a producer, like, and I might be biased because I have a communications degree, but pretty much everything I do has to do with communications. My degree would say that everything in the world is communication in some way. But as a producer, what I do in terms of communicating with a lot of the other disciplines and departments is really just acting as a mediator. So it's like, oh, okay, so what do you need? Oh, you need this. And really active listening helps a lot because sometimes you have to do a lot of code switching when you're talking to all these people in different disciplines because you're like, okay, I'm talking to an artist now. I need to like understand what they're talking about. Cool. Now I need to go talk to our technical director. Okay, he is using like jargon that is completely different. Now I need to like switch so I can understand what they're talking about so I can relay that information back and forth. And
Yeah.
I guess never being afraid to ask questions too. So like as a producer, you don't have to know how to do all the things, but you do need to try and learn on the go as much as you can because you need that in order to provide that support. So
Yeah, that's great. I mean, one of the things that, you mentioned there I wanted to spin off from was that we have many different distinct groups and disciplines, art, design, programming, production, the list can go on, audio, tons of stuff. And every one of those groups wants to make the best game possible. And their skill set says the best game is going to be the one with the most of my thing or the best of my thing. And the compromise and the production, the balancing, whether it's, you do Gabe or production stuff, it's finding that right balance and making sure the pieces fits is so difficult, and that's why we were talking. We talked about communication so much throughout this. Next question I want to toss to and chat. I'm trying to watch, but I'll check the shared doc for more questions in a second. Is what skill have you used in your role that you never thought you would use before you started your role? Like, is there anything that's come up that we're like, oh, I never thought I would need to know this or do this because you only saw that exterior window of game dev? I see Kat's got some wheels turning in her head. She's thinking.
I mean, for me, it's definitely just math generally. Like, I
Okay.
use a lot of it, both statistics, which I only took one class on it back in high school, and then I ended up in this job, and I started taking a bunch of Udemy classes just to catch up on stats. And then I actually use a lot of algebra as well because I also do some balancing work. So when you don't
Mm.
have a systems designer, a PM often fits in if you need one. So it's a lot of like made up algebra at times. I have a lot of math teachers I have to apologize to.
I have some programming teachers I got to apologize to. Kat or Vanessa, any thoughts on this?
to be honest, my entire communications degree. So I switched into comms because of the field placement part of the degree and because at the time I wanted to be a writer and they had a screenwriting class. So when I switched to production, I was like, I don't know how much of this is going to apply, but a lot of it does. Again, a lot of this is knowing how to communicate and help others to communicate. So that really helped. And even the stuff that had to specifically do with social media marketing and stuff weirdly applies. So yeah.
Gotcha. Any final thoughts on this topic, Kat, before I move on?
Oh, yeah, sure. I have like I guess like a kind of wholesome one that's nice. It's like I knew I'd have to use like programming and stuff like that, but I'm so thrilled that like people give a shit about my opinion. Like people ask me what I think of things and ask me what I
Aw.
like and ask me about the type of games that I play and we talk about that stuff. And I played a ton of video games just because I liked them and I liked analyzing them because that was like fun, but it's great that's actually been like useful at my job too when people want opinions on stuff. So yeah.
It's called
That's fun.
competitive research now,
There
Kat.
you go.
Yes, sorry, competitive
Is that
analysis.
deductible?
You know what? Andrew
Maybe.
Wilson will be covering it. Yeah,
And
so
yeah.
yeah, can confirm.
So on the other side of that, what's been the hardest part of either changing roles or getting into your role here? You know, where have you seen the most growth in your career? I should have given you questions beforehand. These are tough off the dome.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's still me to answer this one
Sure,
too.
it's open.
Okay. If anyone else has something first, that would be good.
Sure.
Okay.
I feel like I talk first a lot. Vanessa, did you want to talk first?
I can, unless you have something.
I have
Uh,
one, but I don't want to always be the first talker, even though that's
Okay.
probably why I have my job, is because I'm very bossy.
It's a very
Um,
Canadian stream we have going on here. Everybody's very polite.
I guess I'll go first. So, like, I did indie stuff before I went into AAA, but I think the biggest thing that I've learned to grow into was being a little braver and more outspoken. Especially as a junior and in the production role, you do end up having to go up to people and be like, "Hey, why wasn't this done?" And you'll have these moments where you're like, "Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God," but it's a part of your job, you know. And I think so long as you're not a jerk about having to do stuff like that, they get that it's a part of your job and it's okay. You're a part of the team. So, you know, if I have to herd cats and do that, the team gets it. So yeah,
Yeah.
being a little braver.
Kat or Gabe, any thoughts?
Yeah, for me, I think having some more professionalism has been my greatest challenge. I said I came from QA, not to knock our QA people now. They are wonderful professionals who I would trust with anything. But 15 years ago, QA was much more of a frat house kind of environment. And I had definitely ingrained that into my personality. So I had to change a lot of habits in order to be taken more seriously at kind of the big kids table.
Gotcha. Any final thoughts, Kat?
Yeah, I guess for me, like looping back again to before was asking a ton of questions, not worrying about looking stupid. Like
Yeah.
that was a huge one right off the bat. I think there's like reasons for that. Like one, being a junior and entering an industry, you're gonna be insecure. Like if you're a woman or a person of color too, like that's gonna stack. You're gonna feel even more insecure when you're asking those things because you feel you have a lot to prove or a lot to represent.
Yeah.
But knowing that I work with good people and feeling that security, and then being able to ask those questions and be very transparent with my learning has been like the best thing for sure. And it's made me a much better programmer because of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to loop back around to something we talked about, or it was mentioned early on, is that mentors. One of the things that people mentioned here is that they had mentors that helped them, and for new people getting into industry, you know, they may not know that's an option. Like, can you explain how you would find a mentor or how that has helped you?
I know, like, for stuff I've done is like at work, I made a point of like specifically asking for it. And again, my team is like really great. George, who was on earlier, was on my team and he's fielded so many of my stupid questions, which is great. But get involved with your communities and everything you can. I know, like in Edmonton, we have Yeg FemDev, and there's so many like developers in there you can talk to and connect with. Like, reach out on Twitter. And I mean, I'm sure Vanessa can say more about this too, but if you're in university or school to like try to make a group, try to find like-minded folks. And I don't know, just be open to like taking the feedback and actively seek out that sort of thing, and stuff will come and find you at the same time too.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like I totally echo that. So Edmonton has a bunch of if you're in Edmonton, or in a city that has sort of things like the International Game Developers Association chapter. So Edmonton has one, a bunch of other cities have one. There are usually a bunch of meetups happening for cities with a game dev presence. And if there isn't, like, honestly, Twitter is a big one. Like, a lot of devs, they won't talk about their projects, but they will sometimes talk about like the industry and what's going on. And that's a great place to learn. There are a bunch of other online resources. Like there's Pixels in Montreal, which is an incubator for women, non-binary, and marginalized other marginalized gendered folks that you can follow along online. That is really excellent. And yeah, like I think it's just actively go seeking that knowledge and then being open and honest about what you're seeking to do is a really big help. And this is a personal anecdote, but also don't be afraid to randomly compliment strangers on their t-shirts because that's how I got mine before.
Cool. Gabe, any thoughts on mentoring?
I mean, I think that they covered it really well. I did not follow any of that advice, so I only found my mentors at like the mid-level of my career through work. And yeah, highly recommend you be a little more proactive about that because maybe you can meet somebody who can jumpstart you a little bit earlier. I would say I've had a couple people reach out to me on LinkedIn, and they were short-term mentoring things that I did a couple rounds with, and I don't think anybody that I've ever talked to has a problem with that. So if there's somebody that is doing a job that you are particularly interested in, like don't spam, don't reach out to people that you don't actually want to learn about their job, but if you're really interested in their job, yeah, give it a try, see if they'd be willing to talk to you.
That's great. We are just about out of time for this segment here. I want to give everybody a chance to do their promotion stuff. So the question is, if you have any recommended resources, people who want to do what you do, or if you want them to, if you're available to help them via social media, please let me know what you recommend. Kat, what should people do if they want to become an RPG programmer, and are you on social media?
I am on social media. I'm at Velocitrina, and then I'm Cataraptor on like everything else, I think. But Twitter and Velocitrina, you can totally message me on there. I'll try to help you out in any way I can. Get experience with game engines. Get experience with C++, C Sharp. Get experience with object-oriented programming. Everything's gonna be an object in game dev. Saturate yourself in video games if that's what you really, really love. Think about systems, why you like those systems, why you don't like them. Have good reasons for those opinions, and take a look at the data too. See what other people think. Yeah, that's my type 5 on that.
Gotcha. Vanessa, same question to you.
Yeah, so you could find me on Twitter at Vanessa_Capito. It's just my name. Same thing on LinkedIn. If you ever want to reach out and ask for advice or help, I'm always happy to help. As for just getting into what I do, make games. So there are game jams going on all the time. Like there are always remote game jams. I believe Ludum Dare is happening right now. But you can go on itch.io and there's always a game jam going on. It's a great way to just understand like how other people work and like what goes into it and what that development cycle looks like, and get involved with your community. And if there isn't a local community and you have the bandwidth, try making one. Start a meetup, see who shows up.
Could be 60 people.
It could be 60 people.
And Gabe, final thoughts on how people can get into your role and any way that they can reach out to you on social medias?
So you can find me on Twitter. I'm at Norse Artemis. And then on LinkedIn, I'm Gabrielle Highland. Just feel free to reach out through either of those anytime. And then ways to get into what I do. I would say watch some YouTube videos on how to make Excel do your bidding. That's super helpful. And then play a lot of games and be really curious. Like ask yourself honestly when you're playing a game, what is it about this feature that I like? Why is it making me play more? Why is it making me want to quit? Why did it make me throw my controller against the wall? Those are the kinds of things that like we compile into best practices and recommendations.
Amazing. Thank you all for your time today. It's been great chatting with you, and I hope chat's been very positive and all that. I continue to be John Renish at John Renish at Twitter. The last official bit will be some outro from the ESIO organizers who have been a great help. And then it'll be the after party, which I don't even know what that is. So I'm expecting it's going to be, what do kids say these days? Lit? Is it
lit?
The fact
I feel like we're still a little bit too late on that, but yeah, lit.
I feel like if I know the word, the kids don't say it anymore.
It's 2010, y'all. Get into it.
I said lit
Now
the
I
other day.
know
And
it
my
is.
sister
I'm
got mad
sorry.
at me.
John, I have a question, John. If people
yeah.
want to reach out to your beard, Where do
My
they?
beard does not have a Twitter. It has an IRC number, which is hashtag 174398221. That's my beard IRC. But it only accepts emojis. So do your best or your
Okay.
worst. Uh, thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Katrina. It's been great. And camera can exit stage left.
Fade into the night.
All right, fantastic. I think that was a heck of a way to end that. Holy cow. I'm going to echo exactly what everyone just said. If you don't know me, I'm Madison. I work at ESIO, which is the Edmonton Screen Industries office. It's right there on the screen. What we do is we really support the entire IDM community in Edmonton. So if you're looking, even if you're in AAA and you're already like, I got my dream job, it's all good. We do community meetups. We do a lot of PD work with workshops. So even like something maybe you kind of want to learn about it, maybe you don't want to do a new Udemy course, maybe you want to talk to other Edmontonians who are nearby, we got you covered there. We also give out funding. So a major part of what we do is we do industry support grants. We also have something called the Edmonton Screen Media Fund. So if you're looking to maybe kickstart something or maybe even just get somebody to help out, like Caldera mentioned earlier, what they did was they got an industry support grant to be able to kind of fill a gap in their team, whereas they needed a little bit more marketing help. That's what we help them do. So we're always here to talk to everybody about anything that you need. If even if you don't think that you might qualify, just reach out to us. Like 100%, we're here to work with you. We're here to talk about everything. And we love our indie scene and we love everything in between. So it's not one or the other, it's all of you. And you all make Edmonton such a special place. I think seeing this hit $5,000 on the first ever go around is so amazing. And I'm just so excited that we got to support this event. And I am so excited that I get to be like the last thing you see before you go to the after party, because really it's a party over here at ESIO. So 100% reach out to us. We're at Edmonton Screen. You can find me there, or you can always bug me. I'm Madison R. Cote on Twitter or anything like that. We're always around to talk. And even if you just have like the baby idea for a project, let's talk it out. But thank you, everybody. On behalf of ESIO, I just really want to say, like, you all did such an amazing job showing what the community in Edmonton and beyond is. And it's really been an honor. So thank you for having me.
All right. So I'm here to talk a little bit at the very end. We are setting up for the after party now. But before we get to that, I wanted to talk a little bit about what we reached for our final donation count. So this includes $1,129 raised before our stream, $100 from a test stream. The final numbers that I'm seeing after I throw everything into my magical calculator is $5,105.33 total raised. I'm blown away by this. I know everyone else involved is blown away. This is just a fantastic turnout for our very first attempt at one of these. Everyone is so ecstatic. Thank you all for being here with us. Thank you all for your participation and your donations. And it doesn't have to stop here. We've got this after party thing coming up. We've got some people who are going to play some Jackbox. You can see, hopefully, people making some funny jokes. I think that's usually what Jackbox is for. So stick around while we set that up. I'll have a little bit of music playing in the meantime while we get that going. Thank you, everybody.
unfortunate that me and Matt joined in the order we did because it would have been way better as Mad Cat.
Yeah.
Right?
Cat Matt is kind of cool too.
It's true, but we don't have a shitty off-brand controller now.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
What's the code?
It's in chat.
Oh, I see.
I'm echoing. I don't know what's happening. There's an elephant somewhere.
There's an elephant somewhere. Hey, we can leave it this size for now, but we might go bigger later. But you can probably take Andrew off the label there.
I don't see the room code actually.
It's in chat, Bolden. I'm hiding it from our viewers until we get it.
I know, but what chat? There's so many chats. I don't see it. Oh, okay, I see. Okay.
Wait, which chat?
The general.
It is this chat. It's just higher than I thought it was.
Aren't we all though?
Aren't we all?
How come?
Oh, I see.
All right, should I open up the chat? Open up the last 3 spots for everybody?
Who is lost.jpg?
Oh, shoot. Sorry, that's my default name in chat.
Fine, it's fine. All right, we ready to start? Anybody else coming in?
I'm coming in.
Let's do this.
Wait, you're already logged in, Bolden.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
All right, I'm gonna push start then. Wait, where'd that window go? Oh no.
I'm getting information right now from chat that Matt is the imposter.
Wait, what?
Hilarious. But we're not even playing that game.
That's what's so crazy about it.
I don't think I've even played this one.
Are we streaming? We're streaming, right?
We're streaming.
We streaming, boys. We're dropping on. How does that game work? How do you drop places?
Welcome to TKO. I am the tournament master, and
All
my
right.
horoscope says it's
Bonus
a
points for
great
Dragon
start
Age
to
or
enterprises with
Mass
others.
Effect
So
themed
let's
stuff.
get started. I hope you all enjoyed the boat trip to T-Shirt Island. If you're going to
boy.
be seasick,
T-Shirt
do try
Island.
to aim away from the crystal blue waters of my island home.
I don't think I've ever played this one.
This one's
Yeah,
on
I've never played this one yet.
Welcome to the training grounds. You will use your device to draw 3 drawings. Feel free to draw anything that strikes your fancy. And if your fancy isn't feeling so fancy, hit the suggestion button. Get your drawing fingers wiggling. It's time to draw.
What are we drawing? I don't
Draw
understand.
whatever you
Oh,
want.
push
I
suggestion.
don't understand.
Something that gives you a panic attack.
Is this a newish game, John?
No.
I thought there was more players than just 6 as well.
We have 7 people in the audience, but we could have up to 8. You're overthinking it. You're overthinking it.
I'm just so
I'm
tired
holding-
after this whole thing.
I'm holding a baby, so I'm at a disadvantage.
And Allie's good.
Well, he's got a bit of a fever. He's a little sick.
Oh.
Oh no, our baby.
Yeah, I didn't sleep last night, so I was really tired by the end of this.
It was interesting because I thought it would be... Yeah, I didn't expect it to feel that long. I don't know why.
It was because we had so many great people in chat helping us out, keeping it busy.
Decent enough, but a bit traditional.
Chat, give it up for
This time
chat.
try
Chat
changing
was
your shirt
amazing.
color with little tabs at the bottom.
Mad did not
Begin
finish her drawing in time.
2.
No. Okay, I'm done.
Just draw something random else?
You draw 3 pictures.
Oh,
And
I'm
then
really
you-
sorry. I'm like, I'm trying to draw something and it looks vaguely phallic. I just want to warn everybody, it wasn't on purpose. It just happened.
I would like everyone to know that I didn't follow the directions at all.
They're not directions, they're suggestions.
Yeah, you don't have. You can draw whatever you want,
Cool,
including
that's
something
exactly
that
what I ended up
accidentally.
doing.
Accidentally, you say.
Oh, I'm trying to make it look less, and it just looks more like it. God.
There is an
okay.
undo button.
What?
I didn't see that. Oops, I already pushed the check thing.
This is a lot of setup for, I'm not sure, a dubious payout.
No undo, only forward.
Hey now, they're new. Someone doesn't play every weekday, or every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at work, like I and Allie do.
Who do you play with?
That's true.
Hurry up, John.
I got 10 whole
Only
seconds.
seconds
I
remain.
should drag this out as long as possible.
Oh my god.
Good, good. Yes, one more drawing. Use that
Oh,
negative space.
one more drawing? Uh-oh.
Begin.
Yes, 3 drawings.
Suggestion. Teen angst. What?
You don't have to use their suggestions.
What do I do? Wait, maybe I want to.
If anything, all the meowing I find very distracting.
Meow, meow.
Meow, meow, meow.
Oh my god.
I'm very proud of my 3rd drawing, with 54 seconds left to go. I did it, but why would you bother? This one does have a bit of a longer start. It doesn't really get hot until we get into the voting.
Last time I played this game, it was pure chaos.
Yeah.
This is not what I thought it. That's not how it's thought it would turn out.
Good, good. Pretty good. For your last exercise, you will write as many
Oh my
slogans
god.
or phrases as you
It's a
can.
long walk. It's a
Whimsy
long walk.
is highly encouraged. And don't forget
Highly
that suggestion
encouraged.
button if you're stumped. Go.
Oh, how do I type with a baby on my arms?
Type that.
Say, that's exactly what you should write.
I'm looking for like 3 or 4 from each of you. Does that seem doable? Just give it a shot.
I've done 7. Having a keyboard help. I'm done. 7's where I cap out. I gotta get buttermilk after this game. Making cornbread tomorrow.
Someone put that on a shirt.
Making cornbread tomorrow? You need some buttermilk?
Make haste before time runs out.
Lame.
You've done 2?
Oh!
15.
Nice hustle. Let's find out if it is worth.
15!
Someone's a tryhard.
I'm all drained,
Do not
dude.
train me. Direct your attention to your device. You have a
Oh, these
series
are
of
so
drawings and
good.
slogans at your disposal. Choose one of each to make the best t-shirt champion that you can. Don't phone it in.
I'm so tempted to go like pure absurdist with this. I'm gonna hold back though, because what's
Remember,
gonna be
there's an
funny to
audience
me
here. The
will not
audience
be.
loves absurdity.
Go full dead eyes.
Oh, picking up? Yeah. All right, now the audience can
Lovely.
participate.
The moment has come. Let the tournament begin.
Uh-oh.
Gauntlet 1.
Does not have his mountain man beard like
Fight by submitting
how
your
you
vote on
PR?
your devices, that is.
That's a long, long subtitle.
I was meant to say, is this how you promote in programming?
And the audience will get that how?
I'm just being bitter here.
Whoa. Is whoa.
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 A new challenger appears.
Ooh.
So the audience counts as a full vote then?
Yeah. Oh, destroyed.
Is that elephant just farting?
No, it's his tail.
Oh. Okay.
Wait, where is that coming from?
Oh my god, this is my favorite! I want this shirt!
You can buy these shirts after the game, by the way. Well, that was a.
It seems as if my humor is respected on this.
Oh, damn.
I mean, you know what lit needs, Cat. Of course your human works.
Oh my god.
Please include this shirt in the collector's edition.
Versus.
Oh.
I don't know, that Dragon Age shirt is pretty great.
Yeah, can we get that in the store?
No!
No, we can't.
I mean,
Okay.
yes. Yes.
Yes, we can? I don't know.
I didn't even vote for myself.
Oh, a new challenger appears.
Oh no, I don't know which one to vote.
Oh, it's real good.
This is the novelty thing. You can design a perfect thing, but if it's on the first day of the project, it's gonna get iterated on.
That's true.
Winners. How about a training break?
All right, one more drawing.
Use your devices to enter one new drawing and as many new slogans as you wish. Don't let me down. Go.
Does that voice not remind anyone of the dad from Umbrella Academy?
Kinda, yeah. I can see that.
We're just drawing new random stuff now, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
An audience.
It's a lot.
Did I do something wrong? Like, what's taking everyone so long?
Art, man. Art.
You can't
Sometimes
rush
it be
it,
like
Baldwin.
Time is about to expire. You may want to finish up.
7 seconds, Cat.
You do it.
Write something.
Write something. Okay, I will.
Oh, my kid is now typing on the keyboard.
Best slogan ever.
Oh, you're such a baby doing baby stuff. When are you gonna start earning your keep?
That
Oh
sounds
wow, that was fast.
That was fast, yeah.
The second gauntlet looms.
Oh,
and the
wow,
hairy
these
paws
are
of
so
Kismet
good.
Have shuffled your drawings and slogans. You know what to do.
I don't know.
Sure.
No, this is good.
This is the worst part for the audience is we're all here chuckling our heads off and they gotta wait like another minute before they get to
Well, I'm the voice of audience participation now.
Nathan!
Hello, the QA is now being the audience. This is great.
Yeah, QA.
Were you watching for most of it, Nathan?
I've been around for like 3 or 4 hours. I was attempting to make a very fancy dish in my kitchen, and I failed spectacularly because I can't cook. But it was edible, and I've been enjoying listening to you guys talk about all the entertaining things for most of it. So it's been really cool.
If you call it a deconstructed dish, suddenly it's fine dining.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Those are cute.
I feel good about my shirt entry here.
It's like a weird pain when you contribute to a shirt that also beats you, too.
Yeah.
It's like, God damn it.
But my petunias.
What am I? Like a little cat girl or something.
Okay, full disclosure. This was my
What is happening?
I got that the first round. I was wondering, is this what Kat was talking about?
I'm really upset that someone didn't type some regrets instead of regrets.
Oh, the audience almost swung it.
Oh, so close.
The audience almost swung it.
Dang.
Swung it? Swanged it?
Jacob!
Oh my god! I need that one.
Take a screenshot, man.
Back to.
I'm pretty sure that's programming art if I've ever seen it.
Take a screenshot, man.
That is what every guy on my team looks like.
He doesn't have a beard, Cat. But you're right, it does kind of look like George.
A little bit. I'm gonna send it to him, no context.
George just snuck off into the night.
I know.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
John is making cornbread tomorrow.
It looks like there's a very sad caricature that's almost
get-
smoking or steaming. I can't
They're
quite
just
tell.
sad. It's like the sad vibes lifting off their body.
I get
Oh.
1 day a week to do for my cheat day for carbs, and I'm doing cornbread this week, so I'm excited. You don't have to be excited. I am.
I attempted to make beef Wellington today because I wanted something fancy. Okay. Dude, what?
So the prompt I got for drawing was Civil War beard.
That's so good. Oh shit. Oh man, Vanessa, did you take both rounds at the end?
I did.
We just got destroyed.
So it's come to this, the final gauntlet.
Jeez.
Only the strongest shirts from the previous rounds will compete, and only one will come out alive.
Time for the best shirts.
Versus
I contributed to both of these, but they're not my shirt.
In a way, it's a weird metaphor for game dev, where individually we kind of suck, but combined, we make terrible t-shirts.
Super deep. Oh wow, you beat yourself.
versus
Rematch.
Oh.
I stand by my decision. I love this programming shirt.
I do too, actually.
frosted tips came over well there.
Oh yes.
I didn't see it until now.
Mayonnaise, it wasn't clear.
Mayonnaise? Oh shit!
Oh, the audience is just so powerful.
Yep.
Yeah, the audience has got all the power.
We know what we want, okay? I say that like I'm more than a
damn.
single vote in the audience, but still.
Oh god, this one. Oh gee.
Oh, that one's hard.
Hitting us with the hard choices.
Whoa!
Um,
No one likes John. That's what I'm seeing.
Oh.
it's gonna quit the game. Yo, eat it, yo!
So I'll catch you guys later. Unless you're doing something after this. No? Okay, cool. Alright, bye.
Some quality art right there.
Good shit.
Art TM.
Very nice. Very nice. Alright, I'm gonna switch games for 1 second. Give me just 1 second.
Wow, Vanessa was dominating us almost.
Yeah, that's true. We just got bodied by Vanessa.
Alright. Hey, that's not what I wanted to do. I did the wrong thing.
You fool.
Don't do that.
I'll try to do better this time.
Oh, is Gabe still here? This feels like her kind of game.
Espionage?
Oh yeah.
Because it's all data.
All of the data. Much wow.
Alright, I have to do this thing where I hide my screen for a second.
So can you... Oh, so you can unhide it eventually. Okay. Whoa. Cricket noise.
Oh no.
Here, can you hold?
So
Alright, code is out.
when Presley was trying to get set up for the audio demo, we were having problems with it. So I hopped in trying to help. I was useless, by the way. Rachel solved it. But I got in there and tried to help, completely forgetting that I was cooking crepes. And only the burning smell had reached me. And I've been airing out my house. So that's been my fun stream story.
You don't have a sensitive smoke alarm, I take it?
Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. What? I'm gonna die in this house. Oh my god.
All right. Oh shoot.
Are we all in?
I mean, I definitely joined in on this party, so...
I tried to join. I can't seem to join.
We're
It
full.
just has...
We're full.
We're full?
Are you full?
Start.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Everybody's in.
You're the first player. Can you push start?
Yes.
Vanessa.
2, 1.
Real burnt grapes for the friends we made along the way. Thanks, Rachel, for that.
So we decided to make a game to show you how much fun we have watching your every move. We call it Espionage.
Oh. Andrew said him and Serena are going for celebratory sushi.
Oh, guess what? We're now collecting live data
Actually,
from the
I
audience.
think
If we gather
I'll
enough data from
head
the
out too.
audience, the questions are all about
Well, are you playing right now, Matt?
No, I'm not. I'm not in the game.
Let's have some analytical fun.
Thanks for everything, Matt.
Yeah, thanks so much for the help.
Yeah, thanks so much, you guys. This has been
Oh, here's one we've
fantastic,
been
and hopefully we
especially
can do more
interested
of these.
Don't ask
For sure.
Great.
Yay, charity! Bye!
Yes.
What
Have a good night.
percentage of
Bye.
people currently
Night.
have gym memberships they haven't used in at least
Oh,
6
see,
months?
this is a tough one. This is a tough
Make it a
one.
good guess. You'll get more points the closer
What
your
was this
guess is
question
to the
asked?
actual percentage. Oh, and don't forget to answer the question too. Okay, we have a guess.
Can't have been
40%.
recent. This is which
Okay, everyone
Jackbox
else,
game?
Time to guess if the actual percentage is
40%.
higher or lower. You can also double down and guess much higher.
I feel
or
like it
much
should be
lower.
higher.
If you think the guess is off by 15% or more.
Oh no, we're surveying our audience. I should have voted differently.
I don't know. I've never had this one.
Like, no, our actual survey is our audience. I should have
Oh,
voted
is it?
differently.
Oh, okay.
Yes. That was my fault. I forgot.
Just one person says lower. How did the audience answer?
Did I misunderstand this?
16%.
Wait, what?
You
of
said
surveying
lower.
random people on the internet, they're
Nice
surveying
job.
our
I've got some
audience.
points for you.
The actual audience is answering these. So we'll.
So the
Oh,
audience.
okay.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna find out who's the real monsters here.
Okay, that's interesting.
In the audience.
I've never played this with actual audience members.
What percentage of people have a penny in their pocket right now?
In Canada.
We can't assume all of our audience members are Canadian.
Oh,
That's
nice.
true.
Oh no, now it's text. Never mind.
I mean,
Nice. Oh, it's text again.
People in our audience are wearing pants right now.
Nice.
Anyone else? Higher or lower?
Yeah. I was like, what are you nicing?
Breathe it in.
I assume sound is Presley.
Saying lower.
Yeah.
And what did the audience say?
I respect that you did it for the goof. Like, that's good.
Who got it right? Nice job. I've got some points for you.
You just gave us all the points, though.
And what have we here? Great answer.
You know, well, this isn't for
Double
like
points. We're saying
competition.
much lower.
But it says it is.
But we do it for the memes anyways.
Hey,
Do
that's
it for the
me.
vine.
What should I search for in the old Surveillance Pro next? Ooh, I know.
Oh no.
What percentage of people usually cringe rather than laugh at
Oh,
videos of people
wow.
with
Oh,
severe
this is
emotional-
interesting.
Get that secondhand embarrassment.
Oh, this is hard.
This is tough.
Yeah, that is tough.
64%. What do y'all think? Higher or lower?
This is definitely gonna show who's a monster.
Breathe it in.
All right. We got some ups. We got some downs.
None that are much higher, much lower yet.
That's a.
I don't think any of us are willing to take that chance.
61%.
Oh.
I've got big points for that guess.
I got an achievement.
So worth.
Okay, who's up next?
It's incredibly
Breathe it
good
in.
value.
All right, buckle in. I've got one for you.
Can
Oh, this goes into
What percentage of people
John's
more than
meat
half
stew.
of their consumed chili from cans?
This is very
Half
specific.
of their chili from cans.
Let's count the chili cook-off.
Oh wow.
I don't know.
People have chili from cans?
They put you could put anything in a can.
Time at 42%.
I suppose.
All right, what do you think?
Gosh, you know, chili is really a great food, and like you can go to a restaurant and get a chili. You
People
know.
are saying higher. And what does your audience think?
But of our audience.
7%. Dang.
How could you do me like this, audience? How could you? I take this personally.
Ooh, points for you.
I'm with the audience. This is fine.
Next up.
I know my brother is watching. David, what are you doing? You're supposed to be helping. What are you doing?
Maybe he was, and he was outmatched.
Oh god, it's my turn.
What percentage of people have done the chicken dance at wedding?
Oh, no.
Oh wait.
If anyone has been at a wedding, I've been present to.
I feel like this is a specific
60%.
type
What do y'all
of
think?
wedding.
Higher or
To be
lower?
fair.
I mean, every wedding I've ever been a part of, I've personally made the bride and groom do the chicken dance at
Why are
some
you
point
the monster here.
because it's
I think
fun.
you are. I think you are the monster here.
I'm fine with that.
People are saying higher. Let's see the audience answer.
Oh damn!
6%.
Got wrecked.
You weren't within
Oh.
5%, so no points. For
Oh.
You got more than.
Oh.
Let's see who got it right.
Wow.
I don't know, okay? I admit I'm the monster. This is fine.
Audience, you're back in my good books. Thank you. Shout out to David again. You had me that time.
This is how you develop a fetish. What percentage of people have stuffed animals at home that they've had since
Aww.
childhood?
That's a tough one too.
But what will Vanessa
Hey, you can buy a stuffed Nug or a stuffed Elcor anytime now at the Bioware store.
Wow.
Okay.
Your childhood starts when your childhood starts whenever you say.
Oh, this is tough now, though.
I don't know. I think you guessed it pretty good.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Oh damn, Dumney's going hard.
Oh wow.
Big players make big plays.
Oh wow.
I love this audience. This is good.
The audience crush it? Yeah.
I finally got a point.
Who got it right?
And sound is on the board.
And what have we?
Guys, I did it.
That answer is closer than 50.
Oh, is Dumney? Oh no, Dumney's in here.
Domini's just a little sleepy, okay?
little bit.
All right, Surveillance Pro, what do you have for this? What percentage of people ride bikes to work at least one day per week?
Right now. Yeah.
I mean, I ride my bike at home,
That's not the same thing, Nathan.
but I work from my basement, Katrina.
I can leave your house at the bike.
That makes even less sense.
No, if you're coming back home, you're also coming back to work.
Exactly.
I don't know why I said 3. That was a dumb guess.
This is actually tough. You've made it tough for us.
She's only made it tough if everyone says
the
Big players
no.
make big plays.
What did the audience say? 13%.
Hey, the shirt is working. Look at that.
Close. Noise.
The shirt. What?
Like the BioWare store shirt or the dumb
charity
TKO
shirt.
shirt?
See who got it right.
Yeah, we got it working a while ago. It's just shipping and handling was a fair.
Oh, I'm sorry,
amount, I
Bolden. I was so busy. I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. It's my bad. I didn't catch it till now.
think. Wow.
We collected data about everything, even this.
It's like he was hosting a live stream or something.
Vampires, finally something real.
Novels of the sensuous
What percentage of
undead.
people have read more than
But
3
do
books
they
about
sparkle?
vampires?
How do you?
More than 3 books about vampires? Okay, what do you say about? Is it like historical data on vampires, or is it just like a vampires in it?
I'm gonna guess vampires in it.
63%.
But let's be honest, if
How many
anyone's
Twilight books have there been?
6?
3.
Oh, there's more than 3
count
Twilight
novels,
books.
Okay,
5?
is it a book if it's fan fiction?
If it's published.
I feel like it's gotta be at least higher.
Vote for lower. And what does your audience think?
Oh! How did John get that?
I know.
Wow! Wow!
You got it right.
Hacks!
Mark, yes.
Got your Game Shark here.
He actually just he's like Gabe. He has all the telemetry data
all the
for what their
telemetry,
answers
yeah.
are
For
in
the
advance.
final round. Everyone in the audience has been scanned so we could know how they would answer this question.
That's the final round,
What
guys.
name comes to most people's minds when someone mentions the New York Yankees? And here are the most popular answers. Guesses. Try to pick the most popular answers to get the most points. Ready? Go!
Oh, I'm really happy this is
Here in the audience, how
this
you
is
answer the
optional.
question will affect who gets points.
I can click buttons for this one.
I'm assuming these are all
Baseball
Like
player.
correct answers.
yeah.
Good luck.
Remember, you can
We
pick
definitely
three
know what we're
answers, not
talking
just
about
one.
here.
What? We're gonna mention a sport.
Alright,
Name
let's see
3
what
things
everyone
about
picked.
sport.
I mean, if they said video game characters, we would have crushed it.
And what are the most popular answers?
Ouch.
Nice.
Who's there?
Baseball.
I didn't even notice baseball was an option.
I heard the name Derek Jeter. I don't know who he is.
Breathe it in.
Clearly.
Oh
I won.
damn.
Clearly,
Nice.
guys, I'm great.
Oh my God, robbed.
I'm last.
Congratulations, you're
Yes!
the surveillance that ever surveyed.
Comedy, is that you?
Yes.
Nice.
Wow, impressive stuff.
All right, I'm off. This is
Hey,
hilarious.
Boldwin.
See you, friends.
Can I clap
Bye.
on the floor yet, or can someone else host more stuff? Because I need to kind of.
Okay.
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 Hey, people in the stream, thank you ever so much for your support and your hard work. I don't know what's next because Boldwin's got it, but I need to not do this for a little while. So, love you. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, John.
You all want to play Among Us?
Oh yeah, do that.
Right.
Oh, Among Us.
Yeah, I can mess with that.
I'm perfectly fine with accusing everyone. But we're streaming Among Us, so someone
You have to follow some rules, right?
Yes.
We have to not watch the stream.
Right.
Which I honestly think is doable.
Oh man, and we're not all friends. That's gonna be a bit of a pain.
Yeah, that's gonna be the real pain.
Why? Just do online and make a private match and just give us the code.
How about you do this, Nathan? Because it sounds like you've actually done. This is my first time opening the game. So
I only play it on my cell phone with my department for team building, okay?
That's more times than I've played it.
It's a total of 2.
Still more than 0. You got it, Nathan?
No.
Oh my god.
I don't know how.
Host? Private? Enter code? No. Host create game?
You're probably gonna wanna, yeah, that. Hey, it is team building for the QA team. We need to figure out how to communicate with each other so that we don't communicate poorly with our dev partners too. It's great.
I totally feel closer to my teammates after I kill them. It makes them feel a little. It leaves an impression.
Okay, so what do I... Where's the Discords? But how do we fill this up with other people then? I assume we can't.
We can share the code in chat and people can join if they want to.
Oh, yeah, I've long since closed the stream, I think.
I have not closed the
Okay.
stream.
Cool.
Though I figure we should be someone should be streaming to the stream for their gameplay, right?
Fine.
And upon doing that, you should probably you'll end up sharing the code with all of our friends that may or may not want to play.
Yep. All right. That's enough time? There's a way to hide it, isn't there? Well, it's streaming now. I don't know if Rachel's looking at mine.
Rachel said she'd be around. But the camera's for the room? Yay. We're good at technology.
Oh wait, what are you trying to figure out right now?
I think Boldwin should be trying to stream Among Us to the... Oh, there we go.
I am streaming to Discord. Yeah.
There we go.
I like the customizations options.
If anyone wants to join us, you can feel free to. Kill some Bioware developers in Among Us.
So how do you do this on a stream? Basically, no one says anything while we're out and about?
Okay, so the general idea of the game is that when you're playing around, you'll be given, if you're a crewmate, you'll be given tasks. If you're an imposter, you'll be given a list of fake tasks and you'll kill each other. When you're streaming, essentially you just mute voice chat or don't talk while the round is going, and only when there's a meeting's been called or a dead body's been found that you actually talk and engage with each other.
Okay.
And then obviously the rest of us shouldn't probably look at, well, no, we shouldn't look at the screen.
I shouldn't be streaming the room code. Well, no, we can have more people coming in.
The camera security instincts are kicking up here.
And are very obvious.
Screams in camera.
It's awkward when several people are using Gamers for Groceries as a chat thing. Can we just go public now? Oh, interesting. Sweet.
Oh, we get to play with random people? Oh, that's even more exciting.
Oh, fun.
I don't know if it worked. So we also have a potential advantage over them because
Oh
we are in
god,
voice
oh
chat
god,
and
we
they
didn't
aren't.
think about people's potential usernames.
Oh, hey, well, I mean, it's already gonna.
So far they're Liddy, but I'm just talking about down the road. Bird Queen.
This will be great, probably. Oh, hey, we have 69 people watching stream right now.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, are we supposed to mute each other right now?
You can just mute yourself.
Okay, bye.
Or just don't say anything.
So many people are dead.
I think it's people who also left just count as dead, which is interesting because you don't know if they got murdered or.
Don't forget to check the chat for public people.
Someone said who.
Yeah, yeah. Who? I didn't see any bodies. It was dark. What's really saddening me though is Katrina's dead. I'm totally not voting to skip.
You're not voting to skip?
Oh god, no! There's 2 imposters!
Oh no, so who you suspect?
I voted for Mimi. but that's okay. I don't care. I don't know who to trust or who to not trust in this instance. 2 imposters remain, and the lights are still out. So we're all gonna die.
Maybe it's you. Maybe you're just trying to throw us off.
Wow!
I hate it. I hate it. I hate you. This
You're
is stupid.
The worst.
Dumb is for babies.
Wow.
I don't even know what really happened.
Well,
Didn't kill you, Nathan.
Yeah, you didn't kill me, but you know what? That's not helpful. I thought we were friends. You saved me, but you killed Katrina. Gee,
Oh my
who am
God.
I supposed to trust?
There was a stupid thing broken, and I go up to check on it, and it worked. I got marked. Rude. Also, I feel like I should warn everyone on stream that I scream a lot during streams, and I apologize for that. So if you want to moderate your volume or something, I completely understand.
Dad of 3.
This is gonna be one hell of a way to end the night. I'm never gonna fall asleep after tonight. Just screaming bloody murder.
I don't know how we won.
It's simple.
We didn't.
You murdered everyone.
The people that aren't in voice chat too, right? Like you gotta actually communicate with them.
Yeah,
over
yeah,
text,
yeah,
Which is
yeah.
why it's good if you have the room private, because then at least you can all talk to each other in person, and then you don't have to use the bad text chat.
Mm-hmm. I don't understand the emergency meeting either.
Someone called an emergency meeting because they wanted to say something.
Just cuz.
Well,
but
so
they're not saying anything. Okay, there we go.
All right.
Whoa.
Wait, what?
Not. I don't.
stupid. What?
That was confusing.
Well, I'm like, I have no information to go on. Why was it called?
What is happening? What is happening?
Well, Cat was murdered.
What?
Or, well, kicked out, I guess.
What? But the vote didn't go that way. What is happening?
Is this what cheating looks like?
This might just be people who, I don't know.
Because I'm definitely confused at what
I'm
just
very
happened.
confused. Kat, do you know what happened to you?
No.
You just got, because it said no one has voted, and then you got spaced.
I did notice that, so I think maybe we should close. Yeah.
Okay, so people are saying game messed up.
Yep. Okay. Well, we can give it another go.
Yeah.
I was so sad. I thought I was doing as good, being a good imposter.
Are you waiting to kill me this time?
I now suspect you for everything, Nathan.
Well, I already suspected you and Domini.
Okay, she. Whoa.
Where was the dead body reported?
By the west side. I don't know the rooms is the thing. I don't even remember who I was with.
You were in Armando?
Amando.
Amando. Oh, with Amando. I heard it. I read in. I'm so.
That's the thing too. I don't know the tasks or where.
Familiar with the layout, but
Welcome to learning the game, I guess.
sure.
Do we want to vote for anyone?
I don't know if we have anything.
Well, yeah. I don't know either.
Just get. Cat get shivved again. Oh, she left. It's always so foreboding, like someone's gonna get ejected.
I know there's the other mask where you don't even find out the imposter at a time. You just ejected and you don't find out until it's too late.
Hmm. Is electrical mid bottom?
It's bottom left. I was heading towards it from over by the engines. I don't know. I feel like Squirtle could have self-reported.
Yeah, maybe.
Not that I've seen Baldwin this entire game, so I can't comment on his state of being.
Hmm. What does that icon by Squirtle mean? Like just that they have voice communication or something like that?
No, they reported the
Oh,
body.
okay. I was with Red, and he could have killed me, so.
Again, I'm sus of Squirtle. Oh, bye, Baldwin.
Wow. Just because I'm wearing the hockey mask. Wow!
You were the most suspicious.
For some reason. Okay, I'm actually super hungry, so. You guys
So
want
I
to play
think
another one, or do you want to call it?
I'm good with another game or calling it, one or the other.
Nathan?
I'm good with calling it personally.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good to call.
Okay,
Thanks
that's
everyone
fine.
for joining us and having fun.
Thank you so much, everyone. We
Thank
made
you.
so much money.
That doesn't sound suspicious at all.
Sorry, we raised lots of money for and that
For
was
not
really
us.
good. For not us.
We made so much money for charity.
Yeah, that's how I wanted to put it. But thank you everybody for coming out and support. I also want to Rachel's been behind the camera this whole time.
Yep.
Huge shout out to Rachel for running this whole damn thing. She put in a butt ton of work, and then also a shout out to Baldwin, obviously, whose idea this was in the first place. So yeah. I had so much fun participating. I know the rest of y'all did too.
Yeah, that was
I
awesome.
assume, or else we wouldn't still be here.
Screw you guys.
Yeah, it was fun.
Okay, I'm
Thanks,
gonna dip
guys.
out. Bye.
Okay,
Bye.
bye.